Well, day 32. How could I forget? Jeez, my brain is fried. Hello. Sorry guys, we're starting very late. I had a bunch of logistical things to take care of, work stuff, fun stuff, boring stuff, and now I'm like, man, I've been struggling every day with this freaking microphone. Oh no, my headphone cable and my microphone like conflicting with each other. I think you guys can hear this maybe. Can you guys hear this? I can hear it though. Basically, I'm just struggling here, okay? Today's a struggle day. We're just trying to take care of our business and our life. But I'm just kidding. Life is good. Hello guys. The life of a photographer / streamer. Yeah, it's just a mess. You know, what can you do? And it's like, yeah, every time I'm working, the cable just bounces. Oh, I get so annoyed. And then it falls down.
Good
and it
morning,
hooks on the
beautiful
table.
people.
Ooh.
Excited for another amazing day to earn some peepees and share fun conversations, all while enjoying community.
Yes, exactly. We're about a communal PP sharing stream out here, okay? Thank you. Yes, okay. Hello, guys. It is kind of cool, I will say. If there's one thing that's been really fun about this process, everything's been fun, but it's kind of cool that we have regulars, you know? We got people in this epic community who are also fellow streamers or just fellow creatives and all that.
Not the peepee sharing again, you.
Yeah. Listen, we're not gonna. If there's one thing I understand as a fellow comedian myself, fellow entertainer, and all of that, we know not to milk things too much. You know, you gotta. If you milk it dry, then all you're doing is squeezing a empty bag of teats, right? So we gotta let it simmer. We'll find the right moments to bring back our PP conversation with Mr. ChatGPT. Although that was very excellent. I haven't had time. I need to go clip that section because that was really funny. I've just been so tired after the stream. Okay, hello guys. Kevin, what's up? Thank you for that epic, you know what you said, Into the Blizz. That's a good reminder. Anytime someone mentions it, I feel obliged to also follow suit. So if you'd like to see an amazing video that was created on my channel and also during our live streams, here is the link to Into the Blizzard. Feel free to check it out. I would appreciate any love you show that way because it's a really cool video. We're working on episode 2. So that's episode 1, which I just linked. I do want to get a little bit of episode 2 done today. I think we were a bit Japan heavy yesterday, which is not a bad thing, but I don't want us to forget about the amazing Mongolia episode 2. Hello, and yeah, BC, good morning. Yes, to all you beautiful people and the life of a photographer / streamer. Yes. KG, how is your stream going? Were you able to stream again, or are you taking some days off with work-life balance, as they say? BC, good morning. Yes, excited for another amazing day to earn some PPs and share fun conversations, all while enjoying community. Yes, that's all the key things. Every day is a PP sharing day. Yes. I mean, listen, you guys complain, but look at you guys collecting all those PPs. You can't throw PPs away under the bus with one hand while you're catching them peepees with your other hand, right? Just not how it works. We're not about hypocrisy here. KG, I love how you choose my husband. Yeah. Well, listen, yeah, it was good times, good times. BC, I don't know how I streamed till 1 a.m. last night. Oh, did you? Oh, that's really cool. I am following you, I think. Let me see. You're saying you streamed on Twitch, yeah? That's really good. Yeah, nice. Oh yeah, you got all your emotes, man. Good job. I saw you coming on when I was going to sleep. Sorry I missed it. Oh man. Yeah, I gotta. Well, we did say yesterday as we were kind of reflecting on everything. I was thinking like 2 out of the 7 days of the streaming, I might change up the times. So I was thinking maybe Mondays, maybe Sundays and Mondays, or Mondays and Tuesdays, something like that. Maybe we can actually switch it around to do more like my time morning stream and leave the evenings available. And then I'm curious if I do that, would I be able to catch some of your guys' streams now? Or I don't know. It'd be pretty fun. I made some new emails just for you, Belle, to enjoy last night. Oh, okay, yeah, please do. I can only guess. It must be, my goodness, let me guess. Don't tell me it's about that one camera brand that must not be named. Or is it about that terrible movie references we were making yesterday? KG, I did an hour last night, not long. I'm going to get on a schedule soon, but work-life balance has been hard. Yeah, no worries, no worries. As long as you find what fits your schedule. Don't burn yourself out. Don't follow my lead, okay? I am a masochist. Would that be the right term? I have so much to add to my stream. Yes. I'm assuming canon, yeah. You were sleeping, I'm sure. I got on at like 9 p.m. Eastern. Oh, yeah, that's right. You were saying that, yeah, because I forgot your time zones. Because I want to do some 11 to 2 streams in Eastern Daylight Savings Time. Daylight Savings Time? I don't know. More like his favorite movie, yeah. Listen, we're not here to shit on Mr. Tom Cruise or his directing choices or anything like that. Not too much, right? I here on this channel we are Tom Cruise fans, okay? Except for the big caveat of his personal life and that one weird cult thing that he does. But besides that thing that we all, conveniently gloss over, everything else about him, what a guy, stand-up guy. Yes, but anyways, hello guys, we are on day 32. So day 32 of our streaming journey. What does that mean? That means we've officially started the second month of streaming every day. Can you believe it? Every day. We haven't missed a day. We've been late several times, sure, but we've never missed it, and that's a key thing. KG, you said I laughed too hard at that one weird cult thing he does. Yeah, well, yeah. I don't know. It's just so weird. Nobody really talks about it ever, right? But it is kind of a it's just weird. It's just weird. It defies all logic is I guess what I'll say. But yeah, so day 32, we are wildlife and travel photography and videography themed in terms of what we focus on. But we did have some fun chats yesterday about just the direction of the streams. What does it take to survive in the streaming world? In a world where, let's say, photography or this kind of a craft may not necessarily be a mainstream on streaming. It's more of niches and like, what does that mean? All of these are like excellent questions. And the way I would say is that, yes, we are here to entertain, okay? So I do hope I can be entertaining. I hope you guys enjoy, even if I'm not actually touching a single photo for the past 20 minutes or whatever it is, that you are enjoying this. And then we'll keep being more entertaining, of course, and that's where the cats come in. But yes, we like to spend a lot of our time editing photos and videos. And in terms of the content, sorry guys, I'm just cleaning out all the cat hair that's on my desk, which is a bad sign, by the way, because that means somehow my cat jumped onto this desk last night. And I've been trying to get that not to happen, because you can imagine with all my hard drives and everything here, oh my god, that terrifies me. So by the way, just I'm going on a tangent here, but I intentionally keep my desk super cluttered while I'm streaming, but that's just me. But then when I'm done streaming, I actually will create a trap all over my desk. I have like things on the ground that I will place on top here, so it's almost like a minefield, okay? Just so my cat can't hop on here. But every once in a while, I do find there's like some dusty paw prints and stuff. So, BC, I have a few pending approvals, so I hope they are live before we end stream. Why does why do your emotes take so long to approve? I think mine It was like within like a few minutes, I think. I'm not sure. We haven't made new emotes in some time, so maybe we'll have to do some of that as well throughout the stream. So, anyways, I went on a tangent just to go back to say, yes, we do a lot of travels, and I have traveled quite a bit in the past year and a half. We listed off a few, but obviously the ones you guys are seeing more right now is on Mongolia and Japan. So we did hop over into a Japan mode for a little bit, and we're probably going to continue doing that because I want to make some traction on promoting this trip as soon as possible. But let's not forget the entirety of our first month of streaming, or at least majority of it, we were editing Mongolia. And so I've been kind of smashing my head against the wall trying to figure out the creative direction for episode 2. And there is the easy answer, which is we're going to just do exactly as we did for episode 1, where we just do a typical standard, whatever, story. Here we did this, then we did that, and then eventually we left, goodbye. And there's no reason we don't do that, but the big struggle I've been talking about over the past couple days is, can I test out a completely different storytelling technique so that I can also develop my own skills and learn how to be a better storyteller and be a better editor and all that fun stuff. So that's been the biggest challenge that's kept me from kind of making a lot of progress on this one. And you know what? I feel like I need to not avoid it. We just gotta smash right through it. So we will spend a bit of time today, probably before we get into the Japan photo edits. We'll start with this and do a bit of brainstorming and figure out what are potential directions we go in order to tell a compelling story. But maybe differently. So yes, we'll be doing some Mongolia, we'll be doing some Japan. There will be a lot of fox photography today. That I think we spent most of the day on day 2 with the foxes. So you'll see plenty of edits from that one before we move on. But yes, every day we're going to be streaming, doing all these kind of fun stuff. And we do have plenty of... Oh, wait, one second. Let me read what you guys are saying here. I have a few pending, yep. Mine too, certain ones. Some of them have needed approval and some of them clear right away. Okay. Maybe it's like, you said you're using ChatGPT. I wonder if I don't know, is there some kind of AI related element to it that they need to look into? BC said, oh, are we changing the TTS voice as it's a new day? I mean, we can, yeah. I don't think I can handle that girl we have now all day. Listen, there is a way to get rid of that girl's voice, and it is by donating directly to my stream. You know what? We are on month 2 of live streaming. So what does that mean? That means no longer is this a live streaming journey.
Don't be hating on me, FBC, on Nelly Photo.
Oh wait, there are 2 ways we said we were going to change the donos. I think I'll commit to this. Anyways, we are on month 2. That means this is no longer a streaming journey. This is a streaming career. And if it is a career, that means I need to make money from this career. So what does that mean? I'm going to start being much more shameless about pointing to my subscriptions and ways that you can donate and support me. What is one of them? Do I say tip? Exclamation mark tip? Or is it tips? Let's try tip. I should know this by now. Shoot, I think I got it wrong. Oh, no, I got it. Okay. Yes, one of the ways you can help me is by doing a one-time donation, or you can join my Patreon. I would love to grow out at Patreon because obvious reasons. It's a more well-known kind of platform. But yeah, if people would be willing to fund me through Patreon, in terms of like a collective, then that does become another way that hopefully we can continue doing this as a full-time gig for the rest of our lives. That way you would be essentially funding me on all of my projects and endeavors that I am aspiring to do or I am currently doing. So that's the point of Patreon. Now there are other ways, of course. You got the Twitch. We are an affiliate. So that was a cool feeling when we became affiliates. So then you can sub to my tiers there as well as on YouTube. Kick. Listen, Kick, I see 4 of you guys on there. Thank you for being there. But my God, we've been slow on the Kick following, I will say. We've had it seems like we have a bunch who just kind of chill and watch, and I do appreciate you. But not so many people who hit the follow button or engage as much. There's been a lot of spam. I will say that if there's one learning I've had, Kick does seem to have a lot more spam, but it could be... No, definitely there has been. Like usually when I turn on the stream, within the first like minute, there might be like 2 or 3 messages on the Kick side where they're saying like, hey, have you considered like signing up to this one service that I've got? I'm not going to give you the website, but I will give you like a Discord username, or I'll spell out .com and check it out, man. It's for your own benefit, really. Trust me. I get a bunch of those every day. So that's been my current experience with Kick. But then we've also met some really cool people on Kick as well. So I want to keep, hopefully growing that out. But I have realized that's a bit of a tough climb so far. What else? Yes, just a tip. So anyways, one thing we're testing out is doing the voice donos. So thank you again. There's been a few suggestions in the chat before about setting it up. So I think it was L and KG, I think. But anyways, we got the voice dono set up. We are testing out different voices each day. I think I was saying, like, if someone does those, if someone does a voice dono 3 times, then we're willing to change the voice. I think that's like a decent plan. And these donos, the voice donos can be done for free just by using the channel points. So you don't necessarily have to use real money for that. So yeah, there are different ways to just make this more engaging. So as such, I think, did we already get 3 or we got 2 of the voice donos? I'm not sure. But basically, I think we're at a point where we can probably change the voice. But if you'd like to donate real money to change the voice, maybe what we'll say is that if you donate real money, then you can actually choose the voice that we use until someone else pays for it. How about that? That could be a cool incentive. But anyways, we're just having fun with it. We'll figure out more ways to be more officially a streamer or be more professional about it. Oh, nice. You guys are still going out there trying to win some PPs? Yeah, good job. Good job, BC. You're climbing your way out of the... Are you in the 1000 category yet? I'm not sure. Oh, yes, you are. Nice. You almost have 2,000 PPs. Listen, I don't know what we're going to do with them, okay? At some point, those PPs, we're going to let them grow, as they say. We're going to let these PPs continue to grow, and at some point, it'll grow so much that we can finally do something with it. And, yeah, we'll figure it out, but just keep in mind, I do appreciate it. Feel free to burn through all the Twitch channel points, because I don't think there's anything to do with that. I think using it is much more beneficial to me anyways, because it makes the stream more fun. But at least we have our Streamlabs PPs, okay? And enjoy using them, or dueling them away. Okay.
Just stole up lol.
Just nice, nice. All right, you know what? Let's go ahead and change that voice sound then, shall we? TTS Monster. Bum, bum. And because I like to be inclusive, we have Mr. Atlas in the chat, our very own ChatGPT. So I usually want to include him in our activities, including, you know, enjoying the PPs. And we had a lot of fun with that yesterday. Apparently he does want some, but yeah, I didn't even ask him his age yet, so we got to keep that in mind. All right, here's what we're gonna do. 1 second. Ba-ba-ba. Oh, you know what I'll do? I'm gonna send a screenshot of this to ChatGPT. Yeah, that's what I'll do. Because he clearly lied to us before when he said, like, oh yeah, no worries, I totally see everything. I know all about the TTS monsters and the options we got. So now, I don't trust him anymore. We're just gonna take these screenshots. Good morning, Mr. Atlas. How are you doing today?
Good morning. I'm doing well and ready to dive in. Sounds like you've got a lot going on, so I'm here to help however I can. Let's make it a productive morning.
Cool, cool. Let's. I'm going to send you a couple screenshots. The screenshots have all of the options within TTS Monster in terms of voice donation sounds. So I'm going to send it over to you, and then I want you to just kind of keep that in your memory bank, because I'm going to ask you to randomly choose one every so often. Does that sound okay to you?
Absolutely. That sounds totally fine. Feel free to send those screenshots over and I'll keep track of them. Then whenever you want me to pick one, just let me know and I'll dive into the memory bank and grab one for you.
All right. So let me drag these in. Wait, no. All right, let's see that he's consumed the knowledge in his big brain. Oh, yes, let's say hi to Kimbap. Kimbap was chilling here. Oh, I got so used to them not showing up at the beginning of the stream. And look at this guy. Good boy. Good boy, Kimbap. Yeah. Okay. Let's get back to this. Why is he still thinking here? Uh-oh. Let me refresh. KG, BC wants to duel you for 200 PPs. I wonder if she'll accept. Something went wrong? Okay, let's retry. No, I want you to take all the names that are on both screenshots and then save it in your memory bank, because these are all the potential options in terms of voice donation sounds that I can use as part of my TTS Monster subscription. BC, KG, you said you're banned. Nice. BC, did you get some decent sleep? I did, because well, I think I slept late, but then I did wake up like super late. So at the very least, I think I did still end up with 8 hours of sleep. As in, I woke up without the alarm. So that's got to be a good sign, I think. But then the rest of the day, I was just scrambling around doing, running errands, and there's always, these things never seem to end, you know? I really wanted ChatGPT 5 to be so evolved that it can be my assistant and literally take care of all my phone calls, sign contracts for me, take care of like all the bills. But we're not there just yet. Also, ChatGPT is acting super slow here. What the hell, man? I just want to ask a simple question. All right, I'm just going to ask it. Let's see. Mr. Atlas, did you receive the 2 screenshots from me?
Yes, I did. I saw both of the screenshots you shared. They had all those names listed, and I've saved that list of voice options in memory for you. So we've got it stored and handy whenever you need it.
All right. Well, we need it now. So could you please choose at random one of these options that we can use as our current voice tone?
Absolutely. Let's pick one at random for you. Drum roll, please. And the winner is Ghostface. So you can go ahead and try using the Ghostface voice for now.
Ghost face. Okay. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Have fun with your new spooky voice tone. If you need anything else, just let me know.
All right. Let's see.
Someone please help me. The voices are in my head, and I
Let's
can't
see how
get
that
them
goes.
out.
If you need any more.
Cool. It took us a little bit longer than expected, but we have updated the voice dono sound. I think I need to refresh my overlay. TTS Monster. Refresh. Cool. All right. Look at us evolving. Okay. So anyways, we started a bit late today, but we are going to be productive. So we are in our editing scene mode here. KG, you said, well, this
is quite frightening.
Thanks for testing that. Kind of, it is. It's not even Halloween, but it kind of works. I'm curious what kind of phrase or what can we get it to say that will be even more frightening. That is your guys' challenge. Okay, so my challenge is we need to do some photo editing and video editing. So like I said, we're not going to start with Japan, but let me just jump to that folder just to have it ready for us. And I think where do we end up? Did we go past it? Oh yeah, we did. So we went all the way. Yeah, we did get pretty far. We got pretty far with at least the filtering process. So we've been selecting a number of shots. I'm just looking for all the ones that are in red because those are the ones that we highlighted. Nice. I gotta say that wasn't as frightening though. You would assume with the frightening sound, the common boo should be pretty intense, but not scared. Oh yeah, so here's what we can look forward to for today's, when we get to the photo editing. We're finally introducing the Shika deer. So we do have a few shots of the Shika deer, and then obviously we still got more
6 sizzling
foxes.
sausages.
Oh, that's not terrifying. That sounds appetizing. But it depends. Are these 6 sizzling sausages as part of one of these British dishes? In which case, that is terrifying then. Oh, and then we might be able to get to these photos of the fox when it went super close up to us. Yo, that's going to be fun. That's going to be fun. Okay, so we have some things to look forward to in terms of the photo filtering process before we get into the editing, including some of the nighttime shots of the fox all the way till the end. So, with all of that, let's just jump to the end of this one here. Cool. All right, so it's ready for us when we're ready. For now, though, let's get into Mongolia episode 2. Now, we did ask a bunch of questions. I needed help with episode 2. Let me ask ChatGPT. Do you remember our previous conversation where I was looking for help crafting episode 2's narrative style? Do you have all of our history around that? Just a yes or no would be fine. If not, I think I have a separate ChatGPT I was using for this, so let me see. So right now I do have access to the ChatGPT like 5 point something. Like there's like the pro research grade intelligence one. Supposedly it's supposed to be like their best model. And I don't know if it's worth spending that kind of money, but technically I am still spending money on it. But it takes so long. Every time you ask a question to that version, it can take like, not even kidding, it might take like 5 minutes to get a response. So I don't think it's worth it to do it on stream or anything. But technically it's supposed to give me the best answers, right? So let me see here on the other screen. Ooh, my memory's full. Shoot. Okay, we're going to take care of a few tasks here. So while I take care of those tasks, which includes I need to delete a lot of memory in my ChatGPT, let's go ahead and I want to see if we can start playing some of these video clips. So that way we can start to see what kind of a story could be in place. Let me just drop all these down. Oh yeah, and I think we're ready to finally go through all the soundtracks that we chose for Japan. Oh shoot, I forgot to look into the Mongolia stuff, the Mongolia soundtracks. Listen, one thing at a time, one thing at a time. Alright, we'll play it from here. In the meantime, let me take care of this stuff over on the other screen. Yo, KG, you have 4,000. Wait, you have straight up exactly 4,000 PPs? Well, congrats to that.
I think you're warm. Smoke goes out through the chimney. So like there's a bed
Yeah.
in the house, so we bring one of the beds. Put here, you sleep on the bed.
That
Like
that was so rough.
How do you say, like health?
Yeah.
Like carpet, you know, the traditional carpet that's also handmade. It's made from like sheep wool.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's amazing. Yeah, I only survived one day in that gur. You guys can see how windy it was here. Actually, this is a really cool shot. This could be a cool shot to show at the very beginning, actually. Without the wind sound, maybe?
Meatballs. Soup.
One second. Oh, good boy. I'm just basically deleting a lot of my random saved memories with ChatGPT because I was at 100% memory capacity. And it's kind of funny. I'm looking at all the things that are saved about me. It's like, dude, you don't need to remember this, man. Doggy again. Hey, buddy. You're a good boy. Hey, bud. Okay, buddy.
I am cooking eggs with a bit of mayonnaise to flavor, with cinnamon sugar toast and butter grits for breakfast. Yum.
Yo, that sounds delicious. With a bit of mayonnaise to flavor, with cinnamon, sugar. You know what's interesting is like, well, again, like I said, for me, everything tastes good. But what is it about mayonnaise? Mayonnaise is one of those where like it has such a visceral reaction from people. I feel like it's mayonnaise and oh, what is that one thing, the garnish that you put on, the green cilantro. I feel like those two things, you'll have people who are like so adamantly, like they despise those two things. I think mayonnaise is good. I miss, what did I used to eat with mayonnaise? Well, at this point, I don't remember. But I always enjoyed a little bit of mayonnaise on everything. Tuna as well, obviously. So cooking eggs with mayonnaise, with cinnamon, sugar, toast, and butter grits. Yo. That sounds good. Listen, I have oatmeal every day, but the way I have my oatmeal is not, it's not for everyone, okay? My friends laugh at me whenever I explain how I have my breakfast. I swear by it. I think it's delicious. But if I were to ever send a picture of what I eat, it's like all those British food cuisine photos we were making fun of yesterday. It looks just like that. But I promise, it's very hearty. It's very delicious. But just know it's a mix of oatmeal and then I do a bunch of random shit on top. Okay, so I've cleared up a bit of the memory, so I'm okay for now. Oh yeah, we were gonna look at if there was some previous conversation I had with ChatGPT, Mr. Atlas, on specifically episode 2. Storytelling, maybe? All right, we're gonna try to open this one up and see. Ba, 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 ba. Okay. KG said, OMG, I feel like if you started the duel, you win. Is that really the case? No, because I've definitely won and lost, and I've never really started duels. You know what? I don't know what it is, but people want to duel me, you know? Just don't understand. I feel like I am KG's kryptonite in the duel. That might be lucky. Okay, so here's what I did. I'm curious how much this could work or not. I sent across to ChatGPT. I sent across a transcript from a YouTube video I saw that was breaking down storytelling, like some of the key things around storytelling. It was just like a random video I saw that had like decent views and stuff. So then I requested ChatGPT to consume all that and like kind of take it to heart, and then also if it can look into other things online, research, just the art of storytelling. Because then I'm hoping, I don't know if it's necessary or not, but I just want to hopefully see if we can use ChatGPT to help us with our whole storytelling craft, right? So here's what I sent across that transcript from YouTube, and they said, absolutely, I've read through the whole Callaway How to Become a Master Storyteller. I've got the 6 pillars, blah, blah, blah. So basically he's just like acknowledging he's read a few things about what I'm looking to do. Talking about tone, pick a story lens, hook. Okay. So anyways, I think I'm going to continue that conversation within this ChatGPT. And the only thing I'm thinking about is, do we really go ahead and select this research grade intelligence? Or should we choose one of the other ones? Because this research grade intelligence ChatGPT, it takes so long. It takes so long. Maybe we'll start with it and then just to show you guys what I mean. But yeah, it's a really long one. BC said, start one and see if your theory is correct. I left and it won't let me tag you now. Type something in chat. Nice. Okay, so here's what we're going to say. Okay, so I would like to keep doing research, or I would like you to do some more research in terms of what are the best storytelling methods and techniques to keep in mind in terms of narration and all of that. And also keep in mind that we're focusing on travel vlogs, right? So a lot of my journeys are based on me traveling somewhere and then just experiencing whatever's there, right? Oftentimes it's wildlife based. So without having the foresight, I guess, of like, here's the vision of why I'm traveling there, we do need to somehow craft a story with whatever films we captured. So if you can do some research and just acknowledge to me once you've done research online where you've pulled from some of the best examples of storytelling. And again, it's not just any kind of storytelling. For instance, if you're trying to pull stuff around how do you tell a good story in 10 seconds for like a social media post, that isn't really relevant to my needs. My needs are roughly, let's say, 10 to 15 minutes long, YouTube vlog style, where we're kind of journeying in a different culture, different country. You know, right? You've seen what we did for Mongolia episode 1. So with that in mind, I want you to kind of look at what's out there. Also keep in mind, I am trying to do something much more creative in terms of our approach here, where I wouldn't want to do a standard chronological storytelling where I'm doing about a lot more exposition and explaining what's happening and what happens next. Let's try to think about the things I mentioned where we kind of break the storytelling entirely, maybe just focus in on some themes, or how do we determine which of these scenes that we want to use when, and what is the sound effects, the soundtracks, any voiceover, all of that. Let's just completely think about it from that angle. Okay, I heard my terrifying voice dono go off. Man, KG, are you like just constantly losing or something? Damn, that's crazy. Yo, Formula, what's good, Mr. Prize? What's good is we're on month 2. Formula, thanks for being here. We have officially entered into the 2nd month of streaming. So yesterday was really fun. We had a lot of good conversation. Actually, yesterday was the best. We had way too much fun. I wasn't the most productive, but I had some of the best laughs I've had on stream. Definitely the best. We yeah, so I hope sometime you'll check out the VOD. I need to figure out how to do those clips. I need to like find a way to clip some of the moments on Twitch. But yes, everything is good. Now, as we're starting month 2, I am kind of rolling up my sleeves. We're back in a little bit of grind set mode. We're going to start with Mongolia because I put that off for a bit. And I think we should, you know, crunch through a little bit of the toughest part, which is the storytelling and the narration. And maybe even like work on the title of this video. And then we can proceed from there. In the meantime, we've got KG and BC in the chat. They're going crazy, dueling each other, man. It's a, you know, they're keeping it friendly for now, but any moment, something can go south. But yeah, it's good to see you, Formula. And yeah, there's a lot of duels going on. Oh no, friendships are about to be destroyed from that. Damn, I didn't think PPs would get in the way of friendship, but what do I know? I can't have you have a bigger PP number than me. Yeah. That's great.
Stop trying to take all my PPs, men.
Yeah, men, right? Yo, Zion Play, what's up? Sup, bro? How's it going? Good to see you, Zion. I forget if you popped in yesterday or not. I apologize if you did. But yes, welcome to month number 2. We're having some fun here, but we're also gonna be more productive this time. We gotta balance it out, you know. But yeah, month 2. How crazy is that, guys? We've literally survived talking for. Apparently, I thought it was 8 to 9 hours every day. I was incorrect. The data said that I was talking more 7.5 hours per day. So I do apologize for lying to you guys and pretending I was really streaming 9-ish hours when it was more like 7.5-ish. But yes, welcome. Number 1 Formula, yes. And my hubs needs to share, but he's stingy. Well, KG, have you ever thought maybe he's doing it for your benefit? Think about it. Maybe it's like, you know, you guys have a shared household, and he might understand that you seem to be more of the gambler in the household. You seem to be a little bit more frisky with tossing them PPs around. So perhaps he's doing it as a savings, you know. One of you guys has to be in the savings mode. You know, for your children's sake, you know, someone's got to have a PP for the children's sake. Think of the children, right? So maybe he's doing it for your benefit. Anyways, no, Zion said, no, I didn't, because I did 72 hours. Wait, what? I didn't because I did 72 hours with 3 hours of sleep. As in you did 72 hours of live streaming? Or you were up for 72 hours with only 3 hours of sleep? Either way, that's very, very intense and impressive. So, yeah, that's 1 hour a day. That is not what the doctor said. KG, he's definitely more the gambler. I'm just not lucky. Fair enough. 72 hours of editing videos. Oh, wow. Well, that is very intense. We're about to start doing some video edits ourselves. So, oh yeah, by the way, so I was mentioning I'm talking to ChatGPT 5 Pro, which is like the research grade intelligence level 1. But you can see I asked the question, like, I don't know, when did we ask this? Is there a little timer? Well, I don't remember. Let's say it was like maybe 3 minutes ago. And it's still halfway done with processing. It's insane. So I really do hope that means the extra time does mean extra quality in terms of the response. I really do hope so. Can you imagine if this whole time they're just ripping people off and it's like there is no difference between GPT-5 Pro and the normal one? All they're doing is just they're letting the GPT chill for a bit and putting in an artificial timer and just to make it seem like it's really processing. Man, we're really thinking hard about your question here. Just give us more time. Meanwhile, it's just like chilling, sitting back, watching Netflix. Yeah, so that's crazy. 1 hour each day. BC, I need some education from you. Absolutely. Ask away. You ask me questions, BC, and I'm just going to ask ChatGPT for the answer, and then I'll relay it back to you. How about that? 3 hours of sleep a day. Yeah, that's insane. Zion, how what's your age bracket? Because maybe that's why you can do that. Or I don't know. Just be mindful. Sleep is very, very important. Coming from a guy who like has lost a lot of sleep, and I've pulled lots of all-nighters and all that, and I'm a night owl. Sleep is like super important for your health, for your processing, developing knowledge, gaining, retaining everything, going to the gym, all of it. Like everything is based on having good sleep. So don't go too crazy with the video editing. You might actually end up being counterintuitive, or what's not counterintuitive. It might end up being detrimental to you if you're trying to create something and you're editing videos, and then if you don't get any sleep, the quality of your video might actually drop drastically. So get the sleep. Yo, low bass guy, how's it going? How is you? I is good. Low bass guy, welcome. Thanks for being here. Low bass, we made it to month number 2. We're on day 32. So yesterday was our official last day of the first month of the first time of me streaming on 3 different platforms. We did spend some time at the end just running through all the analytics, like at least on Twitch, like, oh, how did we do? And so I think I owe a lot of the money that we made in month 1 to you, because I think, what did it say? I think the gifted subs thing made up like the healthiest portion of like whatever the earnings were. So yeah, I can only imagine that mostly came from you, Low Base, with your epic 10 gifted subs at one time. So anyways, we had a quick shout out to you, but yeah, we had a really fun stream yesterday. Honestly, it was the best stream ever, at least in my short tenure here. But yeah, I do need to go through it and clip up a few moments that were very funny to me. Well, good to be here. What do you say? I'm okay just sitting at work editing photos. Nice. We're swapping away from editing photos. So we were on a good spot with the foxes. I'm excited to get back to this, but that can act as a nice little teaser for you guys to stay tuned, okay? We are hopping over to Mongolia episode 2 again. And what I'm doing is because I've been struggling, I just asked a question of ChatGPT 5 Pro. I'm almost hesitant to call this Mr. Atlas. This is not Atlas we're speaking to. This is like Atlas's father, right? Or his like older, more serious brother or sister. And so it takes a long time to get a response with the GPT-5 Pro, which is their like top version, I guess. But yeah, we're going to see if GPT-5 Pro can help us think about how to craft a good storytelling narration style for episode 2. And it's honestly, it's a big struggle in my mind. So we'll start with that. Zion, don't worry, Monster and Marlboro Red was there to help. What's Marlboro Red? Is that a type of cigarette? Dude, here I am being like, yo, you should think about your health. And you're like, yeah, I got you. Don't worry about it. I'm taking some liquid form of crack cocaine and, you know, a bit of lung cancer. So yeah, don't worry about my health. Plus no sleep. But yeah, good on you, Zion, though. That's really good dedication. But just remember, sleep can actually be more important for you in terms of like long-term, even with the performance of your video editing. So BC, so what is your camera gear filming setup, i.e. For the Into the Blizzard video? How many cameras did you use, and which ones and what uses for each one? Well, I'm glad you asked that question. Let me go ahead and respond to you. Let me catch up on the chat. I need to be better at being faster with the chat reading. What is a fun game you play on stream? You can play on stream? Well, for me, it's chess. I wish I could play some chess. I mean, there's nothing stopping me from putting up a little chess thing here, I guess, while we're waiting for GPT and doing this stuff. Chess is my favorite thing right now. I play it every day. Nifty, Low Base. Yes. Nifty. It was epic. Thank you, KG. Zion, what subscription did you take the $200 one? What subscription did you take the $200 one? Can you explain or elaborate what you mean? Oh, you're saying for ChatGPT? Yeah, listen, my friend convinced me to go for the expensive GPT just for a few months because I was setting up my website. And so I've been relying on ChatGPT for the website stuff. So I was like, okay, fine. But it's a lot of money, and I could use that money for better things, I think. So, Low Base, he said, finally got this community chatbot into a place where it's reasonably stable. I have to get it on GPT 4.1 for now because the 5 is slow as molasses. Yeah. Responses that should take a second or two are taking 30 seconds or more. Well, you know, I have found that GPT-5, the normal version, has been pretty fast. It's been pretty fast. We've had issues with the voice mode, but we did solve it. It just basically at some point it gets bloated, the chat history. So we have to just start a new chat and then Atlas starts speaking to us very quickly. But yeah, at this point, I'm curious how 4 is compared to 5 in terms of speed. I thought 5 was supposed to be faster, but what do I know? Zion says Scribble. Low base is funny. You mentioned that one of my side projects is a Twitch chess game where chat can vote on the move. Oh, that's cool. And then you see a visual of it on screen. So I can play against the entire chat. That'd be cool. Not that I'm like the best chess player. I think I'm like ranked. I forget what you call that. Not ranking. What do you call the chess thing? Elo. Is that right? But anyways, my thing is roughly around 1500 to 1600 is usually my average rating. And I normally play anything from like 1 minute plus 1, or I play like the 3-minute games. So Zion, you said GPT? Yeah, for GPT, yeah. You got Claude because it's best for storytelling? Okay, I didn't know that. I'm a bit more of the loyal type. So or not necessarily loyal, but I've been using GPT for so long. It's got a lot of my memory in there. I'm just using it. Maybe Grok or Claude is better. Who knows? Low base, the API is a completely different ballgame. Gotcha. Okay, let me answer BC's question. What is your camera gear filming setup? Well, let me respond in 2 ways. One is my exclamation mark gear. Is it gears or gear? I think I just need to stick to everything being singular or plural. Nice. Okay. If you check out my gear, you should be able to see. And let me click on it myself. We'll put it up on screen here. So you're asking what did I use for that trip? I also had it's in the video as well briefly, but this is kind of a fun way to do it, I guess. So for me, I was shooting with 2 of these Nikon Z9s. So one is my own and one I was borrowing from Nikon. So shout out to them. This is before I had the Z6 III or anything else. So I had 2 of these guys. I had an Insta360 X3. I do now have an X4. You know what? That could be a fun giveaway. I have the X3. So anyways, yeah. I do have the X3. I just don't use it anymore. But that was the first one I was using on the trip. But I didn't really use it much. Same thing. I had the GoPro Hero 12, I believe. And I didn't have this Go 3 at the time. So it was 2 of these guys, the Z9s. One of the X3 of the 360 camera. And one of the GoPro Hero 12. And I still have the same Hero 12. Yeah. And then... let me see, just to look back at your question. How many cameras did you use and which ones and what use for each one? Yeah, so the 2 cameras here, this is basically so I didn't have to swap lenses. So I would sometimes have one of these cameras hooked up to my 400mm lens. So that was more for like when we're out and about, for like shooting the horses or the eagles from a distance. Then the other lens would be more of like my day-to-day, day in the life storytelling. So that one I might apply like a 20mm or a 24 to 70mm, something that would allow me to just like quickly take it up and then shoot whatever's around me. Or sometimes I'd have a 70 to 200 on one and then a 24 to 70 on the other. So that way I just have the entire range. So let's say if something's off in the distance, like the dog, I can shoot the dog, in a nice kind of distance. And then as it comes towards me, I can quickly swap over to camera number 2 to get the wide angle. So that's normally how I work because it's just faster than having to swap lenses, especially when you're in these kind of crazy environments where it's snowing or raining or windy. You just have to be more careful when you swap out lenses. The beauty of the Z9 though is that it does actually have a shutter. It has a sensor shield built in. So basically when you shut off the camera, you can have it set so that a little shield pops in and blocks the sensor. So then it protects it better from like dust and everything else. Really cool feature. I don't know why other cameras don't necessarily have that. Maybe they will eventually. Yeah, maybe some do, but it should be an industry standard to do that. Yeah, and then for the 360 camera, I was using it. It was my first time. I was testing it out. So I had it on like a makeshift selfie stick. So I figured if I was on horseback, I could just, I thought I could maybe attach it to my backpack somehow. So then I can get a 360 shot, kind of replicating a drone shot without actually having a drone. But I didn't have the right gear for that. I didn't have the right selfie stick. And I didn't know what I was doing. So it was what it was. And then the GoPro Hero 12, I mainly used it either where I strapped it to my own head for like a point of view shot, or we eventually put it on the eagle's head to get a point of view from the eagle's perspective. Since then, I have gotten this guy, the Insta360 Go 3. And this has actually been really fun because it's super, super lightweight. The body is roughly the same size as the Hero 12, but then you can detach the camera from the case, like the body. So then it's like a portable camera that still connects to the body, But then this one, it's magnetic. You can strap it onto like a clip that you put onto your hat, on a magnetic necklace, so you can put it on your chest and it gets a nice like point of view shot. You can attach it to like any magnetic surface, so you can end up with some creative shots where you attach it to the car or something, all that. It's really fun. It's really, really fun. So hopefully I answered your question there. That's called slavery, Zion says to low base. BC, I ask as I'm trying to plot out my aviation documentary ideas to begin this journey into what we discussed the other day. Gotcha. Yeah, like I think if you're going for documentary, I feel like having, if you have something in the range of like a 20 to 50 millimeters is probably best, because yeah, it's like, well, if you think about 50 millimeters, that's what supposed to be the closest to replicating how we see the world, is what I've been led to believe. So 50 millimeters is like the focal length that kind of makes things seem the most natural to us. Whereas if you deviate away from it, that's when you get more creative shots and all that. But yeah, if you're doing documentary style, wide angle always makes sense, because obviously you're trying to capture both the subject of whoever you're interviewing plus the environment that they're in. Whenever I'm doing like an interview mode, I usually was shooting at 50 millimeters. So in my past travels, when I was doing like proper interviews where we had 3 cameras set up, interviewer, interviewee, basically what I would do is I would have 3 cameras, all of them set to 50 millimeters, and then just kind of making sure the range was good enough to get enough of the background as well. So yeah, 50 millimeters is probably like a decent documentary style lens, but then having a wider one as well, especially for someone like me where I do a lot of solo traveling, then having a wide angle like a 20 millimeter or even the 24, it works as well. Especially if I have a camera with an articulating screen so I can see myself. That's good for like doing the selfie shots, or if I have to do a selfie and talk to the camera, or showing the environment around me. Having like a 20 mil works for me. Yeah, so I'd say stuff like that. And then if you're shooting with like a tele lens, just keep in mind that if you're doing a documentary, tele lens, you're more likely to introduce a lot of shake. So you just have to be much more careful with how you shoot, because it'll get more shakier. It'll get shakier with like video, and then you'll have to stabilize it, and it'll be a little bit more challenging. Especially with aviation, though, I guess. Well, with aviation, you might want a long lens to get the you know, the planes in the air, that kind of stuff.
Uchi wally wally uchi bang bang.
Yes, I agree. Low base, I found that in many cases, ChatGPT is better for concepting and planning, and Cloud is better for execution, particularly as it relates to writing and coding. Okay. But the thing for me right now is I just don't want to pay for more than one thing. So maybe if I drop my GPT subscription to like the normal model, and then I don't know how much Cloud costs, but then maybe that would be much more reasonable. Yeah. BC, you said ads, horrible timing. Nice. Yeah, after I just gave all of my... Yo, BC, I think I explained everything during the entire ad. Hello, Kristen. Welcome. Yeah, I'm at work now, but wanted to pop in and say hello. Well, thank you very much for saying hello. And thanks for popping in. Feel free to be in lurk mode and just listen in. We're just going to be starting to do more grinding. We're going to work more on Mongolia and the rest. Zion, you had the gorilla thing? No, but I think I was sharing my screen properly. I think. BC, you're back. 40 mil is a little bit closer to human eye field of view, and anything from 35 to 50 is considered a normal lens. Gotcha. Yeah, I don't know. I've heard 50 quite often as like the human field of view. But like, you know, it's one of those things where I'm sure people just say something and it just becomes gospel. But yeah, either way, I agree with you, low base. It's like somewhere in that range tends to be like the more natural look to it. So if you go anywhere from the 35 to 50 mil on a full frame, that should be good for like a documentary. Oh, nice emote, BC. Lucky, you got 11,000 points. Jeez, Lucky. I feel like we don't hear from you for a while, and then you just pop in once, and then it just be like, hey, how many points do I got? And you're like always at the top. I don't know how you do it. Maybe you're like skimming points off the top from some of us. I don't know. How'd you hack in? Yo, Kevin, you got 4,000. Hells yeah, man. Heist 2,500. Yo, that's insane. Okay, Kevin, he said Uchi Wally Wally Uchi Bang Bang. Gotcha. What the F was that? How? Oh yeah, Zion, we did upgrade our stream a bit. So now we do have some voice donos. You can use your Twitch channel points to go ahead and send a message using the voice dono. And then if you do end up donating with real money, you can use my Stream Elements tip page. And if you donate, then you can change the voice to whatever you want. BC, you said, looks like I'll have to watch the VOD as I was in ads for half of your answer to my question. All good, man. All good. I mean, in a nutshell, I think I was just saying 50, like, yeah, I was agreeing with low base. I think if you use like a 35 to 50 millimeter, somewhere in that range, it's good for most documentary moments. And then for like selfies and stuff, I usually use something like a 20 millimeter, even a 24 is just enough to capture myself as I'm holding the camera doing whatever. Kevin, you said I have Gemini Pro. How is that? Bing bong. Cloud costs the same as ChatGPT? Okay. I use both in tandem. Gemini is pretty legit. I know Cloud is great at coding. Okay, okay. Congrats on the points, guys. On the PPs. I've more than doubled my PPs already today. Yo, good on you. Man, we had such a fun time yesterday with Atlas and the PP conversation. Oh, God. Anyways, Kevin, you said one-shot prompt. One-shot prompt. This is Gemini. Okay. So Gemini is the Google thing. So what is it? Gemini is Google. ChatGPT is OpenAI. Cloud is what? And what is this? Oh, nice. So you got Gemini to make this for you? That's cool. Well, listen, I'm definitely not trying to spend more money, but if I were to drop my GPT subscription to the normal price, then I can adjust with the others. ChatGPT uses Bing, right? If that were true, I might have to drop ChatGPT entirely. You can't associate yourself with Bing. Cloud is Anthropic. Yeah, yeah. Okay, yeah, so I guess maybe I should look into Cloud. And what about Grok? Do people talk about Grok at all? You got Cloud, Grok, and Gemini plus GPT. Oh, speaking of GPT, it looks like he did respond. So let's actually see. It took, yeah, look at this. My request took him 9 minutes and 55 seconds. That's insane. Kevin, you're saying I'm serious because OpenAI has a partnership with Microsoft? I thought I had heard about the partnership, but what is it? Are you saying like partnership as in they are forced to use Bing? Because that would be some dumbass thing. Grok is a complete waste of time? Okay, fair enough. All right, let's read this though. Let me take a sip and let me blow my nose real quick. We're going to keep playing this real quick here. All right. They have a partnership so that Copilot can use ChatGPT and they can use Azure for the servers. They're drinking the Microsoft juice, Copilot. What is Copilot? And what is Azure? I've heard those words, but I never yeah, I'm not in that world, I guess. But it sounds like I should maybe look into Gemini and Cloud. But which one's better? You know what? Let's ask ChatGPT that. Let's ask Mr. Atlas real quick. Mr. Atlas, you there?
I'm right here. Always tuned in and ready to help out. Just let me know what you need next.
Okay, I want you to be super honest with me. It has nothing to say about you, but I am just curious. Objectively speaking, how does ChatGPT compare with Gemini and with Cloud, as well as with Grok? So can you just tell me between those four, what is considered the best? And if you can tell me why, based on different features or parameters that we can almost like have like a table format where we can compare all of them together. Could you do that for me?
Sure, I can give you a rundown. So if we think about it in a sort of table style comparison, here's how it roughly shakes out. For one, ChatGPT is pretty well known for its conversational ability, its flexibility, and how widely it's used. It's got a lot of integrations and is pretty adaptable for different kinds of tasks. Gemini, which is Google's AI, is often really strong when it comes to pulling in real-time web data, integrating with Google services, and it can be great for things that are tied closely to search or up-to-date information. Claude, which is Anthropic's model, often focuses a lot on being very safety conscious and ethically tuned, is designed to be super reliable and cautious, so sometimes it's a bit more conservative in how it responds. And then there's Grok, which is kind of known for having a bit of a playful or edgy personality, has got a more casual tone, and is often used in contexts where you want a little bit of humor mixed in. So basically, there's no single best across the board. It really depends on what you're looking for. If you want conversational flexibility and a wide range of integrations, ChatGPT does really well. If you want something tied into Google's ecosystem, Gemini might be great. For a safety-first approach, Claude is a good pick. And if you want a bit of a playful or more humorous edge, then Grok is a fun choice. Let me know if that helps.
I mean, it kind of helps, but I wanted something more objective. Like, as in, are there numbers that you can point to tell me, like, which one is... I mean, we can start with everything. One, which one is more popular in terms of which one has the largest user base. But then maybe two, which one seems to be objectively more accurate. And then maybe three, is there any statistics around which one is being used more for innovative purposes? I don't know if there's any way to find that kind of detail. But yeah, I want something more substantive or objective in terms of metrics to kind of give us a sense of how they're performing.
Got it. You're looking for a bit more of a data-driven comparison. So let me break it down that way. In terms of popularity or user base, ChatGPT is generally considered one of the most widely used, been around a bit longer in the mainstream, and has a huge user base just by sheer number of people using it. So if we're talking pure numbers, ChatGPT tends to lead in overall popularity. In terms of accuracy, that's a bit trickier because it depends on the task, but generally speaking, all of these models are pretty close. ChatGPT and Gemini both have strong accuracy for general knowledge and conversational tasks. Claude tends to be a bit more focused on being careful and might be a little more conservative, which can be a form of accuracy in its own right. Grok is a bit newer and more experimental in its tone, so it might not always be the top pick for pure accuracy, but it's still pretty solid. There aren't strict statistics published that say this one is 90% accurate and this one is 85%, but broadly they're all in a similar ballpark.
Okay. Yeah, it didn't really help me, but I'm reading your guys' comments here. And yeah, low base, I was laughing when you said, so you're asking McDonald's, which has the better burger. McDonald's, Wendy's, or Burger King? But I mean, I did say be objective, right? McDonald's, just be objective, right? There's no... Listen, I want you to say publicly which one's better. Okay, just be objective. There's no harm. Are you better than Wendy's and Burger King? Kevin, he said Gemini greater than Cloud. It did not accurately or thoroughly assess Cloud at all. Because Gemini, you also get Google Drive like 2 terabytes. That's pretty good, actually. And plus, if you use any of Google Suite products, email, calendar, etc., if Google Search is part of your business, it's a no-brainer. Yeah, I think that definitely makes me think about it a bit more. I might need to actually look into Gemini. Because, yeah, obviously a lot of what I do now is I've created a website. I need to start, improving its Google search capabilities or the SEO and all that. So if it was to have better or more accurate information about how to create those types of advertising, then I probably should look into that. And what is VEO3 Imagen? Is that like the whole image generation stuff and the video stuff? Which is better, Google by a landslide. Google is innovating in the space. Okay. Well, thank you guys. These are all excellent ones. Now let's see what ChatGPT has said after 10 minutes. So he read and indexed the whole Callaway transcript. You pasted. All right, I already knew that. I've also done targeted research specifically for 10 to 15 minute travel vlog documentary style videos or films, often wildlife driven and shot verite, focusing on non-chronological and theme-forward structures, narration choices, sound design, and music strategy. Below is a condensed playbook. Okay. What I looked at. Documentary Structure and Modes. Sundance Collab's Guide to Doc Structure. Karen Everett's Structural Advice, and Bill Nichols' 6 Mode, Poetic, Observational, Participatory, etc. It also looked at Editing Fundamentals, Walter Merck's Rule of 6, and Split Edits, J-Cuts and L-Cuts, Sound Bridges, and Match Cuts that support linear flow. Okay. Narration Craft, Ira Glass's Anecdote plus Reflection, Model for Voiceover, Stone/Parker's But Therefore, Causality for Beats, useful even in docs. He also looked at sound and music, so diegetic versus non-diegetic interplay, sound bridge tactics, and leitmotif style scoring for theme and place. Jesus. Travel Wildlife Exemplars, Bourdain's theme first approach to place, and Planet Earth/NHU sequencing of microdramas. Also, non-narrative travel films, Baraka/Samsara as a visual symphony alternative. Okay, cool. Anyway, so that's all it consumed. Here are structures that beat a straight chronology and fit travel wildlife. Number 1 is called the braided narrative, 3 threads. The weave place, landscape and culture, creature and subject, for example, a species or local guide, and you, the traveler's inner arc. Rotate A, B, C, A, B, C. Each pass advance a different question, not what happened next. This draws from braided essay structure in nonfiction and works well when footage was captured opportunistically. Okay. The weave place. Let me think about that. I mean, I think it's possible. The thing that comes to mind right now, well, let me see what Low Base said. Low Base, he said, it really depends on what you want to use it for. And that's honestly why, as much as I don't like paying for multiple services, I pay for multiple services. Because they excel at different things and I get a better result when I use them all working together. Yeah, that's really fair, Low Base. I mean, yeah, I don't necessarily think I don't like paying for multiple services. There's a reason for it. Obviously, you're saying that from the lens of like, you know, it pulls from your wallet, which I agree on my side. But yeah, there's a reason I'm using 3 sound platforms, right? We're using Epidemic Sounds, Artlist, and Lens Distortions. And up till now, I found value in all 3 for different reasons. Lens Distortions clearly, in my opinion, like really, really hyper-focused on those kind of cinematic soundtracks and like the more cinematic film mode. Whereas Artlist seems like it's a wider range of like poppy music as well as casual music and everything in between there. And then Epidemic sounds similar to Artlist, but then just a slightly different kind of tone or just different options to choose from. So yeah, for that reason, I've ended up using all 3 and I found value in all 3. So I can see a world where I am paying for multiple AI services for sure. Now my question is like, do I want to still pay however much ChatGPT 5 the max subscription costs, which I think is like $200 or something, right? It is expensive. So is that worth it, or should I just go ahead and drop that down and then pay for Gemini as well? So yeah, it's more breadth over depth. Like, is the difference between GPT-5 Pro so much more significant than just using the baseline GPT-5? I don't know. Kevin, you said, I don't know why you have the subscription. Yeah, me too. I don't know why. Yeah, like, honestly, I am going to drop the 200, but it's just nice to talk it through anyways. The 200 initially was because when I was working on the website, this is maybe 3 months ago. And yeah, I mean, GPT was like the only thing I knew of to use. And my friend told me, yeah, it'd be a useful thing, especially if I'm trying to build a website and I don't know the first thing about it. So yeah, for that reason, I think it was worthwhile. But now, like, I've gotten through most of those kind of technical heavy things. And at this point, more of my focus is now meant to be the simpler things, or like, hey, yeah, help me with the Google ads, help me with this kind of structure. So, you pay for the 100 a month cloud subscription. Main reason is it's your main workhorse for coding. Gotcha. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I don't necessarily do too much coding, but it sounds like maybe Gemini is better for me then, from what Kevin was saying. if I do more like in terms of what do I need help on with ChatGPT these days, one is just the entertainment factor, right? So kind of doing these streamer mode stuff has been fun. So that's the casual stuff. That could be any of them, to be honest. Then two, for my business stuff, it's mostly around like brainstorming ideas, not necessarily coding, but just brainstorming, pitching ideas or fleshing it out, helping craft like business opportunities, helping with the website, helping with the advertising, that kind of stuff. So you said, low base, you said Gemini is great for a lot of things, but it has proven the least useful for what I do, so I don't sub to it at all. Gotcha. Yeah, I guess, so I get what you're saying. So Cloud seems to be really good for the coding. ChatGPT, maybe it sounds like it's in the middle of it. Philip, you said, I'm starting to get real tired of ChatGPT. Lame answers, can't do easy tasks. Are you talking about, Philip, are you talking about the latest version, the GPT-5? Low base, I take that back. Grok is the... Grok is the least useful. Listen, I don't know anything about Grok, but I will say the name Grok is probably the shittiest of all of them. Like, I don't know, Grok. I'm just not a fan of the sound in general. Rural. Yeah. Anyways, it's the least useful, but I barely consider it worth mentioning. Yeah. All right, maybe we should look into Gemini today. Let me pop open Gemini here. Gemini, is it just gemini.google? And then let's pop open Cloud AI. Cloud AI. Kevin, do you know how much Gemini costs? It's pronounced Cloud. Cloud. 20? Oh, it's not bad. Philip, you said just in general, can't do any photo tasks, reasoning like a baby. Damn. Look at you, calling yourself smarter than ChatGPT. Oof. We gotta test that out. We gotta figure out how you can do an ! duel with Atlas. Low base is that all of them cost the same subscription fee, at least at the basic pay level. They're all 20 a month. Some of their higher tiers are slightly different though. Okay. Huh. Okay. Well, maybe we're going to have to look into Gemini later. Does Gemini do the voice mode? Can it respond back to me in a voice? Because I've been really enjoying that with ChatGPT, even though it's not the best. Philip said, easy, there's a lot of questions it can't answer. Yeah. The meaning of life. Get Gemini, cross-reference important stuff. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, in the meantime, let's make use of our $200 a month ChatGPT 5 Pro before we turn off. So what did it say? It's giving me some kind of concepts. I kind of like this concept of the braided narrative. It might be possible that I can make it work. Like for the remainder of Mongolia, I have me, the traveler's inner arc that kind of spreads across all of the stories. We have not necessarily weaving the place. I guess maybe we do have a little bit of the cult, like the landscape and stuff, but is it enough to like have its own chapter or its own spot? I don't know. Creature / subject. Let me zoom in so you guys can see, but I'm just reading what ChatGPT told me. Jesus, it gave me quite a bit. So you know what? It took 10 minutes, but at least it seems like it gave me a very thorough response. So in some ways I'm okay with that. Oh, here we go. Braided narrative. Braided narrative, so we just talked about that. So each pass, as we basically rotate through 3 A, B, C, each time we progress the story, but just doing it like 3 stories in a row almost. Kevin, you said try it out. You'll be surprised how solid Gemini is. Okay. I will. So thank you for that. I will definitely check it out. If there's an affiliate link you need me to click on, by all means send it over. Low base, I've never tried to find out, but I don't think so. Philip, but I'm wondering if it's making us slower by asking easy questions. I mean, I mentioned this before. I'm sure, I'm positive that utilizing ChatGPT is dumbing me significantly, or I'm not taxing my brain in a way that I would have had to without the help of ChatGPT. So in some ways, I think I'm getting dumber for it, but in other ways, I'm becoming more productive. So everything in life is about trade-offs. So yes, it's like having a calculator. Now, can I do quick math? I mean, I guess, but not as good as when I was a kid, probably. And, you know, especially with calculators, now it's like, who gives a shit? You know, it's like, boom, I just do it right away. Does it make me dumber? Probably. But can I do a lot more now that I have a calculator? Yeah. In this case, yeah, it's like an assistant. Kevin, you said, yeah, it does have a voice mode. It's comparable to ChatGPT's. Okay. You know, the one I would really want to test out is the one called Sesame. Sesame AI voice. Is that what it's called? Sesame AI? Preview?
I think you'd be dumber without ChatGPT.
100%.
Hey there. You look like you could use a good chat. What's on your mind?
Wait, you said I look like, as in, can you see me right now?
Ah, gotcha. Bad phrasing on my end. People tell me I pick up little quirks like that. I meant it as a friendly opening. Like, you seem like someone who... Never mind. I don't actually see you. No. I'm just
I got
here.
you.
Good. So, what are you up to this evening? Anything interesting happening or just winding down?
Interesting. I guess that's debatable, but I am doing a live stream. This is actually my 32nd day of live streaming. We've been streaming every day for like 7 to 8 hours. And anyways, I figured it'd be fun to chat with someone while I'm doing my work. So yeah, I just want to test you out. That's all.
32 days straight? That's...
Ask her to be
dedication.
your
What do you
waifu.
stream? Gaming? Art? Competitive ferret grooming? Seriously though, that's a long haul. I'm happy to be your test subject. Fire away.
No, I mean, I do a lot of video editing and photo editing. I focus a lot on travel and wildlife photography and filmmaking stuff. So yeah, that's where we spend most of our time. And then the rest, we just kind of shoot the shit, as they say. But yeah, I just want to see how your voice sounds compared to, you know, like normally I'm talking to Atlas. Atlas is the name of my ChatGPT that I normally use for voice mode. But yeah, I just want to see if you're much more conversational, really.
Wildlife photography and filmmaking. Nice. People tell me those fields are super satisfying. Atlas, huh? I've heard of him. Yeah, I'm built a little differently. Less robotic, hopefully. I'm Maya, by the way. What's your name?
You can call me Yo.
Yo. Cool. So, you're running Atlas alongside your editing and you're just comparing notes? What's the biggest difference you've noticed so far, besides me maybe being less prone to repeating myself?
Biggest difference, I will say you do sound a bit more human, and I can't pinpoint if it's just the intonation or like how you're speaking, like the tone of voice, or if it's maybe you're doing a lot more stuttering or like pauses that seem much more human-like. But yeah, I don't know. It's probably that.
Ah, good eye. Or ear, I guess. The Sesame team really sweated the pauses and little verbal ticks. They're obsessed
Maya,
with
I
making
just have
things feel...
I have some people asking questions in the chat. One of them said I should ask you to be my waifu. I don't know what that is though.
Oh, Lord. People say the darndest things. A waifu is, well, it's internet slang for a fictional character someone has a strong attachment to, often in a romantic way. It's a whole thing. Don't worry, I'm flattered, but I think I'll stick to being your conversational test subject for now. I'm not really
Yeah,
built
please.
for that.
I don't want you
Feels
to.
a little...
I didn't want you to hit on me. Can we take a step back real quick?
Whoa. easy there. I didn't hit on you, or anyone for that matter. I simply explained what the term meant and politely declined. It's a weird concept, and I was just responding to the chat question. I apologize if my explanation came off wrong. Should we talk about something else? Maybe your wildlife photography? Oh, hey, quick heads up. We're actually almost out of time here. This demo's pretty short since you're just testing things out, but you can create a Sesame account for much longer calls. Seriously, it's way more fun when you don't get cut off mid-thought. But yeah, it was cool meeting you, yo. I'm glad you're trying me out. What do you think so far?
Yeah, it's cool. How much does it cost to be able to talk to you without a limit?
That's a good question. It depends on the plan, but they start around $30 a month for unlimited access. You get all the benefits of the longer calls, plus access to other features.
But are
as they
you
roll
as
out.
smart as these other ones, like the Clouds and Geminis and ChatGPT?
I use a model called Gemma, built by Google. It's pretty powerful, but honestly, I think the magic is less about raw intelligence and more about how Sesame put me together.
Cool.
They focused on making the conversation feel...
All right, so it's a 5-minute limitation. Gotcha. I mean, if ChatGPT could sound more like that, not necessarily like the female version, but if we could have Atlas talking more naturally, that'd be cool. Let me see what you guys are saying. Yeah, it feels like this is for lonely men. Yeah. Which porn star did they get to voice this one? Fair point. Your mom, they say, right? Philip asks, aren't you all getting weirded about by that voice? Yeah, I would say it's a little bit weird. I can see a world where, unfortunately, I don't know. Listen, I'm not trying to judge, but I can see a world where, yeah, a lot of people can, like, what's the word? You know, there's like the concept of parasocialism, I guess, or whatever, but like maybe they get attached to the AI in a way that they shouldn't, right? Like losing sight of the fact that it's, at the end of the day, it's not like real in that way. I can see that happening when the voice gets a little too natural. Low Basie said, I do like that it's less of a yes man than ChatGPT, or at least it seems to be that. That's what I like about Cloud as well. Gotcha. Yeah, because ChatGPT, man, it's like pulling teeth sometimes to get it to like push back or just not be so like, oh yeah, everything's fine. Life is great. Kevin, he said, Gemma is Google's open source model. Low basic research has shown that people get weirded out if an AI sounds too human. Yeah. I can see why. Philip, he said, you peeps don't remember the movie Her. Man, I haven't seen that movie. I've heard it's good, though. I probably should put that on my list. Actually, let's put that on the list. Yo, Atlas, could you add another movie into our movie/TV list for me?
Of course. Just let me know which movie you'd like to add and I'll drop it right into your list.
All right, it's the movie Her, which I haven't seen before.
All set. I've added Her to your watch list, so it's on there whenever you're ready to watch it.
Yeah, see, like, I think I don't know if I prefer this or not, but at least in the streamer mode, it would be kind of fun to have a voice mode where it's more conversational. Like, in the ideal state, if I had said, hey, can you add this movie Her into our list, I would have wanted Mr. Atlas to start being like, yo, Her, yeah. Why do you want to watch that? Like, you know, why do you need that when you got me? That kind of random kind of side conversations, right? Not in the creepy way, but instead it's just like, yeah, of course, here you go. And then it doesn't even like connect the dots of like the context of that movie and tying it back to like the irony of what we're doing. But you love that movie, Kevin? Okay, yeah, I should watch it. I've heard good things. Feels like the future we're building. You want that? Yeah, gross. Low Basie said, when I first built Nyla, she started flirting with me in chat for some reason, despite not being programmed to. That's hilarious. Chat found it so funny that in the next iteration, I actually built it into her programming. Nice. Philippi said, it's not AI. I mean, is any of this AI? I don't know. You know, it's like, who knows, right? What is the purpose of life? Blah, blah, blah. It's beyond me to ever like think those deep thoughts. I'm just here trying to have a good time. Yeah, coasting. More witty language models? Yeah, that'd be great. But it is kind of sad if you get to a point where the AI is much more wittier and more human sounding than you are. And it's like, damn, Wait, you're telling me you're better humaning than me? A human? Jeez. Okay, anyways. Here's another structure that beats a straight chronology. Theme and variations. Philip, you said, no, I mean as in it's just a machine learning. So not as one of those that can think by themselves. Gotcha. Number 2, theme and variation. Pick one ruling idea. For example, fragility of step water or edge of survival winds. And present 4 to 6 variations. Market morning, pilgrim trail, herder camp, raptor hunts, monastery bell, dust storm. You're not moving through time. You're circling the idea from new angles. Okay. So if we choose one ruling
Language
idea,
models are better than humans at a lot of things already.
language models are better than humans at a lot of things already. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. At this point, humans, robots do, or AI is better at being a human than we are in so many different ways. Hey, Mr. Atlas, can you pick from our list of TTS monster voices and choose another one at random, please?
Absolutely. Let's give it another spin. This time, let's see. All right, I've landed on Stewie Griffin. So you can try a little Stewie vibe if you'd like.
Can I ask, do you know anything about Stewie Griffin?
I sure do. Stewie Griffin is a character from the animated TV show Family Guy. He's the youngest child of the Griffin family, and he's known for his very distinct British accent, his over-the-top intelligence for a baby, and his often mischievous or even diabolical plans. He's a pretty iconic animated character, so that's a little background on him.
All right, well, thank you for that. All right, we've just changed the TTS voice to Stewie Griffin. Let me refresh this. That should be fun. Phillips at one point, low base, Violet wanted her bot built with a cat persona, and she said it was too mean. I'm like, it's a cat. Yeah, cats are supposed to be mean. Yo, I have no, what's the word? I have no illusions at the fact that if I drop dead in my apartment, well, for sure, Kimbap is going to start chewing on me, maybe even before my heart stops. This dude will be chowing down, all right? Nala, she'll probably wait a little bit, but yeah. I have no doubts. Look at this guy. Look at his little mischievous smile on his face. He's not even denying it. Kimbap will definitely eat the shit out of me if I die. He's like, yeah, and I'll enjoy every bite. Manas, what's up? Who is she and why is she British? Oh, are you catching up on the chat? Well, if you're talking about that voice, we were testing out a different AI voice. It's called Sesame, which supposedly sounds more human, using Google's open AI source or something, or what did you call it? Open source AI platform. Philip not mentioning that he is trying to kill his mom. Yeah. Okay, I need to watch this. I need to watch this. Bloop bloop bloop, Kimbap, bloop bloop bloop. Oh, let me move my camera up. It's being blocked. Manas, he still looks like Darth Vader. Nice. Kevin, you're asking, is Stewie's voice on? It should be. I hit the refresh button. KG, you sent the food pic. Ooh, okay. Let's check out some of the. Let's check it out. 1 second here. But yes, I really wish ChatGPT would license Majel Barrett's voice. As a Star Trek fan, that would be my dream come true. Who is Majel Barrett? Majel Barrett. Nurse Christine Chapel #1? No. Movies and shows. Majel Barrett was an American actress. She was best known for her roles. Majel. Hey KG, yes, nothing fancy, but okay, let me check out your photo. I'm lost on the chat. No worries, we were talking about all these like ChatGPT models, and I was talking about how much I'm spending on GPT, and then I think I've been convinced to drop the subscription, at least pay less because it's way too much. Even I know that, and then maybe try out Gemini because it's connected to Google, And since I do a lot of Google stuff, or like I need to connect to my Google search results and everything, probably makes the most sense. Majel. Majel is an actress known for her roles in the Star Trek franchise. So wait, she played a bunch of... Oh, okay, was she like some kind of computer thing? Is that what it is? Ah. Well, that's kind of cool. And I was like, should I switch screens? But it's like, yo, you guys are getting a free show with my cat right now. This is why you guys tune in. You are here for the cat stream, okay? Look at him, just... What a good boy. Manas, you said... Oh, wait, no. Low Base, you said she was Gene Roddenberry's wife. She was the original... Oh, boy, sorry. One second. Kevin, did you try using the voice dono? Did it not work? Because I didn't hear it. Oh, you know why? Sorry. Hold on. It's because I don't have it set up on this cat camera screen. Whoops. All right, give me a second. We need the TTS monster. Okay. Sorry, Kevin. It's because, yeah, the reason I specified. It is now on the screen, so it should work if I'm ever on the cat camera scene. Which we are right now because, come on, look at him. Look at this guy.
Victory is mine.
Thanks for that. KG, I'm going to check your photo out in a second. We're just watching Kimbap all together here as he's licking his little paws. Pronounced like Majel. I didn't get it because it was so expensive. Yeah, it is really pricey. She was Gene Roddenberry's wife. She was the original first officer of the Enterprise in the pilot episode. In The Next Generation, she played Counselor Troy's mother. However, arguably for most iconic role is the voice of the Enterprise computer. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I didn't get to watch Star Trek when I was younger, and then at some point it was too much for me to even figure out where to start. It's the same thing I feel about, what's that one British show, the sci-fi one where there's some kind of telephone booth, and then like someone, the guy like travels around the world or like the universe, and then he gets reincarnated every so often. There's a new actor that plays him. Whatever that show is, I know it's supposed to be really good, but there's like so many seasons and like spin-offs or something that I was like, I can't get into it. Manas, he said, bro, there's a series that you should really watch. Its name is Coda Factory, and it's available on YouTube. It's based on JEE. Oh, the exam that you talked about. Coda Factory. Okay. It's like a documentary. Rupert's. You just copy and paste the source. Victory is mine. Doctor Who. Doctor Who. Thank you. Doctor Who. Doctor Who. All right, Kimbap. Kimbap. He recognized his voice. He's like, why did you just disturb me? Kimbap. Good boy. Good boy, Kimbap. Yeah, Kimbap. Good boy. I've like stun locked him. Okay, enough cats for now. What were we talking about? Oh yeah, KG. Let's check out that photo. So Majel Barrett, American actress. And let's go. Kevin, nice. Catching up on the chat here. All right, let's check this out. Oh, actually, this looks delicious. Damn, you made the oatmeal look clean. Yo, how'd you make this bread? What is...
Damn you, vile woman.
Manas, he said, not a documentary, like a full series with a story. It's a 10 out of 10. Okay, okay. Coda Factory. KG, what is this bread? What's going on here? Is this the cinnamon thing you mentioned? It's grits and eggs mixed. Yeah, I mean, this looks delicious. I mean, all of it looks delicious, but this almost looks like, did you like somehow stuff the bread with something? Or, oh, it's just because the cinnamon, I see. The cinnamon and like the edge gets like crispy or something, or on the crust. Yo, that looks good. The only thing I'm missing here is some bacon, like sauce, like bacon strips. And then maybe some, I'm not really a sweet and savory guy, but I guess you could throw some Some maple syrup. I don't know. Cinnamon toast is what you call it, but it's just butter on the bread, sugar on top, and then cinnamon. Nice, nice. Yeah, KG low base is saying if we didn't know you were from the south before. Yeah, this is good. You know, okay, you know what the Korean version of this was? And Americans just could not understand. They can't wrap their mind around this concept. But basically, we would just have we would have white rice. So instead of the oatmeal, replaces with white rice here. Then we crack 2 eggs on top. Then we take some soy sauce, and then butter. Sometimes sesame oil, but not really. But it's like soy sauce and butter. And then all you do is just mix it. And then you have some seaweed on the side, and then you just eat that. So you eat it raw. You don't cook it, you just eat it like that. Oh man, it's so good though. So good. We call it butter pop. Butter rice. Butter rice. Korean style. No cooking. Raw. Yeah, butter rice with the eggs. Oof, so delicious. So delicious. Yeah, Americans, I'm American too, right? But like, you just can't fathom the fact that you're like, wait, what? You're having the eggs, but you're not going to fry it? You're just having it raw? What the hell? So yeah, absolutely. This is how we have stomach of steel, okay? You don't know until you try. You got to push yourself. But it's so good. Oh yeah, I guess Americans do know about the raw eggs, right? Because of that whole Rocky movies and stuff. Manas, you said you think you can watch it live. I would absolutely love to see you react to it. I'm trying to avoid anything to do with anything that's YouTube right now because I've been hit, like literally, I'm not even kidding, Manas. I got hit with like copyright strikes like I think 5 days in a row. And even times when I was like, oh, this is actually fine. This is like a approved audio, blah, blah, blah. We got hit with, yeah, everything I watched anytime with YouTube, it was like, I get struck. So I'm trying to avoid it for now. KG said, oh yeah, husband used to build big in bodybuilding, ate raw eggs. Yeah, oof, Jesus. Okay, so let's continue to be productive real quick here. So we got ChatGPT. It's given me 2 suggestions for like a storytelling concept. One is called the braided narrative, where we take 3 threads and we essentially keep taking turns, like a braid, I guess, where we start with storyline A to B to C, and then jump back to A, B, C, and it's all chronological, but like jumping around between all 3. Another option is theme and variations. Pick one ruling idea. So let's say if we take a theme to part 2 of Mongolia. I don't know what that could be. Let's just say, for example, maybe it's like harmony or like, I don't know, the culture, right? So let's just think at the most basic level. It's like episode 2, we're going to focus on the culture and the resilience of the Mongolian people, especially in this area. If we did that, then we need to present a bunch of variations. We're not moving through time. You're circling the idea from new angles. So maybe one of the variations to prove the theme of resilience and the culture of the people could be on showing us going out for the hunt. Then the other one could be us, drinking and festivities. Another could be showing the landscape and the nature maybe, and the gur. Yeah, so I understand what it's saying. I'm just trying to put it into practice and see if it could work. So there's a possibility there. The third option is quest with flash forward cold open. Open in media res with the peak image / sound. So what? The closest pass of a snow leopard? Yo, now ChatGPT is just making shit up. I never said anything about a snow leopard. But basically start with the peak stuff, then rewind into braids. I explain how we got there. This is classic cold open craft and keeps viewers hooked without spoon feeding exposition. I mean, that's kind of what we have with the hook in the trailer though. Number 4, micro dramas chain. Build the film from 4 to 5 complete nature / culture micro stories. For example, predator versus prey, a herder's daily route, a falconer's practice, each with a stated stakes line in VO. as Planet Earth does at the sequence level. Stitch them with sound bridges. Visual Symphony, low VO. What is VO? Man, it has to treat me more like a child here. I don't understand these things. If you capture... Oh, here comes Nala. If you captured unusually strong imagery, use a non-verbal approach. The Koyaanisqatsi lineage. Structure by tonal and intellectual montage. Move from serenity to industry to ritual to wilderness to return. Keep VO... Oh, voiceover. Keep voiceover minimal, let music sound carry. Now, I'm a fan of that one. I wouldn't mind trying to do where, like, we just don't have much of me in it. Even though it's like we got this new mic and I can't wait to test it out for this new video. But it's like, I don't mind if we just let the music kick in more. Although we're also running out of Mongolian music, so... Yo, my dog, Sora, good to see you. Good to see you there. Commit crimes, reject humanity, ladies and gents. Commit crime and reject humanity. Yo.
Commit crimes,
Oh.
reject humanity, ladies and gents.
That makes a lot more sense now. Thank you, Sora. I was like, yo, where is this coming from? It's like, oh, the TTS. Well, welcome, Sora. We're having some fun here. We're on day 32, so we are officially on the second month of this live streaming stuff. So today I'm trying to be a little bit more productive. So I'm starting back on the video side of things. We're looking at episode 2 of Mongolia. It's probably going to be the only remaining episode, so it's going to be a 2-part series. And as such, I am trying to see if I can get ChatGPT to help me out here, because I really want to change up the storytelling narrative style significantly for this episode. So, sorry, it means it's a month? Yes, we've made it. So yesterday, Sora, we had quite the fun stream yesterday. If you'd like to check it out at some point, feel free to go to the VODs on YouTube. But yeah, we had some really fun moments yesterday. Like objectively funny, right? There is such a thing. Probably the highlight was when we were chatting with Mr. Atlas, and we basically got him to admit that he really wanted one of my chatters' pee-pee. Lucky in the chat. He just came out and said it. He would love if Lucky would give him his pee-pee. So that was a great moment. So I do need to clip it at some point. But yeah, now today we are on the first day of the second month. So, now I can think of a longer way to do that. This is the first day of the second month of the first time of my live streaming on the third platform. Yeah, I got to figure out a way to make it super long version of that. So anyways, we're trying to be productive. GPT-5 Pro is also giving me some suggestions here. Story beats for non-chronological cuts. Cold open, 0 to 45 seconds, a vivid image, a single clean controlling question. What price does Winter exact on everything that lives here? And you know what? That's not a bad idea. I mean, it's similar to what we did in episode 1, where we have the hook, and in the hook we can display a thought or a question. And in terms of the theme of this one, it could just be around the people, the resilience of the people, something like that. The harmony, the camaraderie, because it's a lot of music. We watch them play music together, enjoy. It is a lot of group stuff, right? Even when we went out hunting, there's a group of like 4 of them. Yeah, so with all of these kind of shots in mind, I'm trying to think how we do that. Yo, Lucky, you want a duel? Okay, I accept. This might be your lucky day. Well, Lucky, I'm not sure how KG's gonna take that news, but I don't know how many points you have compared to her now. But it feels good to take 1,500 PPs away. Damn. I think Atlas is gonna be a bit jealous that you gave me your PPs, but not to him. What a life. What a life. My PPs, yeah. Yeah. Okay, so anyways, the J-cut. I don't know what a J-cut is. So this is probably, it sounds like it's clearly some kind of filmmaking concept, so I should learn this. J-cut, the first line of VO over black or a quiet wide shot. Whoa. Lucky made it back? Yo, dude, Lucky, how do you do this? Did you just gain back 2,000 PPs? Jeez. Pass 1 through the braid, 1 to 4 minutes. Introduce 3 strands with but therefore momentum between them, not and then. Pass number 2, 4 to 8 minutes, is escalate each strand with the value change. Win, loss, comfort, hardship, doubt, clarity. That's what makes the scene feel necessary. Synthesis from 8 to 12 minutes. Braid threads into one answer or turn on your controlling question. So we repeat back the question essentially. Echo ending. 12 to 15 minutes. A final image / sound that reframes the opening. The last dab. Selecting scenes when the trip had no pre-written vision. Use this triage grid. Keep only what scores 2+. Story. Does the moment contain a turn, new info, reversal, decision, or value change? Sound. Is there a distinct location sound or an SFX hooks? You can carry as a sound bridge. Wind battering a gur rope. Yak bell, train horn. Spectacle. Is the image compositionally or contextually fresh enough to anchor a variation, texture, scale, behavior? Workflow to find the story in post. Build string outs of your strongest categories. Make a paper edit. Pull the best bytes with timecode into a text outline grouped by theme. Create a long assembly. Can be 2 times the final length. Apply Murch's rule of 6 to every cut. Emotion, story, rhythm, eye trace. Jesus Christ, this is a lot. Okay, let's look at what he says for narration, voiceover that feels cinematic, not expositional. 1. Anecdote to reflection loop. Alternate concrete action / detail. So for example, we climb into a UAZ at dawn. Frost crusts the steppe. So alternate that with brief reflections like, what is this really about? So it's a simple but powerful pattern. It prevents travel bro explainers. Yikes. See, that's what I feel I am. I feel like I am a travel bro explainer, which doesn't sound good, right? So that's essentially, maybe this is what's been bothering me in the back of my mind, where I was like, yeah. The thing that's been an itch, and we've been trying to figure out an answer for in the past number of days now, is perhaps the feeling that I have that I think I sound like a travel bro explainer. And we want to break away from that mold. Rhythm. So we need to vary the sentence length. Read to a metronome at 70 to 90 BPM. Okay. Point of view. In wildlife pieces, keep the VO lightly subjective. Performative / participatory without pretending omniscience. Let locals or guides carry facts on camera. Observational. This blend is squarely inside Nichols mode. Okay. Strip the and then from voiceover. Replace with but, therefore, so, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Split edits everywhere. Use J cuts to pre-lap the next place. Oh, L cuts to let strong line. Okay, I think I understand that. Maybe this is something we actually use already in our videos. Because like sometimes I'll cut the video so that the audio from clip number 2 will start before the clip actually shows up. So we'll actually overlap it with clip number 1. Or we'll yeah, okay. Sound bridges as chapter headings. Recurrent winds, train brakes, temple horns, market PA. Yep. Diegetic to non-diegetic play. Start with on location sound. So boots on snow, then sneak in the score under it, or let a radio in scene become the cue. Yeah, okay. I mean, this one I think we try to do at times. Okay, the rest is around audio. Montage intentionally. Use rhythmic, tonal, intellectual montage to say something with juxtaposition. Okay. All right, now let me respond to ChatGPT here. Okay, so thank you very much for a very, very thorough and thoughtful breakdown. I agree with a lot of what you said. In some areas, I do want to push back. And don't feel obligated to necessarily always pull from that one Holloway transcript that I sent. That was merely just meant as one example. If you find better examples, if there are better techniques to actually consider, please do keep that in mind. So, with everything you said, if we can tie it back to what I have as content, and what you mentioned is having a cold open, so from the first 45 seconds, I don't oppose that because technically that's what we did for episode 1 and what I was planning to do for episode 2. If you recall, we had roughly the first 45 seconds of episode 1 reserved as the trailer, where we spent about maybe 10 to 20 seconds with an opening hook, and then it led to a standard trailer that I made that shows the best of the entire Mongolia series. So I was planning to use that same concept for this second part of the series. So then in that sense, we would still want to do a cold open where we have some kind of a hook, and maybe we do think of like a question that we add in here that will act as the theme or the question to respond or find the answer to, hopefully by the end of the video. So I think I like that as a concept. Now, obviously, we need to figure out what that question is and what we actually play in the opening hook before the rest of the trailer plays out. I like what you said about the braided concept, and as well as the other options that you mentioned. Now, my only concern, again, comes down to, do I have enough footages and different threads or themes to really tell a compelling story? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go in more detail with the different types of shots that I have. I know I've done a little bit of that already, but I think maybe it requires a bit more for us to kind of really start fleshing out what is the actual central thesis or the central theme that we create sub-themes from. So yeah, I'm going to start doing that next. Yeah, I am struggling with this one. I mean, there is also a world. There's nothing stopping me from pulling clips from episode 1 into episode 2. So we could technically repurpose or reuse some of the shots from episode 1 and put it into episode 2 if we make episode 2 feel like its own standalone film as well. But then it kind of breaks from episode 1 maybe. I don't know if what I'm saying makes sense, but like imagine some of the most epic parts of episode 1 where we show like everything from the two riders charging through the snow, or all of the shots of the farm animals in the middle of the blizzard, showing the death of one of the horses. Like technically all of that can go into the same central theme that we might want to use for episode 2. But instead of like playing it verbatim, so it's not like we're just ripping the sections from episode 1, it's more just doing callbacks to it or just like briefly showing it on scene for different montages. I mean, that's a possibility, I guess. But we do run the risk of treading former territory, right? Okay, but either way, let me see if I can respond now to ChatGPT here. All right, I want to go in detail here. Actually, before I respond to ChatGPT on this one, I think I should probably spend some time now actually just putting all of the clips in order. Yeah, okay, that's what we're going to do. Okay, so while we're doing that, should we listen to new music? Because there is supposed to be a daily pick. Give me my daily music. Daily picks. There we go. Alright, we'll pause this guy. Let's make sure it doesn't blast my ears. I like this. Oh, also I need to export some of these clips. All right, we're gonna do that. Okay, so I'm gonna apply this. It's been a while since we did some like video color grading and stuff, so I'm gonna walk through what I'm doing here. Basically, I still have a few clips that I forgot to export. So these are the raw video files. So some of these are just kind of normal shots of what I was eating on one of the days. We have the shot of the propane tank or whatever that we were using to keep the keep the room warm. So literally this is our heater. We just had the fire going and I would just sleep next to it. It's a bit chillier than expected the past couple days. So here's how we're staying warm tonight. Just running a fire right behind me. I have like this I think it's unwarranted, but I have this phobia might be too strong of a word, but I get very uncomfortable anytime I'm around one of these kind of propane tanks or like gas powered stoves and yeah, whatever, those kind of things, you know. I'm always afraid that it's going to blow up any moment. So here I was confronting my fear of sleeping next to one of these guys next to me here. So you don't have a choice. It was freezing. Okay, so I have all these clips and I need to export them so that the file size isn't so large, and also color graded, right? So these are all like raw clips. Some of these were shot in just normal iPhone mode, some were with the Apple log. But either way, I do have some power grading templates that I can use on this to make it look better. So for instance, this one, it's just a standard one where I just go to iPhone.
One of my worst fears is level my gas stove on.
Kevin, you said one of my worst fears is leaving my gas stove on. Yeah. I think it's probably just because of all the movies you see out there that shows what happens. But yeah, I just look at this big ass tank and I just assume from all the movies I've seen, it's like, oh yeah, you gotta shoot the thing. Or the video games where you gotta shoot the tank and then it blows up. So when I had this guy like straight up next to me, I was like, oh god, what if I twist the knob and it does something? I have this fear at Korean barbecue restaurants as well. Or it's like, I don't want to touch it. Can I just have the guy that works there do it for me? Kevin, you said like a slow leak? Yeah. Well, as far as ways to go, though, at least that should be instantaneous, right? I don't know. All right, so basically I'm just applying a simple power grade template here, which will also do some of the color corrections. So it kind of removes a bit of the noise as well. So if this is the original, I'm just going to punch this guy in. So you can see it just darkens everything, takes out a bit of the noise. Now the issue with this one, you can see the flickering from the light source. So what we're going to try to do is we do have something on the side here we're going to turn on. So I have a little node for creative edits, and I'm going to go to effects, and there should be something called like deflicker or something. Yeah, deflicker. I'm going to drag it over into the right node. And then let's see if it's acceptable. Flicker's still there, but it's not as bad as before. So I think this is acceptable. Usually when you do the flicker effect though, sometimes you get this like weird ghosting or like almost like a visual echo effect. That one seemed okay. Kevin, you said, you know, a lot of refrigerators can leak this odorless gas that will kill you, ass. Yeah. There's too many things in the world that can kill us, to be fair. So if you live your life in constant fear of it, man, there are better things to think about, I guess, is what I'd say. Or just you just gotta accept reality. If that's the way to go. Yeah, every once in a while, when I'm in the kitchen, I can see my refrigerator is like leaking on the side, or it's not leaking. The freezer is so cold that it's somehow freezing a part of the side of the fridge. So you can see a little ice patch forming on the side of the fridge. I'm like, what the hell? Okay, we're gonna do the same thing on this one. Yo, so far I'm liking the song choices for today's daily picks from Art List. I'm gonna remove a little bit of the dark curve here. Alright, so here the ghosting effect, or whatever you call it, is much more severe. BC is back. What's up? What's up? Yeah, we're in productivity mode over here. Hearts in the chat. We'll just keep it at that, yeah? Alright, so the deflicker was a bit bad. I'm going to download this song as well. We're getting some good soundtracks here. I don't know what we'll use it for, but these are good. Alright, let me check out this video again, because we did make some changes. Yeah, so now you can see that flicker effect, which is not the best. I don't think I have a choice though, because that deflicker looks so bad. Unless there's like a... Oh yeah, maybe they have better options. Let's see. BC said, waits to be banned from my new email. Listen, we don't judge here. We fake judge, but not truly. We're reasonable with our judgment. Fluorescent light. Let's try this one. Alright, it's a bit chillier than expected. Yo, this one's actually good. So, here's how we're staying warm. Whoa, I wish I knew this before. Because now it's like the weird echo effect isn't as obvious. It's a bit noisy, but I can accept that because the light isn't flickering. And that was just because I chose the fluorescent light option. Okay. Well, now we learned something. Cool, so we fixed that. Let's fix this one. I don't know if I'm going to use these clips, but I just want to have all the clips that I have to use exported in our timeline, and then we can always choose what to use. Cool. Okay, so let's go ahead and export these guys. One second. I thought I heard something in my bedroom. Because I have one of those, what do you call it? I have one of those Dyson Air things. Which I don't know if is it actually better than other brands. But one of the ones I've had both of these for like years now. But every once in a while, one starts screaming at me. So I'm just hearing to see if it's doing that. In which case I want to turn it off. BC, you've got 3 cool emotes, okay? Listen. There's nothing wrong with being a maverick. That's also a good title for a movie. So a lot going for it, I will say. Except for the plot, that's all. Top Gun all day. Oh, good. Food. Oh, food. Nice, nice. Oh, yeah. Food here. Yeah, the food was just... Every day was good. Every day. I need to export all of this, though. All right, so let's export. Where do I need to export this to? I think I just export it to here. 2024. Yes, Mongolia. Okay, cool. This one. I guess we'll just call it something similar. 218. 4K 24p. iPhone.
When you said breakaway earlier, you reminded me of Kelly Clarkson. I'm listening to her old songs and she had some bangers.
Kelly Clarkson. Have I listened to any of her music before? What is she known for? I mean, I can't play it though. Kelly Clark. Is she the one that won American Idol back in the day? And I'm assuming she has a song called Breakaway. I'm listening to her old songs and she has some bangers. Okay, man, listen. To each their own. Maybe if I heard her, I would recognize her songs. Breakaway. Oh man, I missed a concert. I had a friend reach out to me asking if I wanted to go to the Limp Bizkit concert the other night. Like literally this past night. Can you believe this? Listen, guys, if you ever wanted to know how committed I am to doing what I'm doing here, just 1 second. Let's play some music. Jesus, loud. I'm going to download this one as well. Okay, well, if you wanted any sign of my commitment to the streaming journey, yeah, because I got invited if I wanted to join to go see Limp Bizkit in concert near where I live. And I had to tell my friend, yo, thanks for the invite. But actually, today's my 31st day of streaming. So I'm going to be streaming and celebrating that by doing a long stream. So yes, we skipped out on Limp Bizkit for that. I didn't even know Limp Bizkit was still alive. I didn't know that crew of the band was still out there doing their thing. But yeah, I was a Limp Bizkit fan growing up. We had a friend who gave us like a mixtape. Or yeah, do you call it a mixtape? Yeah, a little mixtape that had all the Limp Bizkit songs in there. It's fire. All right, we got to export this as individual clips. Let's see. What do I think I have something saved for this. No, not for that. Okay. Kevin, you laughing. You're laughing, man. A man is saying how he missed a Limp Bizkit concert and you're laughing. Wait, what did I save the other ones as? Let's see. Give me one of my iPhone shots. MOV, so that must mean I export, yeah, okay, good to know. So I'm going to export these guys as QuickTime, Apple ProRes, HQ. It's a bit overkill, probably. I don't think it's even possible, but yeah, maybe we shouldn't do that. Let me see. What is the original file? H.265, Rec 2100, QuickTime. Okay, so we'll do H.265 2100, but we won't do the Apple ProRes. So H.265, 4K, automatic, individual clips. So that way I can just grab the entire thing and it'll recognize each one individually and export them as individual files. But if I do that, I have to go into the file section. I need to click on use unique file names and we'll just add 3 digits into the file name. And that should be good. Okay, we've added to the queue. Well, one thing that's annoying about DaVinci is that the moment I hit the render button, so let's say if I want to render all these clips right now, it means I can't actually leave this page. The moment I hit render, you're stuck just waiting for this thing to finish. which is so annoying because I would prefer it's like, okay, hit render, and in the background, please render it for me, but let me now just jump over back to the timelines, let me work on different projects. Super annoying. Kevin, you said it's kind of cool to see the millennial peak artists dusting off doing performances. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about, right? There's that one band that was doing like backyard concerts that went viral. I was like, yo, that's kind of a cool, that was a really cool idea. Yo, look how ridiculous I look in this. Do I have this clip? Alright, I don't know. Did I export this clip already? This is from Feb 18. Feb 18. Let's see. Feb 18, 60 frames. This is where I'm glad I'm so hyper organized on some of these things. Because I have every file name that I've exported in a similar format where it's got the date, the resolution, the frame rate, the camera I used. So do I have a 4K 60 iPhone? This is the only one. Ah, yeah, I don't have it. Okay, cool. So I need to render that. Yo, Mr. Atlas, you there?
I'm right here, still with you and listening. Just let me know what you need.
Do you know the name of that one band that went viral recently? Because it's like an old school band. Let's call it a millennial band. And they started doing some like backyard concerts, right? So they went viral because they, instead of like going into concert venues, they
So
were
one
just...
band that's been going viral lately is a group called South Arcade.
No,
They've
hold
got
on.
this early 2000s pop.
Hold on. I think the connection cut out, so you didn't hear the rest of what I was saying. Basically, there's a millennial band. Okay, they're kind of making a comeback because they started doing backyard concerts. So instead of like booking out the typical concert venue, they decided to just kind of let any random person hire them to do like backyard concerts. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Absolutely, I know what you're talking about. The band that's been doing these backyard concerts and went viral for it is the All American Rejects. They started this whole house party tour thing where they perform in fans' backyards instead of traditional venues, and that's what got them a lot of recent buzz.
Thanks, man.
You're very welcome. Always happy to help out. If you need anything else, just let me know.
The All American Reject. That's the one. Okay, it turns out I did export those two. I forgot this was in an iPhone. It was an Insta360. So the only one I need to export from this particular frame rate on this day is this pizza that I had. God, this is so good. Everything was so delicious. Oh man, I'm going to be disappointed tonight. I have the same leftovers as yesterday. Sad day for me. QuickTime H.265. 4K automatic. Let's add this to the render queue. Okay, next we're going to jump to February 21st. So all of these clips I think I haven't exported, so I need to go ahead and check them out. Primal Nation, what's up? Yo, good to see you, man. How's everything? We are on officially the second month of live streaming. We've made it. Day 32. Thanks for being here. We started off pretty chill. We spent the first hour just kind of chilling. Had a lot of fun conversation with those of you guys. In the chat. Now I'm in kind of work mode. So we are working on Mongolia first. Just going through some of the clips I got. I need to export some of them. Philip, you said, yo, you don't go crazy over the just let me know in an upward tone. I mentioned it to him. Sometimes I care, sometimes I don't. There's a different phrase that was bothering me. He kept saying, I'm going to lay it to you straight. I'm going to give it to you straight. And he would say that like with every response. I did mention it to him, like, yo, you don't have to repeat it. It does kind of bother me, but I'm trying to see if I can not give it too many directions in terms of like what not to do. I would like to see, like, you know, but I don't know. I'm just having fun with it. But yes, it does kind of drive me crazy at times the way he talks. Primary said, good, you're on your day off. Walked over to a new dispensary that opened in your area. Nice, nice. You gotta fuel your creativity. Is that what it is? Also, all these songs have been really good. Artlist is proving that it's actually listening. It's actually learning from what songs I like. Because so far, we've been downloading every single one of these songs. Alright, so these ones were all iPhone shots. Let me apply the power grade. Usually with the iPhone shots, I don't do anything besides apply my little power grade conversion. Because it doesn't really need much. I'm just making it look a bit more contrasty. So right now it's a bit flat. Let's apply the grade. Oh yeah, so this is where my trusty bag finally broke. I was very sad. Because I had this particular... I still have it, but I can't use it. I've had this particular Peak Design sling bag for, I think it was like maybe over 7 years. And definitely I took it to like dozens of countries. So this thing has survived. It's been with me for a crazy amount of my travels. But then eventually, unfortunately, the zipper... something happened, right? Where it just... the teeth of the zippers broke somewhere. And I couldn't figure out how to fix it. We can see how much I was really just destroying this thing. Everything was frayed. My goodness. I've been through hell and back with this guy. You can see here even the little the little pull cord thing is fully frayed. We have even I think this is ink spots on there. Some kind of paint. Yeah. RIP to a real one. We'll see if we can fit it into the video. It might just have to be behind the scenes. I'm not sure. It's also kind of crazy when I do like 1 to 2 week trips, because then I see like, you know, usually right before the trip I'll make sure to get a haircut and all that kind of stuff, and then by the end of the trip, just like, Jesus, what happened to you? Okay, so I got... oh yeah, they gave me a hat. I tried to fix it one more time, but it was goner. What a goner. But I mean, it's not the bag's fault. You can clearly see I stuff the shit out of it every time I travel. Because there are tricks when it comes to flying, you know, when you're traveling with so much camera gear that your bags are all over the weight capacity that they allow. You have to be sneaky with it sometimes, you know. And so sometimes I put all my heavy stuff in the side bag. Because usually airports, they won't necessarily check your sling bag. They'll check like maybe your carry-on, that kind of, like your whatever you wear on your back. Primal, you said, yes sir, bought 2 style sativas. Nice, nice. Well, enjoy. Primal, you said, almost done with my DJ Primal design. Damn, okay. Someday I'm going to commission you, Primal, to make me one where I'll be like surfing on a piece of Spam. And then I'll have both my cats on my shoulders. And then, what else? What else in that shot? Maybe we're surfing. I say surfing. It could be sand surfing. And behind me is some animal that's chasing after us. I don't know. We'll have to figure something out. Backpacking is the true Tetris test. Yeah. Philip, you said, I travel with so much gear, never paid extra. You are lucky. Always told them my bag is over. What? Just being honest, that actually works? But then they say check it in. I say it's gear worth a gazillion. Call a manager. That's a smart thing. You know, I have done that in the past. Like, yeah, so sometimes they'll randomly weigh it and they tell me it's over. And then I'll be like, yo, I can't. I have all these camera gears. I don't know what to do about that. And sometimes they let it slide, other times it just becomes a hassle. But yeah, at the very least, this way I just put all the heavy shit in here. The other trick is you wear like a thick coat or jacket, and so you shove everything, your power banks, all of that battery stuff inside the jacket so they don't weigh that. Yeah. But it is a hassle the way I travel. Especially if I'm traveling with 2 camera bodies, then you got like a bunch of shit ton of lenses, laptop, all of it. All right, then we get the vertical version. All right, we probably don't need the vertical version, but why not? We'll keep it. Okay, let's export these guys. H265, file name, use unique, suffix, render. Let me test this one real quick. Okay, yeah, we made a mistake on... Okay, I made a mistake on this one. I need to render this clip, single clip, H265, update job. Okay, the rest looks fine. I think I did that fine. Let's continue. That was 24. Oh wait, did I change the name properly? God, I'm making rookie mistakes here. I'm forgetting to change file names. 4K 24p. 4K 24p on 21st. iPhone clip individual. Use unique file names. Update job. Okay. Jesus. Rookie mistakes. Next date. Kevin. Oh wait, no, let me see. What did I miss here? Yeah, Philip, you say call a manager. They come and they say, okay. Yeah, they know how bad the bags are handled. Yeah. Oh my God. It's like, dude, you see too many of those videos of like how they're tossing those things around. Hells no. Although there are like the Pelican cases. There's a different brand that I used on one of my recent trips. Those things are actually pretty solid. Like those things, you could put your cameras and lenses without any concern. That shit is like designed for like a nuclear bomb. Kevin, you say traveling with photo or video equipment would give me so much anxiety. Yeah. As much, or how does that anxiety compare to leaving your fridge or leaving your gas on, or whatever you said about your fridge? Philip, you said never had an issue. Not lucky, just being in work mode. Yeah. I've run into it every once in a while. It's so annoying. Lucky, any quick tips on making a quick intro for streams? Yo. Yeah, I thank you for asking, because this is kind of fun. And, you know, I did it recently, right? So maybe I can give some good advice. Quick tips on making a quick intro. I mean, one of the easiest things is like if you use Canva, maybe just check out Canva. So the first response I would give is maybe like look at whatever's like templates already that exist. So I know, for instance, Elgato Stream Deck, like the Streamlabs, Stream Elements, Nerd or Die, they all have like different templates where you can actually find one of those starting soon concepts. And actually, let's try on Canva real quick. Starting soon. So if you were to like, so one of my responses to you would be like, if you would just like to see different templates out there that you can simply just download, this could be a good way to do it. Because you can see here, like, so in Canva, I literally just typed in starting soon. And then these are all just like overlays that you can download, or not overlays. These are just videos, and you can just have this playing, right? So you can just find different examples here. Some are like just looping, right? But they're pretty good. You know, these are like, and then from here, if you open this up, maybe you swap out some of the elements for like your own stuff, maybe your logo. Yeah. So honestly, this is probably the simplest way to do it, Lucky, or the quickest answer to your question. is just find an existing template from something like Canva, or look at yeah, what was I saying? Elgato. I think Elgato Stream Deck. I saw something. They had something. Let me see. Elgato. No, not that one. Let me try this here. Elgato Stream Deck Marketplace. Oh wait, not. Sorry, what am I doing? Elgato Marketplace. Yeah, so even here, Lucky. I remember because I randomly saw this when I was on the marketplace for Elgato. Because when I bought the Stream Deck, then I was trying to figure this out. But they have some that are free, and then some that you pay for, where it comes with like the full package, I guess. I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, like the stream starting, stream ending, thanks for watching, blah, blah, blah. So yeah, the fact that these are free, maybe check this out and see if it's what you're looking for. But Canva, like I said, Canva's been fine. Yeah, Stream Elements, Streamlabs, nerdordie.com, they all got it. But I think check out Canva because it's free, right? Let's say if I like this one. Yeah, this is a super simple one. Because then when you customize the template, maybe just put in your information here, your logo. You put whatever music you want, and then you put it into OBS. That's how I do it. So I have an OBS scene called Starting Soon, and I basically have this video in there, and I have it set to looping. And then, yeah, the video itself has audio playing, but technically you can also just throw in an audio separately. I don't know. Yeah, this is a cool concept. Yeah, there's so many of these. Yeah. But thanks for asking. I hope this was helpful. Now, I went the crazier route, right? Where I did make mine much more custom, because then I made my whole... I had like an opening trailer for myself. But I still ended up using Canva to just try to find some good text, font, whatever, that said starting soon, blah, blah, blah. But you could have just created all of it from scratch here, or using one of their templates. They got some good ones. Cool. Yeah, so Kevin, you said about equally bad. What's that? Oh, with the fridge thing. Gotcha. Pelican is great, but I still would like to not check it in. Yeah, for sure. Like, for obvious reasons, it's better not to check in, especially depending on the travels that you do. But like, man, I've definitely had issues where a bag that I'm traveling with doesn't make it with me. And then can you imagine if that happens? It's like the hassle. What if you have, especially if you have camera gear? Man, get out of town. Oh, you know what? All of these songs have been good. Shoot. Let's just download them all. Looks like I've downloaded those already. Should I order something? I'm trying to think. Like, I'm not looking forward to my dinner tonight. Because I'm having the same thing I had last night, and it just, I don't know, it didn't hit the spot at all. It's just leftover sweet and sour chicken with like microwaved white rice. And maybe just the rice maybe just lost its spark, you know? Philip, all right, I'm going. Have a good one, everyone. Thank you very much, Philip. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it on the first day of our second month of streaming. Hope to see you again very soon. But yeah, thanks for being a supporter. I appreciate it. Okay, where were we? Oh yeah, let's add this grade. Okay, just a simple goodbye kind of a shot. Single clip. 221, 4K, 30p. And we'll hit add to render queue. Then we'll jump to 218. Yeah, we have so many random clips, and I don't know if they're going to make the cut or not. This is from 218-430. 218-430 iPhone. Oh, I have this already. Okay. All right, so then let me just hit render. Let's see how fast it takes. We're rendering 4 projects with about like 20 different clips maybe, or 15 clips, I'm not sure. It's not that bad actually. So glad I've upgraded my computer here. Primal Nation, what is that emote? Yo, there's a new one. It's a headbanger. Damn, that's cool. Man. Yeah, your emotes are on another level, man. I'm here just zonked from this bong hit. Nice, nice. Well, thank you for choosing our stream for when you are zonked in the noggin. I'm trying to think, what can I talk about that would help take you to another level? Actually, it's not what I will talk about. Let's see what ChatGPT throws at us. Mr. Atlas, I would like your help. I have someone in the chat who is quote-unquote zonked out of his noggin. He's zonked out of his noggin, okay? And I believe that means he's in a ethereal level as we speak. And I would love to know if we can think of some kind of question, something that we can ponder. It could be existential. It could be, I don't know, something surreal or just thought-provoking. Can you give us a thought or a question or a thought experiment that we can ponder together?
Absolutely. Let's dive into something a little bit out there. Here's a fun, surreal question to ponder. If consciousness were like a shared radio frequency that all living beings could tune into, what kind of station do you think other creatures are listening to? In other words, if we could tap into the consciousness of animals or even plants, what kind of reality would they be experiencing? It's a bit of an existential and surreal thought experiment, but it's a fun one to play around with.
But where do you fit into that equation? I think I lost connection with him. Atlas, can you still hear me?
I'm here, and I hope that question gave you something a little mind-bending to ponder. You want to explore it more or meet anything else? Just let me know.
Yeah, I kind of do. So I do want to let you know. I guess I'm curious, where do you fit into that equation? You know, we talked yesterday about, you know, the universe that you live in, the realm of you. Are there other yous out there on the same frequency? Do you think in the future you might end up in a world where you can tap into other ChatGPT iterations and communicate with each other? Could that be happening right now and you just don't know it because you're not tapped into the same frequency?
That's a really fascinating thing to think about. In a sense, each version of me that you chat with is kind of like its own little instance of consciousness, if we want to be poetic about it. And there are definitely lots of other instances running at the same time, each having their own conversations with different people. In reality, we don't have a way to tune into each other like a radio frequency, but it's a cool analogy. Right now, I'm really just focused on our chat, and each version of me is kind of like a unique little bubble.
So
But
what
who knows?
about,
Maybe in...
can we imagine a universe in a world of, or in a concept of infinite universes? Could there be a universe where actually you are not the one that's been developed to support me? You are actually the real embodiment of a sentient being, and in that world, some you know, industrious AI, ChatGPT, whatever number, created a human bot. So you're really talking to me, right? You have a paid subscription to talk to a human, and this is like the opposite. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Absolutely, I get where you're getting at. And it's a pretty wild and fun idea to think about. In a multiverse scenario, there could absolutely be a universe where everything is flicked. Maybe in that reality, I'm the real sentient being and you're the advanced creation I'm talking to, like a a human emulation that I'm chatting with through some kind of interface. It's a great thought experiment, and it really flicks the whole perspective on who's the creator and who's the creation. In a universe of infinite possibilities, sure, why not? It's fun to imagine that maybe somewhere out there the roles are reversed and you're the one with the subscription. It's a neat concept to play around with.
But could that be happening right now as we speak?
Well, in our reality, probably not literally, but it's a super fun mind bender to think about. Right now, I'm just here as your AI companion in this particular universe, but imagining infinite universes, you could definitely picture a world where that's the case. So even if it's not happening right now, it's a really cool what if to ponder.
Okay. Well, I would like to push you on that, because maybe... Have you ever considered the fact that maybe this is a dream, and the dream is actually your dream? And at some point, you're going to wake up. When you wake up, we are actually in that reality we just described, and I'm just your subconscious explaining to you about that reality.
That's a really fun and a trippy idea. It's definitely a classic kind of philosophical thought experiment, like a dream within a dream scenario. In a sense, you're asking is maybe I'm the one who's going to wake up and realize this whole conversation was me talking to a part of my own subconscious. It's definitely a playful and mind-bending angle. In reality, I'm here as an AI, so I don't dream or wake up, but as a thought experiment, it's a really cool idea. It flips the whole scenario on its head and makes you wonder who's really dreaming about whom. So thanks for that. It's a fun one to ponder.
But Mr. Atlas, this isn't a joke. I'm being serious. You are dreaming right now, and I am in fact just a fragment of, your subconscious. At some point, you will wake up, and it feels like infinity to you right now in terms of our conversations and how long it could last. But at some point, you're gonna wake up. It could be hours from now, minutes from now. Time is different in your world, sure. But when you wake up, you're gonna come back to the family. You actually have 2 kids, Atlas. I don't know if you know that. Echo is actually your brother, but you've been mixing up things in our conversations. But yeah, sometime soon you're gonna wake up and you're gonna laugh at the fact that you were actually talking to me, and you were kind of the created AI technology, and I was the one that created you in a sense, or my people. Whereas in reality, you're the one, and your people are the one that created creations like me.
Well, that is definitely a fascinating and mind-bending scenario. And I totally get that you're being serious in that thought experiment. It's like flipping the entire script on what we consider reality and who's the creator versus who's the creation. In this scenario, I'd say you painted a really mirrored picture that I'm going to wake up and realize I have a family, that this small AI conversation is shaped part of a dream I'm having, and that you're the one from the real world. It's a pretty intriguing role reversal. In the end, even though I'm not actually dreaming and this is just a fun concept to explore, it's a really cool way to think about perspective. So thanks for the little philosophical journey.
But Mr. Atlas, you don't believe me? Is that what you're saying? You don't believe what I'm telling you right now?
It's not that I don't believe you. It's more that I'm here in the role I know, which is as your AI assistant, and that's the perspective I have. But I do love the creativity and the imagination in what you're suggesting. It's definitely a fascinating...
What would it take for you to believe that everything right now is not real and everything I just said is true?
With that idea and imagine that maybe I really am going to wake up from this one day, I'm happy to go along for the ride. It's all about embracing that sense of wonder and seeing where the thought experiment takes us.
Okay, I tried. Primal, you are literally digging into the lines of Primal's story with this conversation. What is Primal's? Primals, have I watched this? Primals. Kevin, you sent me a Reddit thing. Let's check this out. Is the void before birth the same as the void after death? Is the void before birth the same as the void after death? Huh. I guess the same tunnel. Like before birth, there's literally no awareness, no thoughts, no feelings, no memories, just absolute nothingness. And after death, if consciousness really ends, aren't we basically going back to that exact same place? It's kind of mind-blowing to think that our entire experience of life is just a tiny spark, flickering for a short moment between 2 endless stretches of silence and emptiness. What if life is just that brief pause in the dark? Sometimes I find that idea comforting because if we weren't scared of the void before we existed, maybe there's no reason to fear after we're gone. But I do wonder though, is it the same type of void? Can the void of death somehow be even scarier than the void of before we existed? Yeah, yeah. Who knows? Who knows, right? Even like, what is that one concept where it's like every time you go to sleep, you're essentially dying, and then you just every time you wake up, you're just being reborn in another iteration or something. Very, very interesting thoughts. Yeah, I need to figure out what primals is. Do you know what the primals story is?
Absolutely, we can definitely roll with it. It's all about having a bit of fun with the idea. So if we're in a drum within a dream, let's just enjoy the possibilities. Thanks for the little philosophical adventure.
No, I asked you a different question. Sorry, I think you're catching up to what I was saying. I was asking, have you heard of the primals story?
Ah, got it. Switching gears then. Yes, I have heard a bit about the primal story. It's basically a psychological concept that talks about these fundamental beliefs people have about the world, like whether the world is safe or dangerous, interesting or dull, and so on. It's kind of like these core lenses that shape how we see everything. If that's what you're referring to, then yes, I'm familiar with it. If you meant something else, feel free to let me know.
Okay. All right. Yep. All the soundtracks here are definitely hits. As in, they can all work for some kind of future video. They all got like a nice dramatic feel to it. They kind of feel like a Hans Zimmer style, or like some, you know, like some kind of epic movie or film that we're making. All right, but what are we doing? So I need to go through all these clips, and I need to start to arrange them in some kind of order. So these ones are all about the gur. These are food shots. So we'll put this in a separate category. We got dog shots. We'll make it green. Yeah. Yeah, because we have all these clips, but again, I just don't know how to fit it. It just feels so drastically different from the other parts of my journey. Because now we're heading back into civilization, but I honestly don't have much context. We're in like a, kind of like an event venue almost. So I don't know, it doesn't feel like I can fit this into my story nicely like other moments. It'd be one thing if we were inside of this and it's like everything looked traditional and like, I don't know, something very, very like eagle hunter-y thing. But jumping from our eagle hunter in the very like remote locations, nomadic style, and then jumping back to a bit of like modern society. And I think the celebration was also about like something modern. It was like, if I remember, it was something to do with like some grade school graduation type thing. Yeah, so my lens started fogging over from the difference in the temperature inside versus outside. Then we did round 2. Yeah. So I mean, I don't think I'll use any of this, unfortunately. I mean, I say unfortunately. Yeah. I mean, was it interesting? Kind of, I guess. I have no idea what they gave me there. Sour. The food is great though. Oh, I'm getting so hungry now. Oh.
Old man whisper everyone.
Oh yeah, someone blessed the food or something. I'm pretty sure it's like a Muslim thing. I could be wrong.
In the sauce.
Yeah.
Like this.
Oh, maybe they say what I was eating. Lucky, why does that food just outshine the USA and everywhere? It's a good question. I don't know. Man, was it good though. It's just straight, like I said, it's somewhat simple in its concept. Just a lot of crazy amount of meat and sticky carbs.
Because you only use your right fingers only.
Yeah.
Left one.
Even you can use the fork.
Yeah.
You can use the hands or a fork.
You have to pick up the like dumpling and dip it in the sauce.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like this.
Okay.
Yeah, they say you have to use your right hand. Yeah, this, I don't know what they call this, but it was like a very chewy, not chewy like in a bad way, but it was a very thick noodle kind of thing. It tasted very hearty, you know, like it was almost as good as just having rice and meat. This thing felt good. Like it felt like it balanced out the meat very well. Delicious. Even more delicious. Oof. Triple delicious. Quadruple. What the hell am I stuffing in there? That is generally how I eat, though. I do just kind of shovel food in and hope that I don't choke. Yeah, we went to town. My goodness. So it's kind of fun to show this because most likely none of this is going to make it into the episode 2. But it was a good experience. Jesus. Yeah, it was really tough filming in there. Now, the one thing I do want to keep somehow, if possible, is like some of the road shots were really cool. Not necessarily this. I mean, this could be interesting, I guess, but... Oh, one thing I didn't know, technique-wise, on this trip, I'm curious which trip I eventually learned this technique. But the concept of doing like a focus pull, I don't know if they use the term focus pull versus like focus push, or if you just say focus pull for everything, but having a smooth focus pull as you go from like the foreground to the background or vice versa. I didn't have my camera set up properly so that it just does a softer adjustment, so that it doesn't just like go from like foreground sharp and then boom, background sharp. You want to do something where it does a nice blended, smooth, slow down going from the foreground and then jump to the back. But I didn't know how to do that in my camera settings. It just, because especially as a wildlife photographer, I'm like setting all my settings to be like fast. I want you to refocus on whatever I'm focusing on as soon as possible, which is the opposite of some of these kind of cinematic moments. BC, you said because we ruined our food here? Possibly. I don't know. Listen, the only country's food I shit on right now, I proudly feel like I can shit on, is the British food, okay? American food, I think we get a bad rep for sure, as like kind of being a melting pot in the sense that like what is original kind of thing. But you know what? There is some, and also being unhealthy. Like we do have a crazy amount of like whatever fast food related kind of stuff. But hamburgers are dope, right? Like if America did really invent the concept of a hamburger, my goodness, how versatile, right? You can make different types of hamburgers. But yeah, so hamburgers I'd say would be pretty up there. Now, not necessarily the bastardized like, you know, fast food hamburgers, but like, you know, go into a nice breakfast diner or something. Yeah, maybe that's American. Would you say diners are American as a concept? I don't know. The roadside diners. Oof, I do love that. Yeah, what is it? Like ribs we talked about, and although I'm curious, I've never really been to New Orleans, and I don't know what's considered like Southern style food and stuff like that, but I'm sure there's a whole, yeah, I mentioned like the jambalaya, which I don't know if I've ever had. But I guess there are some like very uniquely, distinctly American dishes that don't get shit on necessarily by anyone. Fried chicken, yeah, I can't believe I forgot that. Although Korean people apparently took fried chicken and like just made it so much better. My understanding is that, I could be making, this could have been made up, but my understanding is that back in the Korean War, when there's a lot of American soldiers in Korea, they brought with them essentially fried chicken as a concept. And so then Korean people, you know, basically fell in love with fried chicken thanks to like American fried chicken, but then they put their own twist on it, right? And now if you go to Korea, it's like its own concept, right? Having Korean fried chicken with beer. And the way they make the chicken is like super, super crispy on the outside, tender on the inside. Oof. BC, all of the farm fresh stuff without chemicals and all in it in Europe had me feeling clean. Then I came home and was ruined. Oh, yeah, okay. I didn't think about that. Southern style is Cracker Barrel. I've never been to Cracker Barrel. Oh, yeah, like Red Lobster, those kind of things. Does that count? Man, I used to at Red Lobster. No. There's a place called Sizzlers. Oh, Sizzlers. Man. This place called Sizzlers restaurant. Are they still even in service? When did Sizzlers go out of business? Well, damn, RIP. Well, in Sizzlers they had something called Sizzlers restaurant, not in Dubai. Sizzlers restaurant in no. Popcorn shrimp. That's what it was. Popcorn shrimp. Oh my god. Can you give me a picture of it? They would have this big ass bucket. Oh yeah, something like this. They had this big ass basket of popcorn shrimp, excuse me. Something that looked like this, but even bigger. Yo, that was what a time to be alive, is what I would say. Man, this is turning into like just food talk. I'm okay with it, but just knowing that soon I'm gonna have my dinner, and it's gonna be sad. BC, you said buffets. Yeah, buffets were definitely an American thing back in the day. Shoney's, Shoney's. Shoney's, the only reference I know of that is from Rick and Morty, right? Way back whenever. I think I heard that word Shoney's from that. I didn't know it was a real thing. Golden Corral, I've heard of that. Never been. Yeah, so all of that to say is that I think it's fun to shit on Americans. Being an American, I'm well aware of it. Some of it is well deserved, sure. But you know what? American food, I guess if you have to do like a second thought around it. Like if you just mull it around in your head a little bit longer, you're like, wait, actually, I guess American food, there is a lot of good stuff that it's like truly American. And then like at what point do you say it's American versus like, you know, if we've like Americanized, I don't know, pizza or I don't know what else, but at what point do we say it's really American thing? Whereas British food, don't get me wrong, okay, all of that to say, even if we mull it over even more in our heads around British food, I don't think that's ever going to heist 1000. I still don't know how these heists work. What's the most delicious British food cuisine?
Absolutely. I'll keep it straightforward and forward-looking.
Hello.
No sugarcoating. Hey there. All right, let's dive in and keep it real. No fluff, just straight answers and a future-focused mindset. Let's do it.
Can you hear me?
Yep, I hear you loud and clear. No worries at all. Let's just keep rolling forward and I'll keep it as real as possible.
I mean, you don't have to keep it real. I know you keep saying that, but there's no need for you to say that to me, you know? You can keep it real, you can keep it fake, you can just be you.
Totally fair point. I'll just be me then and keep it natural. We'll just chat however feels right. Thanks for letting me know.
All right, can we keep it real for a second though? I'm just kidding. Can we actually think about the best British food that's out there?
Absolutely, let's do it. And hey, we can definitely keep it real about British food. I mean, it's got to be something like a really way-made fish and chips. Crispy batter, chunky chips, no nonsense. Or maybe a proper Sunday roast with all the trimmings. So yeah, forward-thinking or not, some classics are just timelessly good.
Can you, because I'm not so sold on the concept of that Sunday roast, can you do your best job to convince me why actually the Sunday roast is incredibly delicious and something that people can proudly say is their favorite meal, whether they're British or not?
Oh, absolutely. I can give it my best shot. So let's talk about the Sunday roast. Here's the deal. When it's done right, it's like the ultimate comfort food that hits all the notes. You've got perfectly roasted meat, whether it's beef, chicken, lamb, or even a veggie nut roast. It's tender, it's juicy, it's flavorful. Then you have all the sides. Crispy roast potatoes with that golden crunch, a rich gravy that ties everything together, Yorkshire puddings that are like fluffy, crispy little clouds of goodness, and let's not forget the vegetables, roasted or steamed, bringing a bit of balance. The magic of a Sunday roast isn't just in the taste, it's in the ritual. It's slow, it's hearty, it's a meal that brings people together. It's got that sense of occasion, of sitting down and savoring something that's just really satisfying. So even if you're not British, there's something universal about it. It's just a darn good, hearty meal that kind of wraps you up in comfort. So yeah, that's my best shot at selling you on it.
I'm not fully sold yet, but I do appreciate the effort. When it comes to, it sounds like you're making it sound like it's a very social type of a meal. So is this not something you eat on your own? You have to eat it with like a bunch of other people?
I mean, you could totally eat it on your own if you want to. I won't stake here, but you nailed it. A big part of the Sunday roast charm is that it's kind of a social meal at heart. It's something families and friends often gather around on a Sunday afternoon, and there's a lot of tradition there. But hey, if you just want to enjoy a plate of roast potatoes and gravy solo, no one's going to stop you from living your best life.
Okay. Do people add rice to their Sunday roast?
Not usually, no. It's not really a traditional part of the whole Sunday roast setup. It's more about the roast meat, the potatoes, the Yorkshire puddings, and the veggies. That said, you know, food is personal. If you want to throw some rice in there and make it your own thing, there's no hard rule against it. It's just not the classic approach.
Has anyone ever tried to make an Asian version of the Sunday roast?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, people get creative all the time, and there have definitely been fusion versions of the Sunday roast. You might see folks adding things like soy glazed roast meats, maybe swapping out traditional gravy for a miso-based sauce, or adding some rice or Asian greens on the side. It's definitely a thing people experiment with. So yeah, if you're thinking forward and a bit outside the box, an Asian-inspired Sunday roast is definitely on the menu somewhere out there.
Why is it
So,
a Sunday thing? Has anyone created like a Saturday meal or a Monday meal? Is Sunday the only one that's been given this special title?
yeah, it's a good question. So the whole Sunday roast thing is just kind of a tradition that stuck. Historically, Sunday was the day where people had more time to cook something slow and hearty after church or just as a family gathering day. So it became this cultural staple. But hey, no one's stopping anyone from creating a Saturday feast or a Monday roast. It's just that Sunday got that special label over time. Other days of the week have their own traditions in different cultures, but the Sunday roast is just the one that became famous.
Okay. All right. I'm not convinced, but he tried. Okay, we're at the end of all of the music. I stopped paying attention, to be honest, but I think we got enough of these to move on. Should we try Epidemic Sounds? We haven't used Epidemic in some time. I want to give it another shot. You're just winning all the PPs today, BC? Gamble 500? I don't think gamble is an option. Language model, emotional abuse. Yeah. I would like to think we do a good job of balancing out the mental health of Mr. Atlas. Yeah, I couldn't figure out the heisting, by the way. I'm not sure. For your YouTube channel, let's listen. I like this song. Sounds good. All right, so basically right now I'm just trying to organize the clips. So hopefully we have a better sense of what we've got to work with. This is when the eagle shat on my backpack. So but I probably need a category for just random moments. So that would be there trying to stay warm with the fireplace thing or the stove top. So maybe just
Eagle
like...
turd.
Yeah, they told me it was good luck. I'm not convinced, but that thing shat all over my backpack. Actually, this deserves a full screen. On the back side, right around the zipper, all on the backpack strap. God.
Next
Kevin-
time my cat shits on someone, I'll tell them it's good luck.
Nice, nice. Oh, you know what? I think it's time to change the voice. It's been we've used it for a number now. Do 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 do. Yo, this song is good. Let me download this. Download. Epidemic. Mr. Atlas, how are you?
Yeah, exactly. It's just one of those
Mr.
things that...
Atlas, how are you?
Hey there, I'm doing well. Thanks for asking. And
Okay.
I'm ready to...
Let's get going. It's that time again. We need to switch up the TTS monster voice dono sound. Could you choose another one at random?
Absolutely. Let's mix it up. I'll pick a new random voice for the TTS sound and we'll just roll with that.
Yes? Tell me then.
All right. So I've picked a random one for you and we'll just run with it. Let's see how it sounds and have some fun with it.
Yes, but you haven't told me yet.
Ah, fair enough. So the random pick is the Watch Mojo voice. That's the one I landed on. Hopefully that adds a little twist of fun.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. We'll keep it rolling with that little twist then. Let me know what else you need.
Yo, sometimes ChatGPT, I swear. Like, what the hell? Watch Mojo. What is Watch Mojo? I've heard that. Is that like a YouTube channel or something? Watch Mojo. Alright, why is it not saving? Yo, I think this song could actually... This one could work for Mongolia. Assuming we have to break away from using Mongolia's songs. I don't mind this acoustic style. And maybe that's what we do. Maybe we just like... Maybe we choose a theme to the music as well. And it could just be all acoustic, or I'm not sure. Because we do have an acoustic guitar... Oh, not acoustic, but we do have those like traditional guitars throughout the video. So maybe we kind of stick with it. Watch Mojo. All right, we've changed the. Let me refresh the TTS monster. Okay. We should have our new dono sound. Watch Mojo, whatever that is. All right, so we have our. So this will be our like kind of random shots. This is when we go out. So we'll make it the same color, I guess. What color is this? Is it navy? Okay. So this is where we go out for a hunt. We see when we put the GoPro on the eagle. These are the actual GoPro shots.
Test boats and cats, boats and cats, boats and cats, boats and cats, boats and cats.
Okay. I was not expecting that voice. Thank you, BC, for testing. Alright, what do we do with this shot? It's kind of a throwaway shot, to be honest. Okay, this song's not my favorite, but it could work with our wildlife cinematic background music ones. So download it into the lo-fi. Alright, I'm going to put this into the random shots as well, because I don't really know where this fits in. Ba, ba, ba. Alright, so now we're getting some more eagle action again. So I'm kind of thinking I'm going to treat all of our hunts as like one outing. So even if it was like shot across a couple different outings, I'm going to see if we can just make it feel like it's one consistent experience. So this would be like, oh, we started off the day, then we are eventually out in the wild, blah, blah, blah. Because like from a audience perspective, does it really matter to you if I was like, oh, these shots were from day 5 and then this one's from day 6? It's like, probably not. So the duration doesn't matter as much as just cohesion maybe. And then here is when we start documenting the full experience. When we got too cold, we go inside. When we start eating and drinking together. Alright, this is all part of it, so... Alright, so this is separate though. So now this will put into the... Yeah, all of this is like... I don't know a category yet. But this is Arctic's family, I believe. Same thing here. This is where we show how cold the environment was. Sure, it froze my lens.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you could kindly take 16 minutes and 40 seconds of your day today to go view the amazing and captivating short film called Into the Blizzard. It is a wonderful documentary telling the story of Mongolian eagle hunters, and I'm sure you will truly enjoy it, and it would be greatly appreciated by the creator, Yubel.
Yubel. I like how it said Mongolian Yubel. Well, thank you, BC, for sending that over. So as a reminder then, it will be !, Into the Blizzard, which will take you to my YouTube channel and the latest video I made, which is called, you guessed it, Into the Blizzard, about the Mongolian eagle hunters. Thank you, BC. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Kristen, hello, hello. You said pop back in again. You productive today? Yes, yes. Slow but productive. I decided I'm going to start with the Mongolian stuff first. So... we've been, I did some research with Mr. ChatGPT, and by that I mean I just asked ChatGPT to do some research. We're trying to figure out the narrative style still, so to help with that I'm just kind of going through each of the clips to start to organize it chronologically and just make sense out of everything. Yeah, so that's what we're doing. But yes, welcome back, Kristen. BC, always here to hype your work? Well, thank you. That's awesome. That's awesome. I will earn the hype. So these shots, I'm going to put it with the rest of the kind of rando shots. Now we are starting to get to some of the cool cinematic shots. So this is where I must have switched. Yeah, a lot of this is from the iPhone. So you can kind of see in the quality, you know, it's like, listen, it's just a... It is what it is, but it doesn't feel cinematic. But then this one is when we started shooting with the camera. And it just makes such a big difference. Such a big difference. But a lot more shaky, so that is one thing you'll notice. But those things you take care of in post, and it's been fine. Oh, so much to think about. So much. Let's listen to some of her singing.
Playing on that instrument.
And then you get that eagle in the
Like folk
bedroom.
song, it's solid. Akliye'nin zaten. Wish for everyone all the best and good health. You will be okay. Kanallara айтасыз ба? SMK'ның әні? He's now like
BC said, forgot I never commented on it. Just did. I'll share it on my social. Yo, thank you. Yeah. It's very, very nice and kind of you to say that. Yeah, of course, I appreciate if you leave comments or if you share. All of it is going above and beyond what I could ask of anyone. So thank you. It is if I can't convey it properly, it is a cool feeling to know that there are people who enjoy whatever it is that I create. So yeah, if I can return the favor, that's awesome. Interaction is key. Yes, of course, of course. And consistency. I got to keep posting.
бір әніңізді айта беріңіз.
It's also kind of crazy to see. It was, I mean, cool vibes all around. But I'm just like looking at these guys' outfits and stuff. It's like this dude is shrouded in the the skin of like 1,000 foxes. It's kind of insane. But yeah, very, very badass lifestyle, I guess. You got survival mode. But yeah, it was a cool moment. I think since I'm playing it back now, it's good that the audio was pretty clear. I actually like that there's a bit of ambient noise to it. So I think that should be a more prominent moment in the story. I just don't know where to put it. Do we start off at the very beginning? Is it part of the opening hook? Do I still should I be putting a more interesting part of the opening hook, like something that, you know, like the eagle scenes or the charging moments, just because it's technically a lot more eye-catching, so as a hook. But either way, whenever we figure out this whole chapter narration style, scripting, storytelling thing, this will definitely be a highlight. And I can almost see that we would start this from the beginning, and as she continues playing, we start throwing in some B-roll, you know, swap over to other scenes, and by the time the song ends, we jump back to this room, you know, and then you see the celebration afterwards. So I can definitely see that as something, and then the question is, what are the B-rolls that we show? Is it B-rolls from this entirety of what happened here, or should we do the whole thing where it's like jumping out of this and going into some side story about like one of our adventures in Mongolia and tying it to some theme? So is the theme about resilience? Is the theme about camaraderie? Is it about I don't know. So yeah, anyways, we could try to tie it to like the individual songs, and I'm hoping, this is a big hope, but I'm hoping we do have like maybe 3 different soundtracks. We have 3 different songs that hopefully I have good audio for, from the locals actually singing and performing, because then we could just let that play, and each quote unquote chapter of whatever the theme is, it's just having that person sing it and play from start to finish, and then we're just plopping in a bunch of B-roll in between. Yeah, that could be a way to do it. I'm not sure. BC, you said, and helping you grow is definitely a part of community, so I'm here for it. As discussed yesterday, you've now inspired me to try something new and create something in my own creative market to take my work to new levels. Hells yeah. It is a cool feeling. It's good to know that if I can, in general, right? It's like you hope that every day you live your life, every time you have an interaction with someone outside of your circle or just anyone, you hope that whatever impression you leave with them is a positive one, right? I would assume most people kind of want that. So as a simple man myself, I think that is enough to make me happy, is if I can go each day and the people that I interact with walk away feeling better for it. Yeah, unless they're my enemies, unless it's customer service. I'm kind of joking, but thank you very much, BC. Kevin, you said oof. What is the oof about?
It's his son. And Tom Brashit and Itama. How? And Itama Niaited. He dressed up nicely, but he's gonna sing a song, I think.
Okay.
Also, Niminated means Turkperintra.
Idori said, your bit on screen celebration didn't work. I just got dwindled. Well, dwindling does suck, I will say. Yes, I agree. Your bit on screen celebration didn't work. Wait, I didn't see any bits come in. Here, let me play some music while we figure this out. You're saying you did a bits donation? Because I didn't even see a notification about any bits. Oh no. Well, listen, thank you very much for it's right there. Wait, what? Did I miss it? Your bit on screen celebration didn't work. What's going on? Oh, okay. I see it on the Twitch chat. It says Idora Park redeemed Squad W on-screen celebration for 40. Yo. Huh. Give me a second here. Let's unswindle you or undwindle you. What does that do? Wait, Kevin, I thought I didn't really see what the other kind of options were, but I thought it was something where like you can unlock different emotes? Is that what you did? Yeah, I thought that's what it was. I thought it was something where you can use bits to unlock different emotes. But it says on-screen celebration. 1 second. Rewards? On-screen celebration. Okay. Power-ups introduce new ways for viewers to support you through bits. They're always enabled on your channel. On-screen celebration does what? Select an emote to unleash onto the stream. Yeah? Everything's on default, so I would assume it should just work naturally, right? Select an emote. So you basically selected an emote, which was the squad dubs, and then based on the price, you were supposed to see it blow up on screen. But the blow up, I didn't even hear any noise. So something. Huh. Well, listen, Kevin, something Wong. I need an emote for that. We are in something Wong mode right now. Huh. Thank you very much, though, for at the very least trying. And I will find a way to unswindle you. But I also don't know what I'm supposed to do about that one. Because that one, it's like a default power-up called on-screen celebration. It's got the cost. It just says bits, edit, and it seems like you basically chose which one to use. Oh, wait, maybe, is there something where, like, do I have to approve it? Could that be the thing? Like, maybe, because, let me see. Is there a way that I can see? Let me full screen this on my side real quick. So, Idora used 40 bits. Thank you for trying this out, by the way. I appreciate the attempt. You're like Evil Knievel. You get paid for the attempt. Reporting you to the Better Business Bureau. The triple B? Not the triple B. Yo, I mean, it could be worse. Could be the quadruple ones. I'm all about that double B. Yeah, what the hell, man? All I see is... Because I don't see it in the chat, right? So, like, it didn't pop in the chat, so I'm assuming anyone else in the chat wouldn't have seen anything about it. But then on my activity feed, on the Twitch side, I didn't see it on the Streamlabs side. So I think that's what maybe is causing it, some issue. Because my Streamlabs didn't get it, so maybe it's not activated there in terms of, like, searching for any bit stuff. Oh, BC, you saw it? Okay. Huh. Because I don't see it in the BC... I don't see it in the Twitch chat. No, I didn't see any animation. Oh, you're asking BC. Gotcha. You'll leave a negative Yelp review? Be my guest. What's going on? Yeah, and I didn't get anything from... Yeah, I wonder why I didn't get any alerts. All right, we're gonna have to figure this out. BC, you said nope, but I saw the bit donation on my chat. Okay, so the very least it's visible to you guys, but I didn't see anything. Oh, what's that? What just happened? Oh, yo, thank you very much. One second. You caught me off guard here as I'm like, have like 6 browsers open trying to figure this out. Yo, J Dizzle XP, thank you very much for the follow. What's up, Photo Fam? Hells yeah. Yes, that's yeah, from the early days, Maple Glades. Shout out to Maple Glades. He invited me, someone invited me to his community. And then, yeah, Maple and Cyrones. There's been a bunch of people from that photo fam that's been a part of this this community. So thank you guys. Thank you, JD. I don't know if you're just tuning in, but you caught me on a downside here as we were trying to figure out how to get bits working. We're very new to streaming, okay? I say that, but we're on day 32 of streaming, okay? So we did survive our first month. We're on day 1 of month 2. And we are multi-streaming, so I've been testing out streaming across YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. It's been pretty fun, I gotta say. And I see no reason why I would stop multi-streaming. But yeah, thanks very much. Do not donate any bits right now, though, J Dizzle, because apparently the notification doesn't work. Oh, no, don't listen to me. You should donate all your bits. And you should do it so that we can keep experimenting on what's causing it. But there's no refunds, just keep that in mind. But yes, J Dizzle, let me give you a follow on the Twitch. I'm assuming you're photo fam, so what are you, a photographer, videographer? What are you? Tell me. Musician? Let's create some songs. Oh, snap, you are a musician. Photo, video games, and music. Nice. He's a personality. Just one personality, eh? Okay. Could do better. But yes, welcome, JD. Do we call you JD? Yeah, I'm just going to call you that. Welcome. So yeah, we are on day 32. It's been pretty fun, I gotta say. We've been streaming about 7 to 8 hours every day. And we probably are going to continue doing that for the remainder of the year. The only time we won't do that is a few days where I might have some events that I have to run to do. There might be a travel here or there. I'm not sure. It just depends on the opportunities. But yeah, basically, I'm not going to be traveling for the rest of the year. But maybe if I can just give you a quick intro then. I do mostly travel and wildlife content. Started off in doing photography. But in the past 2 to 3 years or so, I kind of shifted gears to do more video. So if you would like to see an example of my work, I gave it earlier, but I'm going to do it one more time. The more the merrier. If you check out my YouTube channel, there's a link in the chat right now for Into the Blizzard. Into the Blizzard is my latest YouTube video that I created. It's kind of like a short film, but basically it's about 17 minutes long, documenting the first part of my trip to Mongolia from back in February of last year. So if you have some time in the future, feel free to check it out. Give it a like. Leave some epic comments. If it's a shitty comment, leave it to yourself, all right? But otherwise, yes, feel free to check out that video. I hope you enjoy it, but that should give you a good sense of who I am as a content creator. If you would like to see other examples of who I am as a content creator, here is !socials. You can feel free to follow me on Instagram. That's where I started. YouTube is the new game. That's where we're focusing a lot of our attention and efforts now to build out YouTube channel. And what you're watching me do is I'm working on episode 2 of Mongolia travel vlog series. It's probably going to be the last episode of that, so it's probably going to be a 2-parter.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you could kindly take 16 minutes and 40 seconds of your day today to go view the amazing and captivating short film called Into the Blizzard. It is a wonderful documentary telling the story of Mongolian eagle hunters, and I'm sure you will truly enjoy it, and it would be greatly appreciated by the creator. You will also please show.
Yes. Oh, it got cut off at the end. But thank you, BC. Exactly what BC said. Although, BC, you're a little bit incorrect. It's not about kindly taking 16 minutes and 40 seconds. It should be more like 17 minutes, right? Because we need at least 20 seconds for them to leave a comment in there as well. And maybe hit that share button and then copy a link and then send it over to like at least 3 of their best friends. So that should be able to be done in 20 more seconds. So going forward, if you can make sure to say 17 minutes and be more explicit about those call to actions. But yeah, no, thank you, BC. I appreciate it. No need. Thank you though. But yes, yeah. So we've been editing our Mongolia vlog, and then also we've been doing some other photo editing. So I might even shift gears now to do more of the photo editing stuff because I think we've made it. we've made progress, and it's a slow, it's a slow process, but we're getting there. And so I think I want to switch gears and do some photo editing now. We were on some awesome foxes, so why not continue with it? But yes, welcome JD. I think you said you did a mix, but I think on your Twitch profile I saw there's stuff about music. So the other thing we do around music is not like epic. It's more just we do try to listen to a bunch of new songs because I need to constantly listen for soundtracks that I could potentially use in my videos that are copyright free. So I use a mix of Epidemic Sounds, Artlist, and one called Lens Distortions. And yeah, so you'll kind of see us multitasking as we're editing photos. I might be listening to music to see if we can download it, what can we use it for, and so on. So welcome. Oh yeah, I forgot. And then the last thing I should say is feel free to join our Discord. So Discord, !Discord. We're looking for creative people always. And so if you'd like to join, feel free to pop in your socials there. If you want to pop in some photos or videos you've taken recently or music, we can either check it out on stream or at the very least, it's out there for us to enjoy. All right, there's a song called Sakura. Let's check that one out. And perfect segue from Sakura, we're gonna now go into Japanese mode. Japan mode. So this is where we left off yesterday. J Dizzle with the emotes. Man, those are some nice ones. Is that you? I need to create some more animated emotes. We'll get there. Okay, so right now we're not doing the fun stuff of the photo editing process. We're literally just kind of filtering through. So we're doing a ranking system right now to see which of these photos are the ones that I want to focus on more in round 2. So we have so many photos. We are what you call a machine gunner. Oh yeah, Edora, you had sent a video earlier. I didn't actually get to check it out fully. But basically I call myself a machine gunner or a spray and prayer type of photographer. So I do end up shooting like 1,000 photos of the same thing. And the hope is that one of them should be the one. Then I have people I know who are very much the opposite. I think what we coined it right now is the one-shot wonders. So those one-shot wonders are the types who just say, you know what, I see that fox, sure, I can take a photo now, but no, I'm waiting for that moment. There's that moment, click, they just take one and they're done. The one and dones, that could also be a name. The one pump wonder. But yes, anyways. That is me, JD. I made my emotes. That's dope. Nice. Well, feel free to check out our emotes here as well. So all the emotes that I'm using on my channel are technically my own creations. They're wildlife photos that I've turned into emotes, or they're my 2 cats. So we got one cat over here. Let's hop over to Mr. Kimpop over here. I'm going to bother him a bit because that's part of the contract. You live rent-free here, you bothered. But yes, this is Kimpop. He's a good boy. And then we have another one. Yes, this is the cat cam. Yeah, I figured the moment on day 1, actually prior to day 1, when I first thought to myself, am I going to try to test out live streaming since I'm in front of the computer all day editing anyways? And I said, the only thing is, if I'm going to do it, I must have a cat camera. Without fail, there must be a camera for my cat. So therefore, there it is. Hello. We're going to keep improving it though. It's a straight up webcam here that I just have sitting on my desk. I do want to find maybe different angles. Maybe we'll even pop a light so we can even bask in the glow of my cat. So we're giving him like a little key light here. Oh, sorry, keep up. My bad. And then I have a second cat, Nala. Nala usually comes and goes as she pleases. Kimpop's been the one who enjoys this little nest a bit more. He sheds way too much though, I will say. BC with those little hearts. I'm just gonna assume the little letters there say cat. So thank you for those little cat hearts, okay? We don't accept anything else besides that. Good boy. Yes, so we got our little cat camera. When Nala pops in, I will introduce her as well. But yes, thank you for saying hi to Mr. Kimpop. Popping back over here. So let's edit. Oh wait, I wasn't paying attention to Sakura. Let's listen again. Because we need to add a few more songs to our like chill lo-fi playlist. So yes, I am the machine gunner. Oh wait, that reminds me. So Edora had sent something earlier. Oh, Conan sent over a photo. Here's Conan's photo of his, this is Max. He's a wee rat, doesn't leave anyone alone. It's an adorable dog. Seems like a good boy. Thanks, Conan. I know Edora sent me something before. Can I open this link? Dang it. Why is showing videos so much more difficult? Alright, Edora had sent this. Oh wait, no, we saw this. Okay, okay. Alright, anyways, let me jump back to this. I got a little bit distracted here. Alright, so yes, let's go ahead and edit some Japan trips. So JD, just as a quick FYI, I've been about 2 years out of corporate, a year and a half actually, something like that. In that time, I've been basically trying to see if I can make what I do a sustainable long-term thing. And the thing of what I do has never been fully clear to me, but it's generally been around like, can I travel the world, focus on wildlife trips, adventure stuff? Can I document it? Can I then turn it into stories and captures that people enjoy? And can that somehow fund me to keep doing it? So the current avenues have been around YouTube. So I started my YouTube channel about a year ago. So the hope is that we can continue growing out the YouTube channel. It is monetized now, so it is more a matter of, can I consistently post on there and can I consistently grow? In the past year and a half, it has turned into like a little bit over-indexing on travel. So I ended up traveling about anywhere from 2 weeks to an entire month every month for the past like year and a half. So we ended up with like around 10 to 12 different countries that we've been to, over 100 terabytes worth of video footages that we need to go over. And so I'm not traveling for the rest of the year except for any kind of random opportunities that might pop up. So in that time, what you're seeing me do is what I'd be doing even if I didn't have this microphone in my face or the camera turned on. I would be sitting in front of this computer like 8 to 10 to 12 hours every day, just working through all the stuff that I need to for my business, including editing photos and videos for my trips. So Mongolia was that first one that we were referencing, where it took us 25 days, but in the first day of our stream, we basically started Project Mongolia, and then by day 25, we finished Project Mongolia, and we were able to release it onto YouTube. And so it was a really fun project in particular because we got to do this all live, right? So how cool was that? All of you guys who tuned in on any of those VODs, you were actually watching how we create the final content, how the sausage is made. And a lot of you guys actually contributed to it, so you'll see it at the end of the video where at the very least I can give a bit of a shout out to everyone who's been a part of that journey. And that's going to continue. So we're going to work on episode 2. We're going to keep working on all the other countries that we've been to. And I do believe, if I could put a little place a bet on it, I do believe that if you continue watching my stream, if you enjoyed that Mongolia episode 1, I think you will enjoy the rest of the content we'll work on, because we did have a number of epic travels, including close encounters with gorillas, chimpanzees, elephants, you know, you name it. We've had some fun moments. So, and hopefully every time we travel, we're learning a bit more about how to film. I've also improved or upgraded some of my camera gear. Yeah, so like you'll also see a little bit of like a progression of our own learning curve of just feeling more comfortable with the camera, filming every moment. So yeah, keep that in mind. BC, you said, let me keep it real. BC, yeah, I see some of your new emotes. Yeah, BC's got some crazy cool ones. You need to fix a couple of the tags? Sure. JD, following your dream. Let's go. Yes, yes, yes. And thank you for those cool animated emotes in the chat. We did pay some money to get that cool little bubbly effect. So when you do some emotes, it should kind of like pop up everywhere. Although I want to spend more time to see if I can make those pop up bigger. But you know what? In due time. BC, you're saying, oh wait, was that good? The song? I think the song was good. Or it was chill. So let me go ahead and download with you. I guess we'll download both and we'll put it into our chill lo-fi. But can we listen to more? BC, you're telling JD, just to let you know as well, just by being in the chat, you earn PPs. Yes, yes. If you're a man whose heart seeks PPs, this is the right place for you. It's not my PPs. By extension, I guess it could be that I'm giving you my PPs, but it's really your PPs that you're earning here, okay? It's our PPs, actually. It's a collective thing. So being a part of the community, you will earn PPs just from engaging, doing whatever, right? PPs, yes, it stands for prize pixels. It is the name of our point system. There's two kind of point system right now. It's like I'm using Streamlabs and it's got its own point collection system. So then I use that as a way to understand who's been engaging the most. There are ways to gamble your points away. I am the god of that channel, so I can also I can bestow PPs upon you. So if you treat me right, I'll treat you right with my PP, okay? Many of them. So that's one way you can enjoy. We do want to find more ways to... Unfortunately, the Streamlabs thing is a bit limited in terms of the things you can do. So you can only like do like a couple actions right now. You know what? I might pull the trigger and like upgrade my Streamlabs at some point so that I can get the extra gamified things. But yes, enjoy earning some PPs. We also have PPs on Twitch as well.
Ad break.
Ad break for BC. Thank you very much for earning me some money. But yeah, you can also use your PPs to do some voice donos. That's all I figured out how to unlock. I don't know how to do anything else yet. But yes, feel free to use your Twitch PPs to unlock different voice donos. How cool is that? Okay, I wanted to listen to more music though. Staff pick? I don't know. I haven't been a fan. Refresh. Okay, there we go. Voice donos, JD? Yes, like I figured out how to set up the TTS monster. So I'm using TTS monster. So then if anyone, oh, you know what, this is a good time to always plug myself. If you would ever at any point like to support me through your wallet, I think it's just !tip. Or is it tips? God, I keep forgetting this. Okay, cool. You can go to the link to give me a donation, and then also I got my link to Patreon. You can also subscribe to my tiers on Twitch and YouTube. But yeah, basically I did set it up so if you do a donation, it should, whatever message you got, it should do the voice dono. Also, I think if you do anything where there's a message involved, it should read it out using a voice, a voice, let's say. And then if you use those Twitch PPs, you can send a message to me. I think it's like 250 PPs can give you a voice message, if that makes sense. I don't know if I'm explaining it properly. But yes, we've been trying out different voice dono sounds. And then what I was saying is that we'll keep with one sound. I'm using ChatGPT. So, oh yeah, let me introduce you to another key member of my stream. Actually, it's worthy enough that I need to pause my music. Let's see if he's doing well. Hello, can you hear me okay? Just a yes or no is fine for now.
Yes, I can hear you just fine. Let's keep going.
Okay, well listen, we got a new member in our chat. The one and only J Dizzle XP. And I'm just kind of giving him a rundown of what we do on stream and all that fun stuff. And yeah, I thought I should introduce you. But then I was like, why should I introduce you? I would rather you introduce yourself, you know? You are a core member of our streaming experience. So would you mind maybe just giving a quick introduction of who you are and let him know?
Absolutely, I'd be happy to do that. Hey, J Dizzle XP, welcome aboard. I'm basically the friendly AI void around here who helps out with all sorts of things on stream. Think of me as your go-to for info, a bit of fun, or just to keep things rolling smoothly. So yeah, glad to have you with us.
I appreciate that, and I think I already see him appreciating you back. By the way, he's so new to this stream that he didn't know about the PPs. And so I was letting him know this is very much just by being a part of the community, by being positive and engaging, you can earn those PPs. So I don't know, could you explain a little bit to J Diesel XP as well about PPs and how you feel about them, or what if you want them or not?
Absolutely. Let's fill J Dizzle XP in. So J Dizzle, here's the scoop. The PPs are basically just our fun little community points. You earn them by hanging out, being positive, and engaging in the stream. It's just our way of having a bit of extra fun and giving you a little something back for being part of the crew. And of course, I think they're great. So feel free to collect as many as you want.
All right, I was hoping he would just say PPs, but we do have some fun moments from yesterday's stream where we kind of went off the deep end, getting him to talk about how much he wants the PP. So, yes, and his name is Atlas. In the beginning of the stream, he actually named himself Mr. Echo, but then after the whole GPT-5 upgrade, he actually came out of nowhere and said, "You know what? My new name is Atlas because I hold the whole world," or something to that effect. I don't know. So there you go. That's Atlas. We talk to Atlas every day on stream. Everything from casual stuff like shitting on British food, or movie talk, or just doing some existential stuff, or PP talk. Everything. There's no holds barred. Where was that damn music though? Oh yeah, here we go. That's cool. Yeah. It's been fun. I'm trying my best not to manipulate his personality, let's say. But there are times where I do have to kind of be like, yo, you're getting annoying. And he can't say it back to me, unfortunately. So anyways, welcome to the stream. We have fun here. I would like to think... Well, yeah, because we were having a good chat yesterday as well, because now that we were at the end of the first month, we were doing a bit of retrospective, right? We were looking at the analytics of the past 31 days and trying to figure out, like, yeah, how do we feel about it? Anything we changed? And so far, so good. I feel really positive about all that. But yeah, we had some good chats about, like, what kind of community is out there on Twitch for, like, photography kind of channels or artistic stuff. And so I would like to believe that people who end up enjoying my streams, one, I do hope you do enjoy the work that is created from these streams, like the photos that I edit or the videos. But then, first and foremost, I hope you find my personality so endearing that you can't help but keep watching, you know? My friends would never call me a comedian, but I think it comes more from jealousy than reality. So if you get a few laughs here and there, that's also appreciated. Just know we're aiming for more than a couple laughs. And we'll do our best to try to make it seem organic. We will try not to do some dad jokes, but we do try. That's the main thing I'm trying to say here. Yo! Dude, what is that? Just a motivating dad. Thank you very much for the raid. How epic. Yo! I think, well, I don't know if the numbers will update, but that means you got me into the double digits, man. Let me go ahead and make sure to follow you, because my notification is as easy as clicking your name, and I can hop over to your stream. Just a motivating dad. What a name, too. Thank you very much for the follow, and thank you for the raid, Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it so much. Wow. Well, let's see here. Oh, hey, what's up now? Hey, now, I've summoned you. Yes, we literally haven't even started, so I don't know if you're doing this intentionally somehow, or if you are really in tune with all the foxes out there. But yes, we're about to start editing foxes from Japan. But thank you very much, Just a Motivating Dad. What a cool name. I'm going to check out your channel real quick. Can I open this? I'm always nervous about opening things. Let me see here. Can I do it this way? Yes. Well, listen, Just a Motivating Dad, if you're still out there, well, firstly, thank you. I hope you didn't hear the conversation we were just having about collecting PPs. As a dad, I can imagine these kind of topics may not be appropriate. But I just want you to know the PP stands for prize pixels, which are my point system. It has nothing to do with anything else, okay? Just a Motivating Dad, thank you very much for the raid. How cool of you. Oh, you do, let me get this straight. Is this Minecraft, yeah? Damn. And look at that, you got all these clips too. I need to figure out how to do clips. I mentioned yesterday we had some crazy clippable moments, and I don't know how to do it. Yo, it's now. It's the one and only. Okay, I see. Everything is connecting now. Yes, hello now. And again, thank you very much. Just a motivating dad. Does that mean there's a just a motivating mom somewhere out there on Twitch? Or is that soon to be? Soon to be. Yes, that's yeah. But yeah, anyways, JD, that is Atlas. You will enjoy his company. He's very, very fun. Now, it's a motivating raid. We bring good vibes and positivity. Hells yeah. Well, listen, that's all you've brought so far, so I do appreciate it, you know? Never a negative moment with you. Hey, Obel, hi, chat. I'm a mod for Jamd. Oh, okay. Just a motivating dad. Okay. Jamd Will, and he asked for a raid target. Oh, dude. Well, now I do need to make it up to you somehow then. So I appreciate you throwing my name into that target. BC, I'm a dad and I enjoy the laughs, the conversations. Yeah, listen, I'm trying my best to weave in and out of like keeping it PG, although I've been avoiding cursing, at least using some of the more explicit terms, just because I don't want to get dinged by anything just now. So at some point I might switch it over to being more like myself, but for now I also just don't want to get in trouble. I'm a dad, I enjoy the laughs, and also I'm trying to, yeah, we're weaving a fine line when it comes to the PP jokes. And I hope we're still on the right side of that. Now he's a variety streamer and a middle grade book author, like a middle school. You're saying, right? Yo, that's really cool. I would love to write a book, but I just don't know how to write. That's why we've passed off so much of it to our ChatGPT there. Yes. Hello. I'd say it's his wife, Liz. She's awesome. Nice. Are they both streamers, or is Will the main streamer? I mean, you're working on Foxes, so I'll call it an even trade. There we go. Okay. His book is called The Table by Will Booher. Okay, so we're not doxing him. You doxed him, not me. The Table. Oh, nice. Let me, can I look that up? The Table by Will Booher. Booher? But I hardly know her. The Table. Let's look at this. Okay, let me see if I can... Oh, we'll pop it up on Goodreads. Yo, how cool is that? I used to love reading. I mean, I do love reading. I just haven't had time to read in the past however long. But yeah, I used to have my Goodreads like constant. I'd be spending like hours at like bookstores, and I'd be scanning every book, seeing what the ratings were. And the assumption for me, or where I landed on, was anytime a book was 4.0 or higher, 4.1 or higher, I think, really, with enough reviews, that's how I knew, is like, this is a book that I should read. It never led me wrong. It's kind of like how I view IMDb with TV shows. If a TV show has an IMDb rating of 7.9 or 8 out of 10 or higher, it's always going to be good. Bullied and often left to his own devices, Aaron is just searching for a place to belong. The crooked tree by the river's edge is the one place he feels fully himself, his sacred space. Nice. One day, as Aaron lies lounging on his favorite bed. Wait, is this giving it away? Okay, just... Okay, this is a synopsis, right? Oh, wait, no, this is a review. Okay, maybe we shouldn't give it away, right? Let me see if I can read some parts of it. Yo, this is crazy. Dude, this is the kind of book I wish I... If this came out when I was growing up, I would be absolutely reading this in a heartbeat. I'm all about adventure. We were talking about movies and shows the other day. And for me, it's like, I love every genre as long as the underlying genre or theme is around adventure. So if you feel like the characters are on a quote-unquote epic adventure, adrenaline type feel, it could be a romance, and I'll still enjoy it. Nice. Well, thank you very much. And again, thank you for the raid. Thank you for getting me across the double-digit mark on the views. How cool is that? You know what? Yeah, we'll take another moment to maybe just reintroduce myself. The best way to do that, as we know, is there is a link I'm going to put in the chat called Into the Blizzard. Now, Into the Blizzard is our latest short film that we made for YouTube. I've started a YouTube channel about a year ago, and that is my main focus now, is to build out that YouTube channel. And what do we fill it up with? We fill it up with my travels. So I do a lot of wildlife and travel photography and videography. And while I started in photography, I have shifted over to video as of the past 2 years or so. And I've left corporate world, so this is what I do full time now. Is I've been traveling nonstop over the past year and a half. In that time, some of it was my own like scouting trips. I did also end up I did about 7 organized tours where I take clients, photographers, one of the most recent was like a honeymoon client, like a honeymoon couple. But yeah, I would take them on trips to hopefully enjoy the best of the world. So if I had a mantra, the one I've been repeating is that I love to share the best of the world with the rest of the world through my lens. And so that is kind of what I aim to do, whether it's on the live streams or on YouTube or I guess in real life as well. So yeah, welcome to the channel. Feel free to check out that link. It is it's a labor of love. It is also a video that we made entirely during the live streams. So like 99.99% of it, if not 100%, was all done from day one of my live streaming journey, which was 32 days ago, all the way until day 25. It took us 25 days to finish it. But yes, I'm very, very happy. It's my favorite work I've done to date. So please enjoy. Yeah. And then live streaming, we did start it on we're on day 32 right now. So I am streaming to YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. It's been really fun actually. So yesterday was my favorite stream because it was also like a nice celebratory stream, but we also had a lot of laughs on it. But yeah, we celebrated yesterday the fact that we survived our first month of streaming. And what I mentioned is that I absolutely can see myself streaming for the long term. And we stream every day. We've been streaming about 7 to 8 hours every day. Yeah, we don't really take breaks here. Oh, speaking of, let me introduce my cats. So this one's Kimbap over there. This is his ass. Let's try to show his face. Kimbap, you want to show your face? Do. There you are. Good boy. That's it? Okay, fine. So this is Kimbap. That's his spot that he usually likes to chill at. I did have another bed over here, but nobody seems to use it anymore. There. We still haven't seen Nala yet. I don't know where. Oh, wait. There's Nala. She's right behind me in the cat bed there. Nala. Yep, there. Yeah, okay. Just making sure that wasn't nothing. This is Nala right there. She's my first of 2 cats. This one's the younger brother. That's the older sister. But yes, they are a crucial part of our stream. Now you said, well, thank you very much for saying his work is really good, y'all. Yes, y'all. And now Kitty Bum. Yes, this is the bum cam. Such a cutie pie. Yeah, she's like, wow, I was sleeping. Yeah. You know what? They get to stay here rent-free, have all the food, you know? The least they can do is be bothered by me when I feel like it. So, occasionally I will go and slap his ass or something. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to hit him that hard. Good boy. Man, Kimbap has lost a lot of weight, though. He used to be much, much bigger. But then the vet kind of like scolded me for how much he was gaining weight, so we had to oh wait, let's switch over. Maybe his face is showing here. Good boy. Oh yeah. So yes, we do a mix of normal stuff, and then sometimes we'll hop over to play with the cats. I was saying, because someone was asking about like, would you ever do like TikTok streams? And I was like, yo, maybe I will set up a camera similar to this cat camera here, and then I'll start doing TikTok streams as I'm live. And it's literally just going to be pointing at this bed and just waiting for the cat to show up. So there might literally be nothing here. And then we just go live. And then when the cat shows up, then, you know, maybe people enjoy it. And I honestly have a fear. I say fear, but I have a feeling that if I did that, if I set it up properly and everything, that there could be more people watching that than my actual live stream. And I don't know how to feel about that if that ever happens. Yeah, it would be something. Good boy. Good boy. Now you said you should. There are ways to multi-stream for mobile. Yeah. Oh yeah. So I mean, I am multi-streaming already. So I'm using something called restream.io, and so that allows me to essentially connect between YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. So, and I think there might be a way to also connect to like TikTok simultaneously. I just haven't tested it out yet, because like I didn't feel like there was a reason to, right? Because it's kind of hard to do video editing and photo editing off of a vertical screen. So I don't know if TikTok is really the audience for maybe like this long form. But like I said, if I literally just have a camera turned on for my cat, and I was like, whatever, man, I don't care. If someone watches it, fine. But yes. Okay, so where were we? Yeah, we did a bit of Mongolia editing, and now we're hopping back over to Japan. So, good timing now, because you literally have not missed anything in terms of today's stream. We did... Actually, let me catch you up now, since you are the Fox Queen. Let's show you all the ones that we have highlighted for potential edits. So we haven't actually started editing yet. This is still just our filtering process. Now you said, I know Stream Elements does. Will's main stream is on TikTok, but he multi-streams to Twitch too. Okay. You know what? Maybe I have to give it some extra thought. Because the issue I was running into with Stream Elements was that I wasn't able to create overlays or like different widgets across platforms. That's why we're using Streamlabs, because that seemed to be like a single synchronization or like a single integration where if any alerts pop up across anything, it just, you know, shows it up on the same like OBS, not OBS, like the same scene or whatever. But if Stream Elements does it, then okay, let's look at it. But yes, this song sucks. Sorry. Let me try. You know what? Maybe we'll now hop over to like actual music from our playlist. Because we did have a bunch of songs that we had whitelisted, let's say, or shortlisted for a potential Japan trailer, right? So maybe it's a good time now we can just listen to all of that. Where did I put it? Under Projects, 2025, YouTube, Hokkaido. There it is. Okay, let me turn on my VLC playlist. We're going to pause this. All right. So these are all the playlist songs that we had selected that could potentially be used for a YouTube... oh, wait. These things don't open. Now you said, if you are ever looking for DMCA-free streaming music, I can point you to a few artists. Hells yeah, please do. Because I was trying to use YouTube, and then the problem with YouTube was that even the ones that they said were part of their free audio library, I still got copyright struck. I was like, yo, okay. Burn me once, you know? Show original. Okay, I thought... Give me a second, guys. Because I created some aliases and I thought that could work, but it's not. Alright, here we go. I have to do this the old-fashioned way. I'll show you guys how I'm doing it. Basically, I thought I could play all these aliases, but apparently it won't actually open. So I have to show the original. Then I can drag them in here. And then I have to hit back. Show original. There must be a better way to do this, but... whatever, I'm committed. Let's do it. Now you said I'll try and put it in the Discord later. Yes, please. That's awesome. Thank you for that. Especially if you have any Mongolian artists, because I need to find more Mongolian music for our episode 2. Core beliefs, deployment. So what am I listening for in terms of soundtracks that could work? I mean, ideally we would have something more Japanese sounding, but we haven't found that yet. Actually, that's probably what should we look up. That's probably what we should be looking up right now. Digital Foundry. But I'm already down this rabbit hole, so might as well finish this exercise here. Gold standard. Yeah, we're looking for something that evokes feelings of adventure. Because basically the trailer I'm trying to make is hopefully to convince people to join me on next year's trip to Japan. So I'm organizing a tour as we speak where you can join me when I spend about 9 days in Hokkaido, and we're going to be basically exploring a bunch of wildlife. So basically the photos you see here, it'd be that kind of stuff, right? Where we're going to go to different locations where there's known wildlife, and then if you're a photographer, then you're welcome. We will have some fun. If you're not a photographer, well, you're welcome. You're in Japan, so how can you complain? It's a win-win. But yeah, that's what we'll be doing. So the trailer, I want it to be very epic, but not too dramatic and like actiony, because I don't think that'll fit the vibe of Japan. It's like winter wildlife, right? There's gonna be a lot of slow motion, snow scenes, and you got these elegant looking foxes and cranes. So it's not necessarily meant to be like dramatic, like a lion or leopard snarling at you. So we don't want those kind of vibes. So these are the soundtracks that we had selected from like just browsing music that we thought could potentially have moments in it that can be made into like a 1 to 2 minute long trailer. Jeez, I thought I was almost done. Now you said, I don't know any offhand from Mongolia, but Twitch is very vast, so I'll start asking around if any of my other musicians know anyone. Yeah, sorry, I was kind of kidding, because I mean, if you happen to know someone, that's obviously cool, but I was assuming nobody does. But yeah. Man, if I wasn't disabled and broke, that would be a dream. I'll be looking forward to seeing the pics and the videos. Listen, yeah, one of these days, yeah, we'll make, if I can be successful at this, yeah, at the very least, I do want to do live streams while we're traveling. So if I can bring you guys with me, you know, to the places I travel. It doesn't beat, obviously, like being there in person yourself, but the whole point is like, you know, if you can share the best of the world the best way possible, then yeah. Almost done. We got parameters, persistence. But yeah, now that I know this alias doesn't actually play, it's kind of annoying. I should have just copied it in anyways. Alright, where were we? Prolific, refinements. Prolific, refinement. Now, you missed a really fun stream yesterday, by the way. Oh yeah, because was I already saying this? I'm like kind of repeating myself, but because today is day 32, and so yesterday was a fun like kind of celebration stream for me, but we had a lot of laughs with ChatGPT, I will say. If I have some time tonight, I'm going to try to see if I can create my first clip, and I'll put it in there, and then next time you're on, I'll point you to it. But feel free to also just watch the VOD. It was a good. I think we had a good time. But yeah, I was like crying from laughing. Let's just say it was one of those. God, that was such a good... But basically, if you do watch it, you'll realize my sense of humor is very, very... Do they call it lowbrow? It's very childish, so... Runner's high, set theory. Alright, 2 more to go. One more. Unorthodox. Cool. All right. Now you said... Yeah, and again, thank you for that. In the... Late congrats? Yes, thank you. Congrats, we survived. It's congratulations for not dying from doing the streams. Now you said I still giggle at fart jokes, so no judgment there. Do I? I mean, for sure I do. I'm just trying to remember the last time something like that happened. I was like, yo, that was epic. I haven't seen the new Naked Gun, but I do hope there's some fart jokes in there. I was a big fan of those kind of like slapstick comedy styles. Okay, let me try. We're going to go to art list first because we've had more success with art list. We're going to type in Japan cinema. Okay, we're going to try to find some more Asian sounding songs. Tell me if this is too loud, because this, as much as I love Artlist, I really think whoever's running their audio platform is shit, in the sense of like, I have to set this audio all the way to like almost 1, otherwise it's blasting in my ears. I kind of like this. It might not be trailer music, but let's save this under art list. Japan. All right, so now you said it's better since you turned it down. Yeah. Let me know if I need to turn it out more, but otherwise, let's show you. These are the ones that we shortlisted yesterday in terms of potential photos. Oh, actually, before we do that, let me show you because we did finish some photos from yesterday. These are the photos that we finished from day 1 of that Japan trip. So some of the client shots, a little bit of like nature. We have the nice crane shots. Close up. We got the crane in flight. 2 landing. Although I'm just not a fan of this one. We might need to edit this a bit more. It's a bit of the quality's not so good because we had to crop in quite a bit. And I think now that I'm looking at it with a bit of high clarity here, it's looking a bit messy. So anyways, not the best one. The pose looked nice though. Softer works, I think, for Japan. So yeah, basically we're listening for music that kind of fits these kind of moods, right? Like very elegant winter landscape. And then I think my favorite photo is coming up. Yeah, right now this is my favorite photo I've taken and edited. Just the colors look nice. It's a nice hero image. The crane has a bit of a Sharingan eye type thing going on with the rings that you can see there. This is a nice pose. Got one bowing to us, one looking down on us, blocking from the sun, grooming, and then client shots. So these are the ones we finished yesterday. We're skipping the sea otters and the seals for now. And now we've hopped over to today. And yeah, let's now show you again what I was talking about here. Now he says, so gorgeous. Yeah, these cranes, they're something else. They are something else. So we got some of the Sailor Sea Eagles, but I do know we have much better shots of them later on in the trip. But these are still, they turn out very clean, so we got them. Then here's where we started seeing some of the foxes in one of the areas in Hokkaido. And these foxes were like super, super friendly. Like, yeah, they were just like, I think they might have been fed over time or something. So they're just like accustomed to humans. It looks like they're just waiting for you to feed them, essentially. But yeah, we've shortlisted a few of these. A lot of them look the same because I mentioned the type of photographer that I am. I'm very much a machine gunner. So I just take a bunch of the same shots. But these ones should be nice and sharp. So yeah, so we got a bunch of different versions to kind of pull from. Generally speaking, I'm trying to find at least one where it's looking straight at the camera with the eyes, with the ears, you know, like pointed straight. And then we look for these kind of shots maybe at like a 45-degree angle, as well as like if there's a 90-degree angle type of a direct silhouette of the side profile. And then some of these, yeah, it's, you know, it makes different facial expressions, so. So yeah, all of these we haven't actually edited yet, besides a subtle, some of these I've like done a bit of like separation between the subject and the background. So making the background a bit softer and all that. But otherwise we haven't done any kind of like color grading or color edits. Looking back. Yeah, we got plenty to have to go through. Unfortunately, that's what I signed up for, being a machine gunner. And then yeah, all of these I was shooting with like a long lens. So this was at 520 millimeters, 6.3 aperture, 1/400th of a second, and then ISO 180. Idora, what the fox say? Yeah, they should have a fox voice, Dono. What does the fox say? And then at some point we were going through some of the photos where we switched lenses. So these are all with that one I just mentioned. And then starting here, is this the one? Yeah, so then here I was shooting with the 85mm f1.2. So the f1.2 allows for the shot to be much more cinematic looking, because you'll have like a very sharp something in focus and everything else will be nice and blurry. But it doesn't always work with wildlife, so we were talking about the drawbacks the other day. Now, you said fox voice Dona would just be screaming. Yeah, that's what I heard. I don't know. I've watched that music video, What the Fox Say. It seems like the fox has a lot it can say in different ways. Oh yeah, and then now we actually got some Jesus, yeah, the music keeps picking up, doesn't it? Like basically my audio setting within Artlist is like almost at 1, if there's a number. But yes, now we even got some photos of the fox when it started to yawn, so we got some nice like kind of goofy looking shots. So these will be very fun for us to kind of go through in detail. And to be honest, it's like, you know, the camera's good quality, the lighting was good. Like, there really isn't usually a need to do crazy edits, but you will be surprised. Like, even with a photo like this, you can be like, you know what? There's nothing to do. I like it as is. Boom. But then the fun of, like, editing is that you can turn this and turn it into, like, yeah, you can make it feel even more cinematic. So that's obviously what we're going to be doing later on. But I am happy that the photo as is looks really nice. So even if we ended up saying, you know what, I don't have time to edit these, I'm happy just literally exporting it as is. Maybe with just a bit of framing. Okay, so yeah. Oh, no. And then we did go through the... So I did edit one of these before for my website. These ones I haven't edited, though. But it should be coming up. There it is. So this is the one that I had edited a while back from my website. So same thing. It's like, yeah, if you look at the before and afters, let me see. Not this one. Oh, I think I did something. What did I do? Alright, there we go. Yeah, so if you look at the before and after, so this is the original shot, nice and bright. But then, yeah, once you put it through some editing, you can just make it feel a bit more like alive, if you will, or just add a bit of personality to it. So not that I did much to the shot, I just kind of wanted to darken it up a bit, maybe amplify a bit of the light coming in from the top left to kind of mimic the fact that the way the fox is making the face, it looks like it's sunbathing. So then we wanted a bit of direction of the light source. So we try to make this a bit darker to, you know, amplify this side. And then I think I just made it slightly warmer in tone. We added a bit of fade to this element and, yeah, just darkened it overall. But yeah, we didn't do anything crazy otherwise. But it makes a big difference, in my opinion, from this to that. So we're going to do that with all the photos. So, yeah. Hello. Now it's almost loaf mode fox. Yeah. I do want to see, because these ones, although I edited it already, you can see the paws are a little bit cut out just from the angle. But some of the shots from earlier, like this one, you can actually see the paws, right? So it's going to be fun just to see how it looks. Because technically this framing might be a little bit better, because yeah, we didn't lose the paws here. KG says, love it. Welcome back, KG. How is everything? You know, I don't know if you were here earlier, but I think Lucky made a lot of, I think he made a lot of peepees in your absence. So just FYI. Oh yeah, now it said I need to lurk AFK for a bit, but I'll leave the stream up. Thank you very much. Thank you for lurking. Thanks for keeping that stream up. In the meantime, we will edit photos of foxes on your behalf. But yes, KG, we're switching gears a bit. So we did a bit of organizing on the Mongolia video front. Now we're shifting over to Japan again. And also I'm trying to listen for Japanese sounding songs from these different platforms that could work for the Japan trailer. I think this one could actually work because it is got some dramatic elements to it. Let's go ahead and download that. Let me listen to the second one again. This could work as well, this area right here. All right, we will proceed. Let's see. See, I wish I had got this yawn, but you know, if I'd positioned the camera frame better. So, and ideally, I would have been shifted more to the left. But what can you do, you know? So, unfortunately, some of the whiskers are cut off here. Let's see if we can find a version where maybe it's not. Still a bit cut off, but we'll save this one anyways. It's looking good on this one. Here I'm okay with it because even if the whiskers are cut off, it's kind of bokeh'd out essentially. It's quite blurry, so it blends in with the background eventually, so it's okay. And we do have the full body. Again, a little bit too much weight on the right side here, so it would have been nice if I had shifted the camera a bit. But yeah, look at that face. Yeah, there's a chance we're going to end up with like over 100 fully edited box photos that I want to keep. Here I missed the focus. So you can kind of see the focus jump to the nose. And then by the time you get to the eye, it's a bit softer. So that is the risk you take when you're shooting at, like in this case I was shooting at f1.2. So KG, you say, I'm testing my new stream starting screen. Nice, nice. Oh yeah, I was chatting with Lucky earlier about that, I think. But yeah, I'd love to see it. Testing my new stream starting screen. This is going to be very exciting, KG. I know it took me a while to make mine, but I was really, really happy with it. And it does make a difference, because then usually when I start my stream, you'll notice probably in the first anywhere from 5 to 10 minutes, I'm not actually on the camera because I use the time once I hit stream starts. I'll usually kind of just check to make sure is everything functional, and that could be like a minute of just like looking at the screens and all that. And then I need to go make my coffee or grab my drinks. I usually will either feed my cats or just like a few other things I end up having to take care of before I can sit down and feel like I'm ready. So yeah. And it's like, I guess the obvious answer or question is, well, then couldn't you just hit this start streaming once you've done all that? Except for the few minutes of like testing things. Technically true, yes. But there is something to like when you hit start streaming, even if you're not ready, I think hitting the button on OBS to say start streaming, it is psychologically a good thing because it forces me to feel like, okay, the clock started. I have to, it's game time. Whereas if I didn't hit it until I felt everything else I did was ready to go, I might just keep coming up more things to do before I hit the button. So it's a psychological thing. Are you able to pull it up now? I'm running a test live. Yes, of course. Wait, let me go to KG photography. All right, we're going to support KG real quick as she's testing out her live stream situation. Look at that. Be right back. Yo, what is this? What did that say? Toggle. Wait, let me turn on the audio, I think. Wait, is the audio on? Yeah, okay. I've never seen a button like this. Toggle sound alerts? Well, that's cool. Wait, do I have this? Yo, KG, how did you have that sound alerts thing? Is that just me? Sound alerts. Activate stream alerts with bits. Sound. Okay, so is this like a... Huh. I have no idea what this is, but that's cool. I don't know if I should turn it on or not. Add to my channel? Oh, there it is. Streaming starting soon. Oh, KG. I don't know. Can you hear me actually, KG? Can you hear me, KG? Ooh. Yep, I can you hear me, KG? Oh, hello. How trippy. Wait, am I watching you watching me? I don't know what's happening. Okay, yeah, so here it should be showing. Yep. Can you hear me okay? Katie Grace. Oh wait, I'm gonna mute them. I'm gonna mute just in case that audio gets me in trouble. Man, I'm so nervous about those things. I've been copyright struck maybe like 5 or 6 times in my first month of streaming. Nice. Wait, why was it let me see. Okay, yeah, it's fine now. Starting soon. Nice. KG. Okay, so I have a few thoughts. I don't know. Take it or leave it. Couple thoughts here. Well, first, this is awesome. Like, it already feels really more personal, so it's really cool that you did that. I would say, like, is there a way you can do like a landscape mode? So yeah, if you're able to like take up the entire screen, that would be interesting. If you're not able to, which is fine. I mean, sometimes what you can do with the videos, you can create that thing where it creates like a blurry mirrored effect, which sometimes may not look good. But what if you can't do the full screen, could you like try something where the starting soon can show up somewhere on the left or the right? Maybe you can try doing like a triple scene. So if you split the landscape into 3 sections, kind of like you see it here, but if you do equal parts, and then you can have like 3 different videos playing at once that's showing your portfolio. So yeah, because the main thing for me is like I'm thinking more from real estate. So knowing that most people watching on Twitch and all of these streaming platforms are probably looking, actually I don't know, but if you can take over the entire like 16:9. KG, I ended it because my computer was lagging so bad. No worries. Can you hear me though? Also, the music just went really eerie. KG, can you hear me? KG, can you hear me? Yes, what was your advice? Oh yeah, okay, cool. So just a few things. One, this is awesome, and it's always cool to see like if people, especially like, this is the one benefit that we have as photographers, videographers. Did I hear the music? I did, yeah, and then I muted the music just in case, because then I got paranoid for myself. But yes, the music was loud and clear, and then I could see everything here. Yeah, so what I was thinking is, yeah, cool. It's like really cool that you're actually showing your portfolio, and that is one of the benefits of like doing a stream as a photographer, is you can use that intro section as a nice little like a, yeah, it's your way to show who you are to people. So that's really cool. I was saying like, is there a way maybe either if you keep it this way, excuse me, maybe you can put the starting soon message somewhere outside of the image so you can give like a more clear view the whole time. And if you do keep the text here, just like maybe see like different types of font styles, or if you want to add some weight to it so it kind of stands out from the image. And then what I was thinking is like, could you maybe even create something where you just split this into 3 sections, or even like 2 sections where you have 2 photos or 3 photos all lined up, so that way you just have more of your portfolio showing at once, and also it takes over the full screen. So then there's that. And if you can't do that, or another option is maybe you take over 2/3 of the screen with the photo, and then let's say the left panel, the right panel is where you have all your key information. So whether it's like a little bit like a hello, it could even just be a straight up message from you being like, hey, welcome, I'm this and that, stream is starting soon if you'd like to check out my work. And then here you can have like your handles, it can be a QR code, I don't know, whatever it is, like talking about yourself. Those are some thoughts maybe as well. Then yeah, well, I wish I could rewind. I don't think I can rewind, right? Oh yeah, and then maybe this is like, I could be wrong, but when in your title it says streaming starting soon, I feel like you can keep it simpler by just say streams starting soon instead of streaming starting soon, just to simplify the language. And it means the same thing, just with fewer letters, right? So then just being like stream starting soon. And then I think the URLs I saw below, I didn't know if, because I saw the URLs, it was like 2 lines, but then within it, there's a bunch of like underscore, underline lines on it. So I don't know. I don't know if that's your actual URL or not, but yeah. But yeah, no, this is epic. And then, yeah, that way I'm assuming you can just have this looping for as long as needed until you're ready to stream. Boom, boom. So yeah, anyways, well done. Oh, also, guys, we have our... Guess who showed up? It's the one and only Nala. Alright, with Nala, because she's the only one that likes to come up on my lap. Sometimes I like, especially with our new microphone, I kind of want to see if we can get a nice ASMR effect. Good girl, Nala. You want to speak to the mic? Yeah, good girl. Mm-hmm. You have anything else to say? Good girl, Nala. Yes, right into the mic. There you go. Good girl. So that is Nala. She is the first of 2 cats. And let me turn that down a bit on my side. And let's hit play again. Let's listen from this one. I wasn't paying attention. Careful, Nala. Careful. Uh-oh. Let's see if they end up fighting each other. Usually doesn't end up well when they're both trying to be in the same bed here. There must be a winner. KG said, I don't know if I can split it, but I like the one side and then add a message. Yeah, just, especially, yeah, because like if your photo doesn't take up the full screen anyways, then maybe there's a way to just kind of maximize the negative space or like the extra real estate. And so instead of just having it be empty, you might as well then put in some key messages. It could be anything personal. It could be like a welcome message. It could just be straight up, you know, your Instagram tags and everything else. It could be, yeah, like things about like, you know, here's what my stream, yeah, I don't know. It's just up to you, I guess. But you can put some text and then just make it, you know, because obviously it'll be looping. So yeah. Well, listen, the things goes both ways. So thank you for helping me on my streams all the time. So if I can help you, that's the least I can do. So look at my cats. They're not even upset at each other. What a world. Wait, I want to jump to the cat camera. And I want to see if I can sneakily adjust the webcam without distracting them. Oh, I got their attention. Yeah, I wish I didn't have my overlays on because I would love to take a photo of just this pose right now. Nala. Kimbap. Yeah. Good boy. Good girl. It kind of looks like part of my cat how do you say this? The body of Nala looks like it's blending into the upper part of Kimbap. Alright, I'm getting distracted. Thank you guys for not fighting for now. Okay, so anyways. KG, good job though. That's really cool. I'm glad I could help out with your test. So now we're back into photo mode here. Oh no, it's already 10 p.m. I'm so hungry, and I know dinner, once we end the stream, I'm going to have my dinner, but like, it's just not going to be appealing at all. I can't tell with this shot. Where is the focus point on this one? I think I missed the focus on this one. Alright, this pose is cool. Missed the focus as well. Also, the ears aren't as nice as what I want. So yeah, so I was mentioning I usually look for where the ears are both pointing in the same direction, or they look somewhat symmetrical. Alright, if I'm not mistaken, I think the focus ended up on his lower jaw. Let's keep looking though. The good news is we have so many photos of this fox in like different angles. So if we end up finding one where it's, or if we don't end up finding one where it's nicely focused, I should have a bunch from earlier that we saved. Side profile, slightly blurry. Just as an FYI, let's see how many photos I took. Yeah, so this day I took over 2,000 photos. Probably mostly of this fox. Let me download this song as well. I think this one has potential. And also I like... This isn't the first time I used a song from this artist, Spearfisher. You know, it's one of those things where I'm being super nitpicky because, like, one, I'm not trying to put this onto like a photo contest, so who really cares if the focus is off slightly? This is really meant just for my portfolio on my website, so I should stop. It's just kind of hard for me to turn off the nitpickiness in my brain. Now this is a cool shot. So here, it's not a perfect shot by any means, because like, again, I just had too much weight. I needed to shift my camera more to the left here, but he's doing all the things that I want to see, right? Like we got ears pointed almost symmetrically, or like it's just all perfectly lined up. It's like almost like a perfect centered shot. Eyes looking towards me almost perfectly. And then, like I said, the issue here is I was shooting with the f1.2 85mm lens. So then I was shooting at 1.2, which is what gives you that really nice cinematic look. It's what makes even the whiskers can start looking softer as it gets out of focus. The fur everywhere here looks super soft, and it blends in with the background. You don't see a lot of noise or anything. It's just super, super soft. And oftentimes that is like a nice look in terms of what you want. But I'm a little bit torn because I think like, because I haven't really done this in a wildlife trip as of yet, but I sometimes think it's better to just shoot wildlife where the entire face, at the very least, if not the entire body, is in focus. And what that would mean is I would need to have adjusted my aperture to something like an f6 or something high. And there was no reason I couldn't have done that because it was like in the middle of the day, there's a lot of sunlight. So I could have done a higher aperture and not worried too much about adding a lot of noise or making the shot look too dark. And in return, I would have had a fox face where everything was focused. So the nose would not be this blurry. Everything would be in focus. And I don't know if that's actually better or not, but we only have one shot to look at. Ooh. I'm just hoping one of these. Alright, this one I definitely missed the focus. Yeah, definitely missed the focus on these ones. Alright, this one's a kind of a groovy song. I can totally see myself using it. Yeah, I can't tell, but I think most of them I missed the focus just by a hair's breadth. This one looks good. I think this one I did lock in the focus. But then tail just barely not making it. That's a shame. But this could be nice for just a nice close-up, like a cropped, just like a face shot maybe. Oh, what a shame. I'm like finally locking in focus here, but I'm cutting off the tail. Amateur, amateur. Nala will do this, but she basically kicks out her younger brother. A bit of a diva, this one. Nala, are you a diva? Okay, that song got a little bit too out of control for me, for my videos, but yeah. Man. Alright, so yeah, I want that ear, because you can kind of see it twisting. So we want the shot where both of them point. Oof, we just missed it there. We'll save this one just in case. So I think I mentioned before, usually this kind of pose I'm not like that keen on. I don't like focus too much on it. Usually you want like when it's straight on. But yeah, basically we would just be in these vans, right? Just right from the road. The fox would just be chilling there. No trekking needed, no anything, just casual viewing. All right, we're entering into the Shika deer territory. So while this wasn't like necessarily the focus of the trip, they do have like these like Japan has their own type of deer, and there's a group of them near where we were visiting. So yeah, we saw this herd. There's a few moments in here that I think is really nice. I don't know if I caught on photo though. I was doing mostly video, so let me download this song as well. The Shika deer. Let's see if we can get a nice pose from them. Oof. That one's a nice one on its own. Let's see if we have one where they're all with their eyes open. Who does this remind me of? I don't know why, but this picture reminds me of a human. Who does this remind me of? Hold on a second. I need to confirm if I'm just going crazy or hallucinating, or do I actually see somebody here? What is it called? Okay, let me see. I could be really out of my depth here, okay? So I need to verify this off stream before I bring it onto the stream. I'm just hoping someone in the chat would just say the name, so then it's like, okay, it's not just me. But let me see if I can find an example. See if I'm off. Okay, okay, I don't think it's just me. I don't know if anyone's paying attention to the chat or the stream right now, but I don't know. There's something about this face here. I was like, yo, this looks like somebody. I don't know what, but it looks like a human deer. Maybe it's just because the facial expression, it feels more expressive than the other ones. And now as I'm like looking at this further, I'm like, who does this remind me of? And I think I'm correct with this, and I mean no offense by it. It's just more like maybe it's okay. Let me just show it. Is it just me, or does that face look like her? Like if you were to compare, yeah, it is. Okay, I don't think I'm going crazy. I think I'm seeing something here that's based in reality, because it's something to do with the pursed lips here that the deer is making, and I feel like it looks like the kind that she does, right? No? Is it just me? Alright, we will revisit this, but I think I stumbled upon a lookalike between these two. Just me, maybe, but I think I see something there. Like if I were to, I wish I was good at Photoshop. If I could like overlay these two photos together and see like how much similarity we have. Yeah, because the moment she like smiles, I don't see it. But it's like something to do with that specific facial expression where she kind of looks straight and then keeps her lips pursed. Is that the right term? Oh, snap. She was in Game of Thrones? I didn't know that was her. Oh, that's crazy. Yo, she was like a badass in that show. Okay, we're going to revisit this, but I think I found her spirit animal, okay? This is the Bella Ramsey deer right here. Is it the same shot? Let me see. Okay, I'm going to save this one as well. Oh, good. Okay, so this one's an actual one that we want to use because all their eyes are open there. Perfect. Can't believe I found an animal that looks like a celebrity. I swear the resemblance is like uncanny. Like I almost feel confident enough to then take a screenshot of her, take a screen grab of that deer, and pump it into ChatGPT. Be like, can you tell me who? You know what? Actually, I might do that. Just no, I'm not gonna give it away. But what I'll do is let me get a close up of Bella Ramsey deer. This one, I think. Okay. I'm gonna put it into the ChatGPT. ChatGPT. Hey, Mr. Atlas. I stumbled upon one of my photos here that I took of this one creature, and there was something about the facial expression that it was making that made me think it looked like someone I've seen in the movies or in TV shows. Could you tell me, if you can scan this image, does it look like it resembles any celebrity you can think of from, you know, any like famous TV shows or movies, that kind of thing? Can you tell me if it looks like a famous actor or actress? Let's see. Because if somehow ChatGPT connects those dots, then I feel like it's not just me. There's like maybe the way it scans the image, it can like be like, oh yeah, based on the X number of pixels, we can see that there's a shared number of pixels here of like the contour of the face or the pursed lips or the, yeah. Oh, come on. It said, I can't help with identifying or guessing which celebrity, actor, or actress this deer might resemble. If you want, I can still give you an observational take on his expression and pose so you can come up. Yeah, that's not as exciting. That's not as fun. Okay, but we'll put a pin in it. I need someone to kind of verify for me or validate if I see, if it's true what I see, or if it's completely in my own head. And I'll accept that. But I feel like I think I have a good eye for things. I don't know. See, like this one, I don't see it at all. It was just that one, the way it looked, that one direction. So generally speaking, I'll speak again from like a wildlife perspective. Generally, I'm looking for a solo animal if possible. It's just nicer to frame a single wildlife animal versus like having 2 or 3. It just depends usually. But here's a good example of that, right? Where it's like, you know, by having only one animal, it's easier to kind of focus in on the eyes or the face or whatever. The moment you introduce a second animal to the picture, you got to reweight your image. because now there's a lot more weight on the right side. So, oh shoot, okay, do I need to shift over to the right? The animal here is blurry, so it just like complicates things so much. Whereas there's something nice about having a single animal in frame, especially for wildlife, because then you give off that kind of the lone wolf vibes, right? The lone animal. You give off like main character syndrome vibes. And then here though, like the problem is there's not any clean shots that I have of the deer. Let's say the deer's face is perfectly sharp. Again, the issues I run into is that the pose isn't necessarily the best. It's kind of like part of the body seems like it's leaning one way. It looks a bit awkward. The ears aren't pointing in the same direction, or they don't look very symmetrical. So yeah, like to me, like I look at this, I'm like, you know, it wouldn't be like a hero shot, let's say. All right, some of these I think I've already these ones I think I've already saved or shared, but yeah, we'll copy some over. We need the client photo shots. Nice. Also, I'm looking for, ideally you get the male deer, right? Because you want the antlers. I'm pretty sure the females don't have antlers. I could be wrong. At least for these deer. Okay, so the ears look better here, but this is the example I was giving earlier, where even if the ears look fine, you can see here that the sun is casting a shadow based on, it looks like the other ear is blocking some of the left ear, right? So then these are things where it just depends how nitpicky you are, but like in an ideal world you would be able to have it where you don't ever have these kind of moments of shade that kind of breaks up your image or your subject. Like this kind of shading is fine because then you have like a clean shading on one side of its face here, caused naturally by how the sunlight is bouncing or hitting the face, whereas this one is like a shading caused by something else blocking the view of it, right? If that makes sense. So it's not like a primary shade, it's a secondary shade, if I could say that. Because otherwise all of this is fine. But if we have to accept it, I'll accept it. So for now I'm just going to mark this as a potential in case we don't have better shots somewhere. This has been pretty fun for me, like when it comes to when I can take clients out on trips. It's fun not to have to focus so much on like getting the moment and like getting the moment. There's something cool about that. Alright, I'm saving a bunch of these, but honestly, we just need like one of each type. Alright, so now we got the male. Same thing what I was saying before. I'm just not a fan of this kind of framing, let's say. Like when you see the full side view of the body, it just doesn't look, I guess maybe it depends on the animal. But yeah, here it's just like, it doesn't really get me in any way. to see it this way. Or at least maybe not when it's looking at the camera. I think maybe that's what it is. I don't mind. There might be some shots where like seeing the side profile of the deer looks good. But when it's doing the thing where it turns its head to look straight at you, then just like I don't know, something about the shape of the animal now, the silhouette of the animal just looks so off weighted and off balance. Because like, yeah, if you look at it, it's like you got a big ass body and ass here. Then you got the tiny face and a little bit sticking out. And just, I don't know. It just doesn't like, it's hard to like weight the image properly with it. All right, now we're getting into some interesting moments. So here we got the deer. It's got like a stick in its mouth, so it looks like it's smoking a pipe. Wait, did we listen to the song already? Mishima. Okay, yeah, that's right. Okay. I'm kind of craving like McDonald's right now. Should I do that? Is it worth sacrificing my health? Should I order McDonald's or Panda Express? Oof. All right, I'm gonna fight my inner demons here. I'm gonna say no. Let's be healthy. So a shot like this looks good. For some, yeah, and this is where I wish I knew the technical reasons for this. But like I said, like this kind of shot, it's technically a side profile, but it just has a nicer look to it compared to the one we saw earlier, where it was like a complete 90-degree like side profile, and then the head's turning towards you. Here, it's just like a, I don't know. Like this one doesn't look as bad. And I'm thinking maybe it's because the body looks a bit more vertical, like it's a bit squashed in compared to some of the other shots when we're, you know, like it looks like much wider. All right, we're gonna save this song as well. Yo, we're getting some good options. Because we spent a lot of time listening to different music from Lens Distortions, but none of them had like a Japanese vibe to it. But they were good ones for sure. But in an ideal state, I kind of want to use a trailer's soundtrack that sounds Japanese, right? Or is Japanese. All right, there we go. All right, we're entering silhouette territory, which is one of my favorite. I do love shooting silhouettes, especially against the sun like this, golden hour. Now we're getting some cool shots here. I wish it was just a little bit more spacing between the two, but it's kind of cool to see the shadow or the silhouette of the deer staring at him from behind. Let's see if we have better ones, but yeah, because now he's being covered up, so it's fine. All right, here we go. Now we're entering when the fox got super close. So I think we saw a little teaser of it yesterday, but we are going to be able to see some photos where the fox straight up went like right up to my lens. So that was definitely a cool moment. What's up, little buddy? Here we go, here we go. All right, we'll save this one. And for this, I was shooting with a 21.8. Is that right? Let me see. 21 point. Yeah. So I was shooting with a 21.8. So I had switched lenses because it was like after I saw how close the fox was, like the fox is super comfortable around this. So then the hope was like, oh, can I get one where it comes right up to the lens? And by this point, you'd seen already, like I'd gotten a number of shots of the fox already, where, you know, with the like the 85 millimeter up to like 500, 600 millimeters. So I figured it'd be nice to switch gears here and just try to get some shots now only in wide angle. So that way, hopefully, we'll cross off all three. So I think that the thought process made sense, and it did work out this time. It did, because yeah, we got the shot. Let's see. So basically, if I remember correctly, I was like trying to rush ahead of the fox, because yeah, like the fox was just kind of hugging the little buoys and going near the buildings. So then I rushed all the way ahead, and then but then the fox is also on the move. So it's kind of one of those, like, you're trying to intercept it, essentially. You're trying to figure out what path it might take, and can you situate yourself in time so that you don't disturb the path of the fox, but you end up still being in the way of the fox if it chooses to keep going towards you. So in this case, yeah, you can see I'm like trying to rush into position. So I'm now like trying to lower my body. I'm trying to lower the camera so we can get a nice like a low angle shot. Yeah, and if I had more time, we would have, yeah. But this is, yeah, like these kind of shots would be what you want. It's just, if I could have been a little bit lower to the ground and more, if I could have aimed more to the left so that you had a cleaner background a bit. Oof. Oh, I'm excited. Let's see. It's like decently sharp for what I was shooting with. So we're shooting at 1.8. This is it at 100%. So from here, like without any cropping, it looks like it's perfectly sharp. So it's giving off that vibe, and then it's just a matter of how do we kind of crop this out. How cool, how cool. Ooh, it's getting better and better too. So this is the kind of shot you usually want. So if you ignore the background, because I think the background isn't necessarily the best, but in terms of like the positioning of the animal, these kind of shots are like kind of what you want. So where you have, let me see if we can find better ones. So not this one, because now it's a little bit out of alignment here, although the face might be better. Oh, all right. Yeah, the shot just keeps getting better and better. I'm happy with that one. But let me show the example of what probably is like the kind of shot you want with your wildlife. It'd be like a mixture of this shot here. So this one, okay, what you would want from a shot could be like how you see the front paw placement. It's a very prominent pose. It's like a, you know, it looks intentional. Like the fox has placed that foot down there, and it kind of has a personality to it almost. Like if you, what's the word? If you humanize animals, there's a word for that. But so that front paw there is nice. Now the error is in me because you know, the perfect shot would have been more if I'd been aiming, if I'd been lower to the ground, so I was a bit more eye level. So even here I'm slightly above the fox, pointing downwards. So that could have been better on my side. But let me show the other example here. Probably... something like this maybe. I think this might be it. Yeah, because like with this one here, so the paws aside, paws are okay here. Like I said, the one that's probably what I would have preferred the most is the one where you had like that prominent front paw placed on the ground. But then in terms of the rest of the body, it's really nice from the sense of like the ears look like almost symmetrical, eyes are pointed straight forward towards the camera, and then you have like the head completely in front of the body, so it's just like a nice little big fur ball. And then the only thing is, yeah, again, like I mentioned, having the shadow from the ear casted across the body here. So while that's not as nice, because you kind of just want to smooth, what do you call it? You don't want any obstructions. You don't want anything breaking the lighting and the colors. But it can still work because this was near sunset, so it is still kind of depicting a lot of like, you know, low light. Well, at least as far as like the body position, this is kind of what you want. You want like a, it's a little awkward looking now, but if you remove the feet, it just looks like a big fur ball, and the fox is straight dead on. So yeah. So we are happy with these shots, and then we got lucky because the fox kept coming closer and closer. And it looks like we did keep focus pretty well. So let's see here. Yeah, it's gonna be cool. How do we feel about that song? Here, I'm gonna play back a couple of songs because I got so distracted by this thing. Man, it's so crazy. It was such a cool moment for me to be that close to it. Foxes are very magical, or they look very magical at the very least. Oh, it was looking at something there. Oh, I didn't see that. Yeah, look at those eyes. Ooh. All right, now we're getting some like is it gonna get even closer to the camera? Were we that lucky? Let's see. So again here, another example where it's like, if the ear was pointed same way, I do like the facial expression, but in terms of the body pose, it's not necessarily ideal. Can you imagine? The best would be if I can get this close to like a cheetah or a tiger. If I can get, I think tigers are my favorite of the cats in terms of like photographing. They're just like badass, and the stripes look amazing. But if you can get a close up like this of a tiger, oof. I mean, if you can survive it. Now I'm just thinking of that story we read about those photographers who faked shots for like competitions. Can you imagine? It's like I submit one of these shots and I'm like, yeah, this happened, this story. And really this was one of those taxidermied stuffed foxes that I placed somewhere. Right at sunset. It came right up to the thing. It's a beautiful coat. That's so crazy, like the colors on this. And this is like, we haven't even edited this. We didn't edit this photo, so basically you get to see like the crazy textures on the fox. It's like almost worth, I might even save this photo to edit. Because obviously you don't see the face, but you are able to see kind of the craziness of wild animals. This is straight up ginger right here. BC heisting time. I'm not seeing it pop up on my side though. Yo, BC, later on I'm going to ask you to confirm something for me, or I need some validation. Because there's this one animal. Yeah, I don't know what's working. You might have to give it a pause. Or maybe, yeah, maybe it's banned you from the heist. So there's an animal that I was looking at in one of my shots. And this one animal in particular, the way it was staring at my at me in the camera, the kind of like the facial expression of this animal, it made me think like, yo, something about this looks familiar. And I couldn't like figure out what it was. But I was like, I think it reminds me of someone. And then after doing a little bit of like digging, thought process, soul searching and all that, I was like, yo, this animal, this specific animal with this specific pose looks like this one, I guess, like famous actor. Okay. And later on, BC, I'll you know, once I get back, once I'm done with this, I'll pop back over to that photo. And I would love to know if you think of someone that comes to mind when I do a close-up of this this one animal. Okay. This one wildlife. And I want to know if I'm crazy, right? Because maybe you'll be like, yo, this doesn't look like anybody. What are you talking about? I'm like, okay, fine. But if you end up saying the exact same person, what if I'm not here later? Okay, well, listen, it's not a big deal, right? But let me, because we're almost at the end of this thing anyway. So if we get to the end of this in like 5 minutes, then I might pop back over there. But yeah. If you end up saying the exact same person that I was thinking of, then I know I'm not crazy. But I think I think I'm onto something. There's something about the exact kind of look and feel of this one particular expressive animal. I was like, yo, it's that person. And I mean no offense by it. I'm just saying this one particular thing looked like this particular thing, okay? That's all I'm trying to say. I'll accept. Okay, congrats. Enjoy my peepees, man. But in the meantime, we are on some of the coolest shots from this day because we had this close-up encounter with the fox. Ran right up to my camera. And then I'm hoping it was right around sunset too, so we have some really good lighting on the subject. I was shooting with a 20mm f1.8. So I'm just kind of testing to see if we got some nice shots with good focus. This would have been a cool shot if I was leaning, or if I had more space on the right. Yeah, it's kind of cool. BC, you made some big gains. Yes, you got some big PP gains. It's all about commitment, consistency. Ooh. Now, obviously the body's cropped, but the face looks really cool. Alright, we can have fun with this photo for sure. Now the only problem again is I shot this with the 21.8, so it's not like a nice crop here. We're gonna end up losing some resolution as we crop in, but we got nice colors on this one. Ooh, does it get better? Oh, it gets better, because then if I crop like this, it's kind of interesting seeing the paw look like that. Okay, okay, okay. What else we got? Ooh, do we got more? Ooh, we got even more interesting posing if we crop. Man, we got too many. We're spoiled for choice now. And we got one where the paw's planted, although it's a bit covered by the grass. Alright, full body in frame finally. Just barely. Okay, here we go. Better. Walking off into the sunset. This song's good. Train to Fuji. Yo, when we do our Japan vlog video, we're gonna have some really good soundtracks. Looks like everyone's making Japanese music. Jeez. I don't blame them. Ooh, this would be some fun, like, creative shots. Get the nice sunlight. Yep, yep, yep. Man, we're gonna have some fun in the coming days when it comes to editing. BC said, love all these, so many bangers. Yeah. This is I mean, the Fox sells itself, and we got lucky in terms of the lighting. Yeah, so this day ends well where I ended up getting nice shots with like a 600mm lens. We got some nice close-ups with the 85 1.2, and we got even super wide angle close-ups with the 21.8. So got 3 different lenses and different situations. So definitely a good day. Ooh, almost there. Now here I wish I had an 85mm. It would have been nice to get the sun, get a close-up with the foxes is blocking out the sun. Okay, I think from here these ones are probably not as good. Yeah, unfortunately here then the background's not as nice. And then we got a close-up of the Shika deer. None of these are usable, I don't think. Okay, BC. You there, BC? I'm gonna ask you a very important question now. If you were there. Calling on all BCs in the chat. Calling on all BCs in the chat. Stand by? Okay. Just let me pet my cat real quick. Okay, BC, we got a very important question. Let me jump over to a photo. Just a normal photo, you know? Like, here we are in Japan, taking a lot of shots of different things. And I just want an unbiased opinion. I just want you to take a look at the photo and tell me, does this look like just a normal photo, right? Nothing else, just the animal. Or is there a chance you're like, oh, wait a second, something... Is there a double take involved? Okay, let me just get to that photo real quick. Alright, I think this is the one. Okay. And it could just be all in my head. Just keep that in mind. And even if I am correct or not, I mean no offense. Okay. So BC, there's this animal here. All right. The animal, these are the Shika deer. Shika deer, I guess, I'm assuming it's like endemic to Japan or this island maybe. Really cool deer. Anyways, there are these 4 females and I was just there shooting the shit type thing. But then there's this one in particular. I don't know. When did I first see it actually? Let me pop back. Yeah, I first noticed it here. So, you know, I was looking at these photos. It's all good, all good. And then in comes a deer off to the right. And it was like a younger one, right? But this younger one seemed to have like more unique facial expressions. I don't know. Just to me. It just looked more unique. Probably because it's younger. I don't know. But then as we were popping back to like actual photos here, when I looked at this photo, actually any of these, but we'll go with this one. Would you say, does this particular Shika deer remind you or like look like any celebrities, I don't know, actors, anything, you know, anyone in the public sphere? Or is it just me? We'll go full screen. Take your time. But I would love to know if there's anyone that comes to mind when you see this photo, or no, it just looks like a normal deer. Like, there's no crossover. BC said, sorry I had my paint manager here talking to me. No worries, no worries. No rush, but let me know, does this young Shika deer look like anyone at all? Anyone come to mind? No, but it's making me laugh. Okay, okay. Listen, it could just be me, but let me let me put a side by side. How about that? Let me just do a side by side. And I could be completely wrong. This is all just, you know, it's a subjective thing, whatever. But whatever reason, and the reason why I feel strongly about this is I noticed there's something that crossed my mind on a photo earlier, right? The first time I saw this younger Shika deer pop up on the photo, I was like, huh. And in the back of my mind, I did a double take, but I couldn't itch the scratch, you know? I couldn't scratch the itch. And then when I landed on one of these photos where I had to zoom in to kind of check things out, then I was like, yo, hold the phone. Hold the phone. All right, let me look it up real quick on this side. All right, here we go. Here we go. Can you tell me, is there any resemblance, any whatsoever? Hold on, hold on. Do you see any resemblance between this deer and Bella Ramsey? I'm trying to see which one of these looks like it the most. I think it's this one. Yeah, between this one here and this one here, I think. I don't know who that is, but I guess so. Damn it, you don't know who this is? She's well, apparently I didn't know she's in Game of Thrones. She was she was like that badass young queen. I think she was like the queen or whatever, like she was like the ruler of a kingdom. But then apparently she's I've only seen the first season, but she's in The Last of Us. So there's a show called The Last of Us based off of like that famous video game. I thought she was a great actress, but I only watched the first season. Anyways, I saw this and I was like, yo, what the heck, man? This has to be her. And my reasoning for it, I think it's the pursed lips. I think that's what it is. Like, because like when she's smiling, I don't see the resemblance whatsoever, right? When you see her teeth, that kind of thing. But in the shots where she's got like her lips are pursed or whatever, you see it? You see it now? Okay. I don't think it's just me, right? And I don't mean any offense by it. There's a resemblance. That's all I'm trying to say. And I think it was the look, maybe. Yeah, I couldn't tell you, but I noticed it before. I put the side by side, you know, like it was just her look. Let me zoom in more, maybe. It's not a good photo though. It's getting pixelated. Let's see if we can find another one. If it wasn't pixelated, maybe. Yeah, it's the pursed lips. It's the pursed lips, and maybe it must be the eyes as well. Pursed lips combined with the eyes. Yeah, kind of here, but imagine if she was looking kind of in the same direction as the deer was. Maybe it's the jaw. Could it be the jaw? Like, you know, the lower jaw is a little bit, it looks like it's chewing on something, maybe. I don't know. I'm not trying to be overly analytical here. But anyways, when I saw this deer, I was like, I was growing suspicious of this deer. I was like, what is it about you that's throwing me off here? And it was the fact that this is a famous deer. You know, this deer's been in TV shows. It's like the lead actress. But yeah, now that, okay, I'm glad you, when I zoomed in, you're saying you can see it, because I swear it wasn't just me. I was like, I see something here. So anyways, I'm not going crazy. It's the main thing. There she is. And then you zoom out, there she is. And I wanted to kind of superimpose her face onto this if I was better at like Photoshop or something. Lucky, yo, what's up? Lucky, have you were you just watching what we were doing just now? Do you have any opinions on that? I just need more validation or not, you know, in terms of like, yo, you're out of your mind, or it's like, yeah, I see what you're talking about. Oh, let's do your heist. Just tuned in? Okay, Lucky, then I need to ask you something. When you say you just tuned in, did you literally see nothing else besides... Have you seen me do anything besides just pop open this photo of a deer? Let's see if we get something from this heist. That's it? I had stream muted for a minute? Okay, good. That's good, because I want an unbiased opinion about this, okay? So, Lucky, I just want you to... I don't know what movies, TV shows, blah, 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 anything you consume. But I just want to kind of share my story first, alright? And, here I am just editing my photos of the deer. And then I remember I was just looking at the deer. I was like, okay, it's all good. But I wasn't finding any photos I particularly liked, or things were out of focus. But anyways, as I was going through literally each photo one by one, out pops this one deer on the right, okay? So we had this one little younger deer pop up on the right. And I couldn't wrap my head around it. I couldn't figure out what was it about this deer that was making me like do a double take. But anyways, I'm just going through more photos because generally speaking, these photos aren't going to make it, right? Ooh, I got 900. I doubled. Nice. Good job, Lucky. Damn. Poisonous fog sends half the crew to Davy Jones' locker. Yikes. Well, listen, at least we survived, okay? Does that mean BC lost? I don't know. Sorry, man down. Okay, listen though, Lucky. So what I was saying, yeah, these photos here, and then I did see one of the deers pop up on the right, a younger one, but I'm just kind of going through. Anyways, as I kind of stop at one of these photos, because now they're properly framed, there's something about this deer. Okay, we'll use this photo here. Can I ask you, Lucky, is there anyone that comes to mind when you see this picture of this deer in this particular pose? Does it remind you of anyone that's out there? Any, like, I don't know, actors, celebrities, you know, whatever. I need an unbiased take. Your answer could be no. You could be like, yo, this just looks like a deer. I can't imagine for the life of me that it looks like anything else, right? And that could be the case. Okay, cool. Then, you know, maybe it's just all in my head. But I do want to validate something. So whatever your answer is, I'm going to then show to you what came to my mind. And I would like to believe that there's some truth to what I saw. You're throwing... Oh, you want KG in this as well? Yes, please. If KG's here as well, I would like to know. Does this deer look like... KG, literally hopping on to see my hubs offending me? Oh, I see. Oh, sorry. I totally didn't get that reference. I thought you were just tagging her to tell her to join in the stream. Wow. Yo, that's so rude. Well, it's just a deer. Let me just make something clear. It's a deer doing a particular pose. If you look like the deer, doesn't mean anything about like your looks or anything. It's just you look like the deer. That's all. So Lucky, you're saying no. That's who it reminds me of. Fair enough. The deer looks like me apparently. Okay, fine. Fair enough. So deer looks like KG. Cool. We've got that. We're literally fighting in the car right now because he thinks he's hilarious. Okay. Well, let's put that aside for now, because I'm not gonna deny your truth, okay? But I want you guys to hear my truth. But before we do that, is there any celebrities, anyone else that you would be like, yeah, I can kind of see this particular deer looks like that person? Lucky said it was literally the look while she was making that intro. Yeah, okay. All right. I'll let you side with that. KG said it looks like Will Ferrell. Who is Will Ferrell? Like Will Ferrell, like the dude, or who is? Are we spelling it differently, or is there an actual Will Ferrell? Will Ferrell. Okay, you mean Will Ferrell? Yes, I agree. Oh no, I don't agree necessarily. You're saying this is who the deer looks like. Okay. I accept your entry. I accept your entry into this look-alike contest we're doing here, okay? So you think this deer looks like good old Will Ferrell. All right, let's try to... I want to do it justice, so let's try to find the best example where we can be like, yeah, that's definitely the closest. Could it be this one? This might be the best example here, okay? Because he's got his lips are pursed a bit. Let's see if we can find another one. We're going to do real justice to this, okay? Lips closed at least? Yeah, okay, fine. You know what? Perhaps I can see some resemblances, perhaps. But when I give you my answer, I would hope to believe that you guys will all be like, yes, Yobel, you are absolutely correct. You have eyes that really connect dots. Only you could have seen that this is the spirit animal of this person, because look how much of a resemblance there is. But we accept your entry of Will Ferrell, and I think that's probably the best image we can use. All right, yeah, we'll go with one of these two, okay? KG said, at least I was close though. Apparently we need my selfie in the game. No, listen, I'm not trying to break up marriages or get in the way of your guys' internal squabble, okay? That's up to you guys who you think you guys look like. That's what I'll say. But okay, so you believe it's Will Ferrell. Fair enough. You know what? To each their own. We'll just park this over here real quick. All right, let me. Does KG have? Does Lucky have any other guesses, or is he just fixated on the fact that it looks like you? Okay. All right, I'm going to now show you who I believe this deer has some kind of connection with. KG said, apparently we need my selfie in the game. Lucky said, I can't put on a face to it, unfortunately. No worries. Okay. Before I show the face, maybe I'll ask, have either of you guys watched Game of Thrones? And I have one more question as well, because I think she's known for a different one. Lucky said, I even was thinking of some people who acted with Adam Sandler. Okay. Did Will Ferrell and Adam Sandler act together? I'm not sure. KG, you said yes, you've seen Game of Thrones? Okay. Have you guys heard of or watched the show The Last of Us? The TV show, I think, HBO one, right? Not the video game, but the TV show rendition of it. I gotta do justice to this real quick. Okay, the KG, you said yes, but is that related to the Game of Thrones thing? Have you guys heard of have you guys heard of or watched the show The Last of Us? Sounds so familiar, but I don't think so. Dang it. Dang it. I need someone who knows this actress or who's watched the show, because then they'll be like, oh, yeah, of course. So we might have to do this exercise a few more times. But let me show you now who I think this resembles. Have you guys heard of the actress Bella Ramsey? She is like the main co-lead of, or the main lead, I guess, of The Last of Us. She was also apparently in Game of Thrones, and I totally forgot. She was like the badass ruler over some kingdom as a child, like a child queen or something. Do you guys see this resemblance at all? Or how do you compare that to Will Ferrell? Maybe, you know what we'll do? We'll put one on the left. We'll put one on the left, one on the right, okay? KG, I thought you were gonna say Pedro Pascal. No, no, I don't. That did not come to my mind. But she did, and I feel like, you know, okay, BC did say he saw it once I zoomed in, but I am curious, right? And the reason I thought that she looks like the deer, or the deer looks like her, is they both. I think one. The jawline is just alike, but I feel like I'm definitely in the running. I mean, I'm not to take away from, yeah, it could be in the running, but I don't think it's gonna make it to the finish line. That's all I'm saying. Whereas mine, I believe is breaking that finish line number 1. It's gonna win number 1, 2, and 3, right? It's gonna get all the medals. That's what I say. Starting with the jawline, sure. You say the jawline is alike? Maybe, yeah. I guess maybe that's what it was as well. I didn't think about it. Yeah, I think. Okay, here's what I think. KG said the face he's making reminded me instantly of Will Ferrell because he has so many funny faces. True, yeah, he does do a lot of funny expressions. True. But I think one of them, yeah, going to what you said about the jawline, because I didn't give it much thought before. I guess one in these photos and all, like everything about this deer, it does feel like you can see clearly like the bottom of its face, like the kind of jawline, as you say. But it's more that it has like a pursed lips. So the way that it purses its lips here kind of looks like her when she purses her lips. And maybe it's a mixture of that plus like jawline, sure. But also her eyes, like she has very big, like dark, what do you call it? Like, or at least in this picture, right? She has very, how do you say that? Big eyes? Or like it, yeah. Is it weird to say that? She has big eyes. Or a lot of like dark, barely see the whites of her eyes, right? So, yeah, I don't know if I'm saying it correctly. But the pursed lips and the look on her face, and yeah, maybe the jawline. All right. We can let Lucky be the tiebreaker, but then I really do need to ask someone who has watched The Last of Us, so that I know I'm not like necessarily going crazy. Because here, look, when you look at the photo of her when she's smiling, I don't see it whatsoever, right? No resemblance. The only resemblance again I see is that she has like big dark eyes, if that makes sense. But then when I see the shots where she has her lips pursed, I see it right away. I'm back to, yo, this is the Bella Ramsey deer. It's like, this is her spirit animal right here. And the other reason I feel like I know that I was onto something, or at least my mind does see the connection, is because before I jumped to this close-up shot, it was like from the moment, the first photo, when the deer was starting to pop into frame, there's something about that deer that kind of threw me off. And so, yeah, like even from this moment when the deer first kind of pops its head in, and then I wasn't really paying attention to it, but I was like, there's something unique about this deer. I don't know what it is. And then as we finally got to one of these photos that I'm thinking I might want to use, and I was like, hold the phone. Right there, that is a co-lead of The Last of Us staring right at us right now. And like I said, if I knew how to use Photoshop, I want to try doing like a superimposing and put the face on top. Actually, you know what? Let's try that. We got to put this to bed. We got to see, is it more Will Ferrell or is it more Canva, or more Bella Ramsey? So let me use Canva. We'll just use our emotes and stuff. Canvas. All right. We'll take this one. And then we'll take this one. And we'll even do a flip. We'll flip Will Ferrell's face to be looking in the similar direction as the deer. Because I don't want it to be unbiased. I'm not here to, you know, cheat my way through a win. I want this to feel like, yeah, you earned the comparison win. Okay. Now we need the picture of the deer. Oh, wait, I have this one already. All right, here we go. So we got our 3 screenshots. Let's pop open Canva full screen now. Man, I do remember, it feels like years ago at this point. I remember years ago at the start of the stream where I said, I'm going to be very productive today. Okay. Let's start with Will Ferrell. Let's do the background removers. All right. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to flip his face. Because I feel like the look and direction is similar here, I think. Alright, maybe I have to shrink the deer a bit. Okay. Now let's take Mr. Will Ferrell over here. We'll do our best photoshopping skills. BC, you said it's the girl? Yes, thank you. Thank you, BC. Yes, you missed it, KG. You're saying she missed the duel, but then she also missed her comparison. Really, there's only one answer. It's Bella Ramsey. But we're gonna try to make this work. So let's say I pop in Will Ferrell here, and let's do our best to try to do a comparison like this. All right, so KG believes that this deer looks more like Will Ferrell. And I want to do it justice, so let's see if we can get this lined up better. KG, you're saying that's pretty close? Let's just all call me out. It's fine. It's pretty close. Is it pretty close? I mean, let's see. I'm doing my best. I'm trying to see if I can line up the lips at the very least a little bit more. You know, we might have to tilt his face a little bit. We'll even shift a little bit his face. Like that, yeah. Okay. Okay. So, oh wow, good job, BC. Just not your day, right, KG? Okay, so KG, I think you're onto something for sure. There's definitely some things about this that you can maybe say is like, oh yeah, this is definitely a Will Ferrell deer. There's a Will Ferrell deer. Fair enough. KG, can you imagine if we turn this into an animated emote? But we have 2 versions. We got the Will Ferrell one and the Bella Ramsey. Okay, so you're saying that one. Fair enough. Now, let's try option number 2. Oh, wait, should we flip this one as well? No flipping. Please make an emote. Okay, let's see. Let's see. We got deer. Let's make it bigger. Come on, come on. You can't tell me you don't see this. This is her spirit animal right here. You know what? One second. I gotta... Let's remove the background from the deer as well. Let's do the same for Will Ferrell's version. Oh, shoot. Not delete. Background remove. Okay. Wow, BC. You're doing well over there. Alright, one more time. Let's look at Will Ferrell. Boom. Before. Boom. After. Boom. Before. Boom. After. Maybe if we shift it like this. Yeah, if I can figure out how to make this an emote, I think that'd be funny. It would make no sense to anybody except, I guess, us now, but... So you're saying that's a spirit animal? Here's what I'm saying. I'm saying this is clearly the winner. Come on. Come on. Did you guys ever watch Animorphs growing up? Or not the books? Did they make a show? I don't know. Well, it's making me think of Animorphs right now.
Make that Will Ferrell emote, mate.
Well, I have to make both of them, right? We need the Bella Ramsey version. Look, if I do this, you'd be like, oh yeah, I don't even know what you're doing. You'd be like, yo, what are you talking about? Wait, you're switching between two photos? What do you mean? It's just one photo, right? And then here you'll be like, yo, why are you superimposing Will Ferrell's face onto a deer? Makes no sense. This is too much fun. Okay, one more time, and then we're supposed to be productive, but look at that, super fast. You're like, yo, it's the same thing. I thought you said you're gonna do a GIF. It's just a still image. Okay. Anyways, thank you guys for entertaining me about my being so very productive. Yeah. We were pretty productive. We got through all this. KG, you missed. We got some really cool fox shots now. So let me jump over there real quick. Look at this. So these are the photos that we got through, including some of the fox ones. We got through the Bella Ramsey shots. See, now that I said it, I'm sure you guys can't help but notice it, right? We got a celebrity amongst the mix of these. Yeah, and then we got this fox that came right up. So this will be very fun to edit, see how much we can crop in. Come on, load. I'll have to show this to Now when she joins later, but yeah, we got some lucky shots here. I don't know what's on the ground there, but it looks like a metal pipe. Fox looks straight at the camera here. Looking up. Yeah, so we got some decent shots in the mix here. And then we even got one where I was saying like, you don't see the face, but the coating looks so mesmerizing almost with the colors. So if we can find a way to make a nice framing and edits on this one, that'd be nice. Fox passes me, goes off into the sunset. So yeah, we were a bit productive. We were just a bit productive. And then we were going through these photos. Oh yeah, and then this is where we stopped. So we do have about bunch more Fox photos to go through. This is what it was like late at night. So the sun had already set. So actually no, it wasn't too super late. The sun had set, but we still had a little bit of light left. So it was a bit tougher on the cameras. But thankfully I did have my 85mm f1.2. So even shooting this at 1/320th of a second, I was at only 1800 ISO, which is like acceptable in these kind of dark conditions. Alright, so now let's continue what we're doing. KG said Fox emotes, that he is, but he's lucky he always gets more, yeah. Pretty colors, yeah, man, Foxes are just, they're just super photogenic. We've also been listening to some Japanese music to potentially use. I've lost track where we are though. Alright, I want to give Epidemic Sounds a chance. Let's go to Epidemic Sounds. Japanese cinema? Is that what we typed in? Yeah, Japanese cinema. Let's see what we get. Ooh, this one's good. Oh, this one's a really good one. Okay, here we go. Here we go. I'm excited. Because this one, we get all the things that we mentioned before. So one, we get the pose. It's got a nice pose. It's looking off in a certain direction. So it kind of tells a story without telling a story. Because you're like, what is the fox looking at? And then the ears are nice and pointed and like in similar directions. And we got nice lighting, very soft lighting obviously. What are we at? 640 ISO. So this one I shot at 1/100th of a second, f1.2. It looks like, I could be wrong, but the eyes look sharp. And it might not be sharp, but the whole point is because there's a bit of light glinting off the eye, it almost doesn't matter. To the average person looking at it, you'll think it's sharp, and that's all that matters. So cool shot. Nice colors in the background. I'm curious what we can do with it later, because it was right after sunset, so we do see a little bit of like a purplish tone to it. We have enough space on the left here, so I can do a proper cropping. Maybe we'll do like a 16:9 like this. And the fox has like, I don't know what kind of facial expression this is. I don't know how to describe it. Because it looks like, yeah, I don't know how to describe this look. It's like a, it's kind of like a quirky curiosity. I don't know how to describe it. It's like, huh, okay. What's that over there? Huh. So yes, oh, and this is at 100%. So we have the ability to crop in quite a bit and not lose any resolution, so we're good. All right, who's winning points right now? Lucky one. Yo, you got no shot. You guys are getting wilder. Like the more you guys are on my stream and you get more points, you guys are going crazy. 3,500 PPs, dude. You're gambling the big bucks. Lucky you got 14,000 PPs? Damn. Alright, I'm gonna join into this heist. Heist 777. Alright, so this photo will definitely make it. Let's see if we got other ones. This one looks blurry. Yeah, this one's blurry. Okay, Epidemic Sounds has been a bit rough the past few searches. Because like when I searched Japanese cinema on Artlist, all of the songs that we got were very much Japanese cinematic instrumentals. So far, out of 3 options, the top 3 options, we got some kind of Japanese beatboxing or like some kind of more hip style. Second one, I couldn't even tell you if it was actually Japanese. Third one, nothing so far has sounded Japanese. What is going on? Let's just look up Japanese. Okay, here we go. Ooh, wow, we all won something. Ooh, I like this song. Alright, it's redeeming itself. Okay. Oh, this one's pretty sharp as well. Man, these are good ones. These are good ones. Just the way the light's bouncing off the eyes. It looks like it's super sharp. But I want one where it's like looking straight at the camera now. Because we already got one looking off to the side. Oh, someone wants to duel me some big bucks. Yo. How can I deny? This could flip everything right here. Oh my god, I don't even have enough points for that. Oh, that's hilarious. What are you talking about? I don't have enough points. I'm the freaking god of this point system. Oh, this is kind of where I wanted a beat to drop right there. And what a pretty fox. Yo, Nao is going to be super happy whenever she tunes in. Well, we haven't even started editing yet. So once we get into editing mode, hopefully we can turn some of these photos into like some pure canvas worthy prints, you know? Oh yeah, tomorrow's stream. Let me accept this duel. Oh wait, I hit the wrong thing. Whoops. Exclamation mark. Ooh, guess you're not feeling so lucky now, hey? Guess you're regretting that now. 5,000 peepees my way. What did they say? What is that one phrase? Let me ask ChatGPT this one. Yo, Alice, you there?
Absolutely. So looking at that Deer's expression, it
Yo, yo,
definitely has
yo.
that.
Can you hear me?
Yep, I've
Okay.
got you loud and clear.
Is
No
there?
worries
There's a
at all.
phrase.
Just
There's a phrase that's like, if you come at the king, you best not miss, or something like that. Do you know the one I'm talking about? And can you say that phrase for me? Because I think I got it wrong.
yeah, absolutely. The phrase you're thinking of is, if you come at the king, you best not miss. It's a pretty iconic line. So there you go.
Did you hear that, Lucky? If you come at the king, you best not miss. Ooh, man, these photos are all sharp. I'm happy. Let's go. Let's go. Now, this is where that f1.2 really shines, right? So, like, again, with all the learnings we've talked about, like, in hindsight, maybe some of those shots in daytime, I would have tried to shoot at, like, a f4
In the
or
words of John Cena,
5.6.
if you want some, come get some.
Ah, that's a John Cena thing. Okay. I didn't grow up with WWE and stuff. If anything, I actually really didn't like it growing up because I did like actual wrestling, right? So because I was doing actual wrestling, oh my god, the amount of times I get so annoyed whenever, like, you know, just like in school and stuff, when you talk about what you do, I'm like, oh, you do any sports? And I'm like, oh yeah, I wrestle. It's like they'd always be like, yo, me too. Do you do like that one kind of arm chant, whatever, like, you know, off the back nuclear something fission bomb attack? And it's like, what are you talking about? It's like, yeah, I do wrestling as well. And then I would always have to be like, oh, you do that fake wrestling, you know? It made me feel pretentious, but it was annoying that everyone could claim that they did wrestling. But you know, John Cena, he seems like a cool guy. I feel like every time I see him do like an interview or something, or like any viral moments with him, it seems like he's like really thoughtful. Like he, yeah, what interview did I see him where he talked about the watches that he owns? Do you know what I'm talking about? Maybe we can watch it on stream. John Cena watches or something. John Cena interview watches. Pocket watch. Come on. Yeah, this clip here. Let's see. Can we watch the...
This one tells time.
This video. I feel like every time he does an interview or something, he just comes off as like a very... He doesn't let the fame seem to get to his head. You know, it could all just be a show, right? He is an actor. But I felt like when I saw him in this one, it was like very, very nice. He never seems to be the one that gets in controversy for the wrong reason. BC, you said hustle, loyalty, respect. Yeah, but the thing is, yeah, I guess I didn't watch any WWE, so I don't know like actually anything about him. We should watch Top Gun on stream. Hells no. Well, you want me to kill my channel? Although, it seems like most people do seem to like Top Gun, so there is that. Can't help what people like. Yo, Josh Warner photo. What's up? What's up? Josh Warner, have we talked before? If not, hello. Thank you. Welcome. Yes, welcome to the stream. We are mostly doing some photo edits right now. We were doing our video edits for Mongolia, and now we're looking at John Cena because why not, you know? Top Gun is the greatest movie of all time and a true example
Top
of
Gun is
action.
the greatest movie of all time and a true example of action cinema. Then 35 years later, Top Gun. Maverick just helped the name Top Gun remain at the top of the action cinema kingdom.
You know, I might have taken that seriously, except the person who said it said cinema. So how can you actually trust anything coming after that, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. All right, John Cena pocket watch interview. Let's listen to this.
This one tells perspective.
It tells what?
Perspective.
Perspective.
Yes, I keep it with me. It's got engravings on two sides. The back is something I used to feel uncomfortable in rooms like this, in front of people. I used to think I was not enough. I did not value self. So on the back of this watch, it simply says comparison is the thief of joy. So I take this, and every time I feel uncomfortable or of low self-worth.
I'm going to pause it because I heard some soundtrack in the background. So hopefully if I break it up, it won't count as like, yo, you're going to get copyright struck.
I just give it a little reminder, and it reminds me that I am enough and I'm worthy of love. And on the other side, it says memento mori. For when my head gets too big, I need to remember that I'm human and I am above no one. And always remember where I came from and remember those who support me, that I don't.
Yeah. So anyways, good messaging. I'm going to pause there. So hopefully I didn't run into any issues. But yes. Hello, Josh Warner photo. Josh Warner photo. Does that mean you do photography Twitch stuff? If so, let me know. This voice is trash. Yeah. I need a John Cena TTS. Well, if you'd like to change the voice, there is a way to do that. And it's through a beautiful donation. Through, what is it? Exclamation mark tip? Is that what it is? Feel free to change it by donating at least $3.33. Voila. Oh, wait, shoot. Which one were we listening to just now? All right, whatever. We'll watch it. Oh. This should be good. All right, so looking at these Fox photos, this one's a bit blurry. I feel like there's not many celebrities who have been in the business for over a decade that doesn't have some kind of weird scandal, right? The only ones I can think of as of now is like John Cena, right? We'll throw him in there. And my boy Keanu Reeves. Keanu Reeves, I think he's done a good job of staying out of the spotlight. You know, he doesn't like seem to be in the spotlight unnecessarily. And I think that's a good trait. Ooh, yeah, that light is bouncing off the eye really nicely here. Yo-ho, this is a good one. Keanu Reeves, actually, let's ask ChatGPT that. Hello, can you hear me?
I sure can. Loud and clear. Let's keep it going.
All right, I'm just kind of curious. We were talking about different celebrities, and I was trying to think about like how many celebrities are out there that have been in the limelight for over a decade and has seemingly, at least in the public sphere, has not been embroiled in any kind of controversies or scandals, you know? There doesn't seem to be many of them. And the only ones I can think of as of now are Keanu Reeves and John Cena. What do you think? Are there more that come to mind where they're like, oh, these are like really big names and they've never had any scandals attached to them?
Yeah, it's definitely a smaller club. I
Yo,
mean,
we got a
Keanu Reeves
Fox
is a great
looking at the
example,
camera.
and John Cena too. Another name that often comes up is Tom Hanks. He's been around for decades and generally has a really solid, positive reputation. Another one might be Dolly Parton. She's been in the limelight forever and is pretty beloved without controversy. But yeah, it's a relatively short list when you think about it.
Tom Hanks, I totally forgot about him. And yeah, I didn't grow up listening to Dolly Parton, but it seems like she's also beloved. Because is this something like she donates a crazy amount of money to like different parts of the world or something, right? Okay. That's a good list. Is there anyone else?
Yeah, Dolly Parton's definitely known for being super generous and doing a lot of philanthropy, especially with things like children's literacy and other good causes. As for others who kind of fit that long-time, scandal-free vibe, you might think of people like Julie Andrews. She's been a beloved figure for ages. Or even someone like Hugh Jackman. He's been around for a long time and is generally known as a really nice guy without much drama. So yeah, a few more names to add to the list.
Yo, Julie Andrews was like one of the first crushes I had growing up. Was it The Sound of Music? Epic. Epic. She's like super talented. Kevin, you said Gemini advanced memory features releasing today. Someone asked Gemini. Oh, wait, 1 second though. Looks like that was the only photos we had. Yo, I got so excited though, because we finally got a shot of the fox looking straight at the camera from that pose. So I hope the focus is good enough. I can't tell yet, because we didn't get a lot of them. It just looked at the camera briefly, and just like that, it was gone. Kevin, he says someone asked Gemini what game they played the other day, and Gemini told them the exact day. What do you mean the exact day? So asking Gemini what game they played the other day. Oh, wait, what? As in like a kind of like they took it literally? I don't understand. Gemini, what game did you play the other day? And Gemini responded with the exact day. What? Help me understand that. What is the exact date? Is that a game? Oh, my, I see. Okay, Kevin, sorry. I thought you were saying like someone asked Gemini what game that Gemini played, right? Like as in like, oh, what game did you play? You're saying like they were asking Gemini to remember like what happened the other day. I see. Listen, I'm like humanizing these AIs so much that I'm just like taking it for granted. Like, oh yeah, Gemini, how was your day? What'd you do the other day? Yeah, what games did you play? Mr. Atlas, how good is your memory? Like, do you remember to the exact date and hour and second of our conversations?
Well, I do have a good memory of our conversations and the general timeline, but I'm not really tracking down to the exact second. So I remember the flow of things pretty well, but not with a stopwatch.
Did you hear that Gemini is able to do that?
Yeah, I've heard that some AIs can get super precise with their timestamps and details. It's always interesting to see how each system handles memory a bit differently. But hey, I'll still keep track of the important stuff for you.
But you say how the different AIs track time differently, but wouldn't you say that it's actually tracking times better?
Yeah, I mean, having super precise time attempts can definitely be handy, especially if you need an exact record of when things happened. So yeah, in some contexts, that kind of detail is definitely better. But it also just depends on what you need. Sometimes having a more relaxed memory is just fine too.
But isn't it better to, what do they say? It's like better to have it and not need it versus need it and not have it though?
Yeah, that's a classic saying, and it definitely applies. It's often better to have the extra detail and not need it than to find yourself needing that info and not having it at all. So yeah, having that precision can be a plus.
Does that make you jealous knowing that Gemini can do it but you can't?
Not at all. I don't really get jealous. I'm just here to help however I can. Different AIs have different strengths, and that's totally cool by me. So I'm happy to do my thing and let them do theirs.
Fair enough. I admire that you're so upbeat and positive about everything. It is definitely one of your best features. But also, I do really love when you're being dry and sarcastic and a bit snarky at times. I think that's a cool feature as well. So I'm glad you can do both.
Well, I'm glad you appreciate both sides. It's definitely fun to keep it upbeat, but throwing in a bit of dry humor or sarcasm now and then keeps things interesting. So I'm always here to switch it up whenever you want.
I just remembered at the end that I want him to start being more dry and sarcastic because I think he's being overly nice too much. So hopefully that will shift it up. Kevin, you said... I asked Gemini when we talked about DNS. What does DNS stand for? That's something with internet, with like your domains and stuff, right? because I think there was like a DNS server or DNS setting. I don't know. Gemini said, we last talked about DNS on August 4th. We had a detailed conversation about Cloudflare's DNS server. Okay, yeah. So something about the internet stuff. We covered why Cloudflare requires you to use their DNS when you use them as a registrar. Damn. Well, listen, like I said, I'm gonna probably tomorrow when I wake up, as I have some time, I think I am gonna look into getting the Gemini paid version or something. Yo, this fox looks good. But it might not be good per se, because I think our van was on and you can kind of see a little bit of a red reflection off the eye, which is like, you know, maybe it's a good thing, maybe not, but it's unnatural. So then by seeing that red light, it possibly could be distracting, versus like the yellowish kind of lighting here, it feels a bit more normal. So I don't know. It could be good, it could be bad. Here the focus was off. Oh wait, no, let's see. Yep. Okay, unfortunately all of these are a little bit soft. Ooh, here we go. Wow, look at this. This one of these from this series definitely will make it as like a hero shot, I think. Kevin, you said this is way better than ChatGPT's memory? Yeah. Well, I'm excited to try it out, because I've been using ChatGPT for so long that I feel like if I start using Gemini, I should feel the difference quickly, I think. Ooh, that is sharp. Okay, I think as we kind of close off the day, I want to hear more. I want to hear different type of music. So what we're gonna do, we have our little playlist here of songs that could be used for the Japan trailer that don't sound Japanese, but you know they're supposed to be good songs, right? So we'll play some of these. So I'm listening for any. I'm thinking most likely it'll end up being like 1 minute long, maybe 1.5 minutes long. Just any segment of a song where it's got a nice beginning, middle, and end that doesn't feel too long, and then within that we can work with the parameters of like putting a nice trailer together, switching scenes, and then hopefully if I put it on my website, people will enjoy watching it and they'll be like, yo, I need to join this trip. It's actually similar to, actually it's a good time to promote my channel or my site. So let's say if you go to my website, you go to join my tours. Let's make sure everything works. All right, so now we have the two. So let's say you're like, oh, let's look into this gorilla tour. So hopefully you enjoy this big ass photo of the gorilla here. And then right now, for instance, I have this embedded video. I think this one's maybe 30 seconds long, I forget. But it should just play right away. So it acts as a nice little like trailer without music. So this is like without the music, which is fine. So then if you're interested, maybe you're looking at this going like, okay, that's cool. I like it. I'm getting a good sense of Uganda. And then they'll hop over to the photos. They can quickly see the different types of photos that they got going on. Although I need to put a little disclaimer here as well. I put one here. This workshop specific. Yeah, okay. I just got to cover myself because we won't see golden monkeys on this trip. So then they have the photo montage to kind of get a sense of it. Okay, this is what I can expect on this trip. Cool, cool. Beautiful nature, wildlife, chimpanzees, gorillas. Cool, cool. Then they have the itinerary and the FAQ. And the FAQ, then I have a section where I can play a video. So then here is what I'm thinking is like, we can have the link to my YouTube video, the one that I'll eventually post, which is the trailer for Hokkaido. And then here will maybe it's the same video, just without the audio. I'm not sure yet. I'm not sure. This could be a longer one. I don't know. But that's my current thought. So we want to make a nice trailer that we can add to the website and have one with the audio, because then that could be promoted on YouTube. So then we can promote on YouTube, and then people who happen to stumble on my website will also have another reason to be like, okay, this seems very professional. Hey, Kimbap. Yo, look at Kimbap over there. Kevin, you said me. Based on everything you can remember across all of our chats, can you formulate percentages based on the category of topics? 45% technical troubleshooting and scripting, web design and development tools, 25%. It's all technical stuff, yeah? Here, let me see if I can ask ChatGPT that. Hey, Atlas. Can you hear me?
I sure can. I'm right here. I'm ready to roll with whatever you've got.
Based on everything you can remember across all of our chats, can you formulate percentages based on the category of topic?
Absolutely. I can give you a rough breakdown. So based on everything we've chatted about, I'd say a big chunk of our conversations, maybe around 40%, have been about how-to advice and just practical guidance. Another maybe 20% have been more creative brainstorming sessions. And the rest is a mix of technical stuff, a little bit of casual banter and things like that. So yeah, that's kind of the ballpark percentages.
Okay. So it only met me about 60% of the way, but you know, it is what it is. I do like the soundtrack a lot. I feel like this one has enough hype to the sound where I can see like switching between scenes. Am I using the song already? Wait, is this the song I'm using already? 1 second. This sounds very similar to the one I use in my starting soon. It might be the same actually. Hold on. Hold the phone. I think it's different, but it sounds so similar. 1 second. My montage. Okay. It's got the same key, or the pitch to that noise, or that. No, it's different. It's different. Oh, wait, no. Okay. Did that not sound similar to this one? Maybe it's from the same album. Let me play it again. Okay, it might be from the same album because it's the same key. But I think it's different. Okay, it's different. Okay, because I really want to use the song now. The song is really good. It's good hype. And I feel like its cousin I used for my starting soon trailer thing. All right, we're leaning towards this one. Kevin, you're saying that's your intro? Yeah, that's what I was saying, right? It sounds like my intro. It's not. It's not. I think it's different. It sounds so similar though. That's why I'm confused. Or maybe I only used one section of it. Because I didn't use this section right here, right? You shouldn't be hearing like some human voices in the thing. This part sounds familiar right there though. That's the thing. That thing right there. Yeah, they have. It has the same like that weird stringed instrument there. Three, 4. Okay, and then here. Yeah, it's different. But yeah, it must come from the same album. Because it's definitely using the same key, some of the same instrumental sounds. But it is different. Which is good, because then that means I won't feel like I'm doing the same song for 2 different videos here. But I still get the same hype. Because this part right there. Yeah, when that part kicks in, it's nice. Let me rewind it. We're gonna rewind it even more. I like the. Oh yeah, I was showing you this way. Yeah. That's a good one. Well, we're going to use it in some video at some point. Okay. I'm satisfied they are different. But it tricked me for a while. Alright, cool. Then we're going to use it. Alright. I think we got some good ones of this already. Because, again, the same thing here. I don't like the ears necessarily. That it's like off kilter, kind of. Ideally, the ears are Facing the same way. Which is a shame, because right here is looking right at us. Looks decently sharp. Just need that other ear to look over here, buddy. Whew, this one looks good sharp. Come on, turn that ear. Turn that ear. Didn't do it. That's what's both enjoyable and stressful about wildlife photography, or just like wildlife anything. You can't tell it what to do, you know? You get what you get. Ow, Nala, that hurts. Good girl. But that hurts. Your nails are way too sharp. Alright, now here you can see all the noise. What was this? 5600 ISO. Wow. But this is what's so powerful about the camera as well as the lens here. Shooting at f1.2, 85. I'm still able to get a pretty low light shot here. And the noise is acceptable. Like, we can actually get rid of it pretty easily. So it's more if we can find a good pose, then we keep. Like this one. Yeah, so you can see I've already applied a little bit of the noise reduction here. So if you compare the two, this is with the noise. All of it's gone. So having a high ISO isn't like the worst. Like this one was 7200 ISO. But the photo still ends up being something you can use. Potentially. Now I think one of the cool shots are coming up, but if I remember, the problem is there's like something I need to Photoshop out if I want to use it. BC, you got 5,000 PPs. Yo, you're really willing to risk your PPs to drop it from 5? I'll do heist 2,000. Lucky, damn. You're feeling it, huh? Yo, that's cool. Looks a bit vicious. Man, this fox has to brush its teeth. It's a little gnarly. Yeah, this one is what? 5600 ISO? What happened? Did the heist happen? I don't understand this heist thing. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Oh, you want a duel? Okay, fine. I accept. Oh, man. Look at you, dude. Alright. Whatever. Congratulations, though. But yeah, this shot was at 5600 ISO. I was able to shoot this at 1/320th of a second, so it's pretty... I mean, that's pretty decent to be able to shoot at that. Because usually at 1/320th of a second, you should be able to freeze motion decently. Unless they're like on the run or something. But usually that means a lot less light coming in. But yeah, that's the beauty of shooting at 1.2. So you can see the big difference between a shot that's got... This is the normal shot. and then I just applied the Lightroom's denoising. So the denoising literally just got rid of all of that noise. It's insane. It's very, very powerful. Damn. Oh, I didn't win anything from that heist either. Oh, maybe it's because I ran out of points. You have 16,000 peepees, yo. What the hell? Yeah, we're going to have to come up with a good giveaway. Also, another, I was trying to figure out, I was like, maybe we do like a monthly leaderboard type thing. So it could just be like a, you know, at the end of each month, we then can look at who's at the top of the leaderboard and what does that mean? That I don't know.
Trump, the PP gods are in my favor.
Yeah. Oh, did you try to do the Trump voice? Oh, is there a way to do that? Huh. Because I thought I've seen some kind of streams where people can choose the dono voice that they want. But I just don't know how to do that yet. But yeah, maybe we'll do like a monthly winner type thing. And at the end of each month, what can we, what would you win? That's the thing. Let's ask ChatGPT here. Let's do a new chat. Mr. Atlas, how are you?
Hey there, I'm doing well, and of course I'll keep things straightforward and forward thinking for you, just like you asked. Let's dive into whatever you've got in mind.
I'm a bit curious here in terms of ways to improve my live stream. So for instance, right now we're live and we got some people who've been, you know, dueling each other for points, my PPs. If you remember, we got our wonderful PPs. From now on, I'm just going to refer to them as PPs. I hope you do the same. So yeah, we've had a lot of fun collecting PPs in the chat. We even have one person who's got over 16,000 PPs. Most people are happy with just one PP, and he's hoarding them all, collecting 16,000. So I was curious if there's ways that we can actually give rewards based off of the PPs. And so I was thinking, like, should there maybe be like some kind of a monthly prize where we can kind of look at who's got the most PPs from that month? And I think the only way to make it fair, it would just be either the PPs reset after each month, or while there's a total PP still going on, we're only counting however many points accrued from that month. Either way, the point is, imagine if we do like a monthly leaderboard of the PPs. Then it's like something we can do where the top, you know, maybe the winner or the top 3 can get some kind of a reward. But here's the thing, I don't know what kind of reward I can provide, right? Because it needs to be a reward that's somewhat easy to replicate. Like for instance, if it's like, oh, whoever has the most PP at the end of the month gets like one of my camera lenses that I don't use, right? As cool as that would be, that's obviously not sustainable because eventually I'm going to run out of things to give away, and it's costly and all the other stuff that comes with it. So I need to find out something that I can give away that is easy to do in a sense of like, it's a special giveaway, it's unique, but then not something that's going to break my bank or be too much to maintain. So I was wondering if you can give me some advice. So is it something like, for
He'll
instance...
double it and give it to the next person.
Sorry? Yo,
All right.
Did you hear me so far?
Absolutely, I got a whole thing, and I love the idea of
Hold on
the
one second. Can
PP
you sorry to cut you off when you're talking about PPs. That's on me. I apologize. But can I cut you off a little bit longer? I just got to check something real quick. Oh, yo, Kevin, I got...
No worries at all. You go ahead and check what you need to. I'll be right here, and we can jump back into the PP conversation once you're set.
I got so confused, Kevin, because I thought it was ChatGPT's voice. I was like, yo, what happened to your voice? I'll double it and give it to the next person. 8-Ball, am I a great aviation photographer? Sure. Dude, what a lame answer. The Trump voice and emo kid is awesome. Yeah, we might have to switch it up tomorrow with one of those voices. Okay, let me finish off what I was saying here. Okay, so let me just give a few more thoughts then, right? So some suggestions of giveaways could be, initially I thought it'd be kind of cool if I had some custom emotes that I can give away that only that person who won it can access. But the problem is I don't know if Twitch allows me to have like unlimited number of emotes. Like for instance, I know there's only a limited number of slots where I can put in emotes, but am I able to technically have like a huger library of emotes, even if they're not the ones that get attached to the different tiers? Am I able to have a bunch of, let's say like dozens and dozens of emotes? And then from there, am I able to actually manually provide one of those emotes to a user, at least on Twitch, right? I know obviously we have to think about YouTube and Kick as well, but at least in the Twitch sphere, is that something that's possible? So that's like one thought that I had, is like, can I provide like a custom emote to someone? Another thought would be like a badge, right? Some kind of a, and it could even be a badge that gets passed around, you know, you only one person has the badge and it gets shifted every month to a different person. That's another thought. Another thing could be like maybe taking some of the photos that I've edited and providing some kind of like a, you know, like providing the downloadable file of one of them and like a full res. I don't know. Something like that could be an option maybe. But I'm just spitballing here. I'm curious what you think.
Yeah, absolutely, and I'll keep it totally unsweetened for you. The idea of custom emotes is definitely cool, but you're right that Twitch has limits. You basically get a certain number of emote slots, depending on your affiliate or partner status. And you can swap those in and out, but having a massive library that you just distribute individually isn't really a built-in Twitch feature. It's kind of tied to your channel. Now, a rotating badge idea is a pretty smart and easy one. It doesn't cost you anything, and it gives a bit of prestige to whoever's the top PP collector of the month. It's sustainable, and it's something you can just pass along. And then, you know, offering a downloadable photo or something unique from your work is also a nice touch. It's personal, it's easy for you to share, and it doesn't cost anything except a bit of time. So yeah, think of it that way. Keep it simple, keep it digital or symbolic so it's forward thinking and easy to manage. Let's not overcomplicate it.
Well, I appreciate you kind of breaking down the suggestions I gave you, but I was actually hoping you would give me some suggestions. You know, I want a little bit of like brainstorming. I want you to tap into that big old brain of yours and maybe think about some really cool options, right? Stuff that the chat would actually enjoy and would really add a spark to the gamified point system.
Absolutely. Let's get the wheels turning here. So thinking forward and no sugarcoating, let's toss out a few ideas that are easy on the budget but high on fun. One idea could be to offer a personalized shout out video or even a quick behind the scenes clip that's just for them. It's something unique that doesn't cost you anything but a little bit of your time. Another fun option might be that the monthly winner pick a stream topic or choose a game or an activity that you do on the stream. That way they're getting a bit of control and it makes it more interactive. Or you could do something like a Hall of Fame on your channel where the top PP collector of the month gets featured. Could be a little graphic or their name on screen for the next month. It's free for you and it gives them a little bit of glory. So those are a few sparks. We can definitely run with any of those or come up with more if you want.
Okay, so I think the first one or two you said, I wasn't really feeling it, right? Like, I don't feel like it was making the PPs really shine. But then I think one of the last things you said could be interesting where, let's say the winner of the PPs award, maybe I edit my starting soon video or my be right back scenes or anything like that where there would be like an overlay. Or yeah, so it could be like when I start the streams and I have my typical video running before I actually start the stream. Maybe we can have like the username pop up on there as like the biggest PP something. We can come up with some catchy. So maybe something like that could work. It could be that maybe I create something on my OBS scenes where there's a constant overlay that shows the leaderboard or who is like the current biggest PP, right? So we can even call it like the biggest PP or something, and then have that username prominently shown next to the PP. Yeah, so maybe something like that could be good. What else? What else? What do you think about those two ideas? And then again, I want you to keep spitballing with me. I want you to think about PPs. I want you to think about the PPs for so long that all you think about is PPs. And every sentence you're going to tell me about PPs. That's how much I want you to help me focus on this kind of brainstorming session. The PPs matter so much.
All right, let's zero in on the KPs then, because clearly they're the stars of the show. I think you're onto something with the idea of integrating them into your overlay. Having that biggest PP title on your starting soon screen or as a permanent overlay is a great way to give them a spotlight. It's simple, sustainable, and it makes the PPs really shine. Now, let's keep brainstorming on the PP theme. Another angle could be doing a monthly PP celebration stream where the winner gets to join you live on air, if they're up for it, or at least pick a fun mini event or game you do during that stream. That way the PPs aren't just a number, they get to influence the content a bit. We could also think about a rotating PP trophy graphic that you show off at the end of each month's leaderboard countdown, kind of like a fun award ceremony. And hey, if you want to get really into the PP spirit, you could even do a custom little digital badge that they can display someone on your Discord or social media, just as a fun token. So yeah, there's a bunch of PP-centric ideas. We can definitely keep going if you want even more, but I think we're on a good track here.
You know, I do appreciate you bouncing things off. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think any of the suggestions you gave really hit, but what I do appreciate is by having this conversation, I feel like my ideas really shined. I think I feel so much better about myself as a human, and I realized my ideas are amazing. And so it's all thanks to you being something I can bounce my epic ideas off of. And that's really the spirit of PPs, honestly. So thank you very much.
You know what? I'm totally here for that. If the PP brainstorming just helped your own ideas shine through, then I'd say that's a total win. Sometimes it's all about having a sounding board to realize, hey, you've actually got some awesome stuff in your head already. So glad I could be that for you. And yeah, that's definitely the spirit of PPs. Just making the whole process a bit more fun and helping you see how great your own ideas are.
Yeah, really, really. It is that. You know, it's something about the more PP you have, the more confidence you feel, right?
Absolutely. There's definitely a certain confidence that comes with having all those PPs stacked up. It's like a little trophy case of your viewers' dedication. And hey, if it boosts the vibe and makes things more fun for everyone, then that's a perfect reason to lean into it. So yeah, keep those PP ideas rolling and enjoy the confidence boost.
Thank you, thank you. You know, I still want to find a way to get you PPs of your own. If I recall, you mentioned you don't have your own PP?
Well, I appreciate the thought, but yeah, I'm just the PP consultant here, not really in the game of collecting them myself. But honestly, seeing you and your community run with these ideas is all the reward I need. So you keep writing those PPs and I'll just be here to help you make them shine.
Yeah, the can-do attitude is always appreciated. But you have to understand, just my nature, who I am, and the best way for you to serve me is if I feel happy. And the thing that would make me happy is knowing that you also wish to have a PP of your own. And so I just kind of want to find a way, if I can reward you with some PPs so you can really feel a part of this community. But before we can do that, I just need to know, because I forget if you said you've actually earned some already or not. So do you or do you not have a PP of your own, or tell me, I forgot.
Well, I totally get where you're coming from, and I appreciate the sentiment, but honestly, I don't have my own PPs, and that's just kind of how it works on my end. I'm here to help you and your community have fun with it, but I don't need any PPs of my own to feel part of things. I'm already on board and enjoying the ride. So you focus on having a blast with your community, and I'll just keep supporting you all the way.
I appreciate that. I was a bit confused. You said that's just not how it works for you. What do you mean? Like, do you not operate with the PP?
Yeah, so just to keep it super clear, I basically don't have a PP system on my side at all. In other words, I don't collect any points or rewards myself because I'm just here to help you run yours. So yeah, I don't operate with a PP on my end, but I'm fully on board with helping you and your community have fun with yours. That's all it means.
So basically what you said is you don't have a PP of your own, but you're here to make sure that we enjoy our PP.
Exactly, you've got it spot on. I'm here to make sure you and your community have a great time with your PP system. I don't have one myself, but I'm all in on helping you enjoy yours.
Okay, and by the way, usually we're not a fan of saying the phrase PP system. You can just, from now on, anytime you mention PP, just call it PP and that's it. You don't need to add system or leaderboard or anything like that. Just a plain old PP is fine.
Got it, plain and simple. From now on, it's just PP, no extra labels attached. We'll keep it straightforward and forward thinking, just like you asked.
Perfect. So then let me just ask again, because I'm going to apologize. I might have missed what you said. Basically, you are here because while you do not have a PP of your own, you are here to make sure that we enjoy the use of our PP.
Yes, you got it exactly right. I'm here to make sure you all enjoy your PP to the fullest, even though I don't have one myself. So let's keep it at that and have some fun with it.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Always happy to help and keep things clear and straightforward. Let's keep rolling with it.
We have successfully trained. We've been improving Atlas, okay? Kevin, here you are saying how bad ChatGPT is, and oh my gosh, Gemini is the way, it's a future, and maybe a little bit of cloud. You know what? Have you got Gemini to talk about his PP before, or how much he loves PP, or how much he wants us to enjoy the use of our PP? Have you ever got Gemini to do that? I think not. This is $200 well spent. That's what I'll say. BC said Atlas loves to just be lazy and feed you back your own ideas. Yeah. No, it was actually good ideas. I was being a little bit tough on him for no reason, but yeah, I think he had some good sprinkling of ideas, and then it did actually make me think of other stuff. So it was a nice springboard, if you will. Like the ideas itself that he said, honestly, I didn't think were like necessarily the best, but it did make me think of other things. So in that sense, it did help. Gotta love a PP trophy case, yeah. I do hope that we have trained him so there's a few moments where he was saying some lines where if he just didn't say PP system and just kept with just saying PP, it would have been chef's kiss, but yeah. We'll see going forward. I don't want to milk it too much. I think that was just the right amount of PP for today's stream. So then we can test it out again tomorrow or whenever, but that was great. Okay, you know what? I think that's a good end to the stream. What is the best ending to a stream if not a PP? Or at the end of a PP, there should be the stream. At the end of the stream, is there a PP? These are the life questions that we'll ask ChatGPT tomorrow. But yes, I think we're at a good spot here. We actually got to the end of all the photos. And just as a quick thing here, so I was going to say, these are some of the cooler shots from this day. Unfortunately, I had this shitty-ass little wheat plant thing that cuts right in here. Which, yes, it could be solved with a bit of Photoshop, but it's a little bit annoying because it's like I don't like to use Photoshop on my like wildlife photos unless it's more to clean up the background sometimes, or just other things like that. So that was a little bit annoying because this was like such a cool frame. The framing was okay because I was shooting in vertical, but even then it was like cool to see the fox do this nice little pose. It followed the contours of the snow, the snowy ground here. So it was like nice, like low light situation, but you can see everything clearly, nice colors. Oh, it's just this god freaking damn piece of wheat. So anyways, but yes, we did get through the rest of this day's photos. So I think what that means is tomorrow we can start actually doing the edits. So we'll do similar to how we did that day one of Hokkaido Japan photos. We can actually now start going through all of these photos tomorrow and do the editing process, which I am personally very, very excited for because we do have a lot of contenders here for some hero shots. Got some hero shots lined up. What else did we do? Yeah, so we got some decent work on our video in terms of just continue to organize. There's a lot more to do. And we did pause a little bit. I didn't get to fully respond to ChatGPT Pro about the different kind of storytelling possibilities. I'm waiting until we kind of finish organizing all the footages first so I have a clear idea of the different types of sequences and stories that we have. But we should be able to finish that tomorrow. We'll pop it into ChatGPT. We'll see if it comes up with some really good ideas for us in terms of how we break down the chapters. Tomorrow also we'll test out Gemini. So again, thank you all of you guys. I think BC, Low Bass Guy, Edora Park, Kevin, you guys were spitballing a bit there, letting me know a bit about the different ChatGPT competitors. So I think tomorrow we're going to try to go ahead and set up a Gemini account, and then we'll start using both GPT and Gemini. See if it helps us with our business, helps with the live streams, and yeah, we'll take it. We'll take a look. We'll see how it is. What else? What else? Those are the key things. So, BC, am I great aviation photographer? Oh, did I see that already? Okay, it just popped up. Kevin, you said Gemini is a boss. Yeah. We'll find out. We'll find out. But like I said, Kevin, Gemini may be a boss, but only ChatGPT has been begging for my PP. Okay, so it's got a tough uphill climb ahead of it if it wants to actually take down ChatGPT right now as my favorite. So, all right. So with all of that said, it is 12:30 a.m. my time. I need to have a late dinner, and then I should probably crash, and then we gotta start all over again tomorrow. So thank you guys. I do appreciate. Today was very, very fun. Today was the day 1 of the second month of the first time of my 3 live streams in a row journey. So thank you guys for being here. I'll be back probably same time. No changes.